Chapter 1703, Extraordinary Tower. Chapter 1703, Extraordinary Tower. The Lost Town's unique ability was the White Tower. After Shifeng had become the Lost Town's master, the defensive magic array protecting the White Tower also vanished. Now, the beam attacks didn't target him when he stood within 100 yards of the tower, and silver divine runes had begun to appear on the White Tower's walls, radiating faint divine might. When Shifeng reached the tower's entrance, a translucent screen appeared before him, introducing the White Tower. Extraordinary Tower. A training tower constructed by an ancient civilization. The tower has a total of 3 floors, each providing training that is more intense than the one before. Pass all 3 floors to qualify as an extraordinary individual. Removing the seal on the first floor requires 10,000 magic crystals. Maintaining its operation costs 500 magic crystals per day. Only 100 people are allowed to train at a time. Removing the seal on the second floor requires 100,000 magic crystals. Maintaining its operation costs 5,000 magic crystals per day. Only 50 people are allowed to train at a time. Removing the seal on the third floor requires 1 million magic crystals. Maintaining its operation costs 20,000 magic crystals per day. Only 10 people are allowed to train at a time. So, I guess there's a price. Shifeng could not help his bitter smile as he read the Extraordinary Tower's introductory text. Although he had known that the various superpowers in the past had paid a certain price to use their Lost Town's abilities, he hadn't expected the price to be so steep. The first floor's operation cost of 500 magic crystals wasn't much of a problem. It was the equivalent of charging 5 magic crystals per person per day. However, not only was the price for removing the second floor's seal 10 times that of the first floor, but its daily operation cost also increased by 10 times. This expenditure was even enough to drive first-rate guilds crazy. Furthermore, the number of training slots had been halved. It was the equivalent of charging 100 magic crystals per person per day. Meanwhile, super guilds would pale at the cost of unsealing and operating the third floor. Even a super guild would need a considerable time to accumulate the 1 million magic crystals needed to unseal the third floor, and the 20,000 magic crystal operation cost was simply outrageous. Most importantly, only 10 players could train on the third floor at the same time. Not even the current super guilds would dare to play with such a cost. It was the equivalent of spending 2,000 magic crystals for each player for a single day. Not even the word horrific was enough to describe this cost. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Shifeng found it reasonable. If players could reach the Void Realm and the higher realms of truth by paying a few hundred magic crystals, whoever controlled this lost town would become invincible. They could pump out batch after batch of peak experts for an insignificant price. It should be known that even though super guilds had complete legacies for the realms of refinement, the number of people they train at a time was very limited. Only the most talented would be chosen. This was because the training system's cost was simply too high. It was only reasonable that the Extraordinary Tower's operation costs would be so ridiculously high. It seems that I can only activate the first floor for now. After Shifeng finished reading the introduction, he undid the seal on the Extraordinary Tower's first floor. Although Silverwing could not afford to unseal the second floor yet, it did not really matter. The first floor was more than enough for now. Aside from himself, no one in the guild had set foot in the realms of truth, after all. By the time a considerable number of guild members had reached the realms of truth, Silverwing would have accumulated enough magic crystals to unseal the second floor. After Shifeng chose to unseal the first floor, 10,000 magic crystals vanished from his bag. At the same time, the Extraordinary Tower began to transform. As if the tower had awakened from its slumber, some of the divine runes on its walls brightened. The ambient mana then rapidly gathered around the tower, and more divine runes began to light up, continuously expanding its sphere of influence. Initially, the Extraordinary Tower only collected mana from its immediate area, gradually increasing that radius until it enveloped the lost town. It then reached past the town's boundaries to several thousand yards past the lost town's walls. What a powerful mana surge! Is this the Lost Town's true power? Silverwing was greatly shocked as he watched the flowing, white torrents of mana in the sky. Standing beside the extraordinary tower, Silverwing could feel the mana density around him rapidly increase. After absorbing mana for a short moment, the mana density around the tower could rival the magic tower, and it continued to rise. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. After around 10 minutes, the mana torrents began to fade. At this point, the divine runes covering the extraordinary tower shone brilliantly, giving the tower a sacred feeling. In addition, the lost town felt as if it had been resurrected as it brimmed with life. Grass, trees, and flowers grew rapidly all over the town. The mana density had also increased until it slightly surpassed the density in Stone Forest Town. One would find it very hard to believe that just some time ago, the lost town had been desolate. And this transformation was only the result of unsealing the first floor. Even Silverwing struggled to believe what he was seeing. If he undid all 3 of the extraordinary tower's seals, what would he see then? After calming his excited heart, Silverwing entered the extraordinary tower. As Silverwing stepped through its doors, he discovered that the tower's interior had undergone quite a few changes. The first floor had felt dull and old during his previous visit, but now, it looked impressive. Everything seemed to glow, and Silverwing felt like he stood in a sports arena's main hall, which could fit tens of thousands of people. Dazzling mana weapons were on display all around him. The sight was mesmerizing. God's domain's ancient civilizations were truly amazing. When Silverwing called up the first floor's system interface and examined its listed contents, he was ecstatic. He had only been able to visually inspect the dark environment during his previous visit to the tower's first floor. Even so, he had counted over 10,000 mana weapons. Now that he was the Lost Town's master, he could inspect any information related to the town. What he learned about the first floor made him realize that he still underestimated the strength and foundation of the ancient civilization that had once ruled over this land. Mana weapons were extremely rare in God's domain, but the first floor hall contained 24,671 of these weapons. There were enough mana weapons here to arm a 20,000-man army. The majority of the mana weapons here were Tier 1, with 1,823 Tier 2 mana weapons, and 12 Tier 3 mana weapons. To Silverwing's surprise, there were even 2 Tier 4 mana weapons in this hall. He was utterly stupefied. Even after learning about the Lost Town's unique ability, Silverwing had thought that the Demon's Nest quest had been more trouble than it was worth. If Primordial City hadn't activated, he would never have found a way to collect 100 Darkness Stones in time. But now that he had completed the quest and inspected the extraordinary tower's armory, he realized the Demon's Nest quest's reward was far beyond his expectations. Tier 4 mana weapons. Although only Tier 3 players and above could equip these weapons, they'd even perform better than fragmented legendary weapons. And this tower's first floor hall actually contained 2 Tier 4 mana weapons. When the guild's experts eventually reached Tier 3, he could help 2 of them become Apex experts by arming them with these weapons. The upper echelon from an ordinary guild might not realize the benefit of 2 more Apex experts, but Silverwing did. This meant that Silverwing could occupy more towns and obtain even more resources. Silverwing would not have to worry about lacking experts to protect its towns. I can't retrieve them. When Silverwing tried to collect the Tier 4 mana weapons through the system interface, the system informed him that he had yet to meet the requirement for such an action. To retrieve the 2 weapons, he had to promote the town to advanced rank. Silverwing could only shake his head and chuckle. Sure enough, the system won't let players obtain Tier 4 mana weapons so easily. However, Silverwing wasn't particularly disappointed. Developing the Lost Town was necessary regardless, and with Silverwing's current foundations, upgrading the town from a basic town to an advanced town before the guild's experts reached Tier 3 wouldn't be a problem. Following which, Silverwing retrieved every Tier 3 and Tier 2 mana weapon available. This had been his main goal in visiting the Lost Town, after all. With these mana weapons, the strength of his guild's experts could undergo a qualitative transformation. This was especially true for the players who would wield the Tier 3 mana weapons. After retrieving the mana weapons, Shifeng followed the spiral staircase to the second floor. Previously, he had been focused on obtaining the magic crystal treasure chest. As a result, he hadn't inspected the tower's second or third floor. Now that he was the Lost Town's master, however, he had to examine the tower properly. Chapter 1704, Master's Power. Chapter 1704, Master's Power. Once he arrived on the extraordinary tower's second floor, Shifeng discovered that it was still as dilapidated as it had been during his first visit. However, the hall had brightened considerably, and now, Shifeng could clearly see the armored ghosts that wandered the floor. As he had left it, the tyrant's soul stood quietly before the spiral staircase leading to the third floor. It's still here. Shifeng frowned at the tyrant's soul. He had assumed that every monster in the Lost Town had disappeared when he had taken control of it, but it would seem that wasn't the case. At the very least, the monsters in the extraordinary tower hadn't been affected. He had already experienced the tyrant's soul's strength. Although it was only a level 80 mythic monster, it wielded a saint weapon, a tier 5 mana weapon. In terms of combat power, even the demon ruler enhanced mythic ranked Baphomet paled in comparison to the tyrant's soul. Trying to defeat such a powerful foe was simply too difficult right now. Yet, if he left the tyrant's soul alone, the soul doppelganger would continue to hunt him. Although the soul doppelgangers wasn't an issue yet, since the most recent had only been a level 70 chieftain, they would grow stronger each day. They might not pose a threat right now, but sooner or later, they would become a problem. The only way to avoid the soul doppelganger's constant annoyance was to defeat the tyrant's soul. However, slaying the tyrant's soul was easier said than done. Just the fact that it was a level 80 mythic monster made it challenging enough, not to mention its saint weapon. Even a 100-man team of tier 2 experts might fail to take it down, not to mention Shifeng. No, that's not right. This is the extraordinary tower. As the master of the Lost Town, every construction within the town should be under my control. The tower should not be an exception. Thinking so, Shifeng opened the extraordinary tower's system interface. In God's domain, players had full control of the buildings they owned. This meant that players had access to various functions, such as a building's governing mechanics and removing players from the building. Because of this, players in God's domain wouldn't cause trouble in other guilds and players' private properties, as doing so would put them at an overwhelming disadvantage. Without overwhelming strength, it was impossible to defeat a property's owner inside their own building. The extraordinary tower should be considered private property. It wasn't like a guild residence, which was owned by the guild, not an individual. In the case of shared properties like guild residences, the most players could do to ensure the residence's security was hire players and NPC guards to protect it. The residences didn't have an automated function to expel intruders. Sure enough, I can control the tower. Shifeng rejoiced when he discovered that he could manipulate the extraordinary tower's system interface. Immediately, he retrieved the Bible of Darkness and a Summon Guard scroll. Shortly after, a Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon and Anna appeared before Shifeng. Dealing with the 9 wandering souls would be difficult enough for the level 80, Tier 3 Demon and a Tier 2 NPC like Anna, let alone facing off against the mythic ranked Tyrant's soul. The 9 wandering souls were all level 80 Grand Lords, and if they worked together, they could easily overwhelm Anna and the Tier 3 Demon. However, Shifeng did not mind. He then instructed Anna summon her Golden Giant and Rock Guardians. Anna's actions immediately attracted the tyrant's soul's attention, and the mythic monster abruptly opened its eyes. Despicable thief! You dare to show yourself before me again? I will tear your soul to pieces. The tyrant's soul quickly recognized Shifeng's aura, its eyes glowing red with rage. It bellowed with fury and vanished. Meanwhile, the wandering souls turned to charge at Shifeng. Even Shifeng grew nervous while facing a level 80 mythic monster and 9 level 80 Grand Lords. Seal. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng immediately utilized his special privilege as the tower's owner. Suddenly, countless chains appeared around the tyrant's soul and wandering souls. Following which, the 10 monsters' basic attributes plummeted, falling to 50% of their original values in the blink of an eye. They couldn't use their skills or spells, either. Suppressed, the tyrant's soul was forcefully revealed. The Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon then charged at the tyrant's soul. Seeing this, the tyrant's soul wielded its blue lightning blade and swung it at the Tomahawk Demon's battle axe. When the two weapons clashed, a storm began to brew in the hall. The impact also forced the Tomahawk Demon to retreat by 3 steps, its battle axe slightly vibrating. Surprisingly, the tyrant's soul had also slid back 4 steps, the lightning blade in its hands instantly shattering. Although the two monsters had only clashed once, the difference in their strengths was obvious. The Demon Ruler enhanced Tomahawk Demon definitely triumphed over the tyrant's soul. Fortunately, the 10 rock giants were able to hold back the 10 Grand Lord-ranked Wandering Souls by themselves. This allowed the Golden Giant to join the Tomahawk Demon against the tyrant's soul. Meanwhile, Anna continuously bombarded the tyrant's soul with Tier 2 spells. Naturally, Shifeng didn't hold back either as he charged into the fight. With the Tomahawk Demon and Golden Giant serving as MTs, fighting the tyrant's soul became very easy. Shifeng was able to deal around -6,000 damage with his normal attacks, while his skills dealt damage in the tens of thousands. Although his damage couldn't compare to Anna and the 2 Tier 3 summoned creatures, who dealt hundreds of thousands of damage, he still helped to shave away the tyrant's soul's HP. Following which, the tyrant's soul received a one-sided beating as its HP continued to drop. 98%. 95%. 90%. Eventually, the tyrant's soul became thoroughly enraged and tried to summon its saint weapon, but despite chanting the incantation, the saint weapon was nowhere to be seen. As a result, it could only watch helplessly as its HP decreased. With its basic attributes heavily suppressed and unable to use its spells and skills, the tyrant's soul was likely the most miserable mythic monster in the game right now. Not even the system had expected Shifeng to accomplish the near-impossible feat of collecting 100 darkness stones and acquire the lost town before dealing with the Extraordinary Tower's boss. However, as a result of Shifeng's unconventional way of acquiring the lost town, the tyrant's soul couldn't use its abilities. This was especially true for its saint weapon. If the tyrant's soul were at its peak and had the aid of a Tier 5 mana weapon, not even the Tier 4 Valkyrie would be its match. One could just imagine how powerful the tyrant's soul truly was. It was definitely invincible among those of the same level. Unfortunately, the tyrant's soul couldn't use its skills or spells, let alone summon its saint weapon. Although the tyrant's soul had a maximum HP of 210 million even after the suppression, its HP fell steadily under Shifeng and his minions' assault. 80%. 50%. 20%. Time passed quickly, and eventually, the tyrant's soul's HP fell to 20%. Due to the rough battle, the monster's armor was now in tatters. However, despite losing most of its HP, the tyrant's soul could only use normal attacks. It couldn't even go berserk like normal monsters did after their HP reached a certain point. Finally, after over 30 minutes, the tyrant's soul's HP fell below the 1%. Shifeng then activated Divine Providence and arrived beside the mythic monster. His swords transformed into streaks of dazzling light that tore through the tyrant's soul's unguarded side. Flame burst. Damages exceeding -60,000 appeared above the tyrant's soul's head, one after another. By the time Shifeng had exhausted all of Flame Burst's 16 attacks, the tyrant's soul's HP had reached 0. The mythic monster released an agonizing scream before transforming into particles of light and disappearing. To Shifeng's disappointment, the tyrant's soul had only dropped its dilapidated armor pieces and 2 items. However, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification after the tyrant's soul had died, and when he heard its message, he was stunned. System, congratulations. You have slain the tyrant's soul. Rewarding a town building order. Chapter 1705, Mana Equipment Set. Chapter 1705, Mana Equipment Set. A town building order. Shi Feng's mind blanked for a moment when he saw the tattered parchment that had abruptly appeared in his hands. Town building orders were incredibly precious in God's domain. Normally, the item could only be obtained from securing the first kill of a special field boss or epic ranked or higher group quest. A town building order was far more valuable than a captured town. This was because the town building order granted players the freedom to build a town in almost any location they desired. They could even construct the town in a neutral map. This was where the town building order truly shined. Neutral maps didn't have teleportation points, and players had to rely on their own feet to reach these maps. Moreover, very few neutral maps contained towns or cities. In the case of the Orc Empire, capturable towns and cities had only appeared due to an expansion pack. Trying to find a pre-made town to capture in other neutral maps was a dream. Of course, the Orc Empire's natural towns and cities had their flaws. They lacked some of the functions that normal guild towns and cities possessed. For example, they couldn't be promoted. Regardless of how well guilds managed these towns and cities, they would remain at the same rank they started with. Meanwhile, the town constructed with a town building order didn't have such restrictions. It could be promoted into a city without issues. However, one had to pay a considerably higher price to use a town building order in a neutral map. It would cost, at the very least, several, possibly dozens of times more than building a town within a kingdom or empire. This was because neutral maps were not considered safe areas. In fact, they were home to many races that were hostile to humans. Naturally, setting up a town in enemy land would be more costly. The higher leveled the neutral map was, the more it would cost to construct a town there. Most importantly, guild towns and cities in neutral maps would face frequent monster attacks. Surviving in these neutral maps would also be much harder than within a kingdom or empire's borders. Hence, not all guilds that had been lucky enough to find a town building order had chosen to construct their towns in neutral maps. Rather, they lacked the ability and funds to build a town in a neutral map. Shi Feng had never expected to obtain a town building order so soon in this life. Originally, he had planned to wait for the guild's main force to reach level 60 before challenging a few special field bosses that he knew the locations of. But now, he had a town building order 10 levels earlier than expected. Forget it. It's better to get one earlier than later. At most, I'll just have to adjust my original plan. Shi Feng smiled before storing the town building order. He then set his sights on the other items the tyrant's soul had dropped while he had Anna and the tier 3 demon clean up the remaining monsters. As a mythic monster, the tyrant's soul should have dropped a lot of items. Yet, the boss had a surprisingly low number. Including the tattered equipment the tyrant's soul dropped, the boss had only dropped 6 items. Shi Feng immediately picked up the tattered equipment pieces and inspected them. These equipment pieces had clearly existed for an extremely long time. Many areas of the pieces had fallen prey to corrosion. If they were tossed to the roadside, nobody would likely spare them a second glance. However, Shi Feng was instantly ecstatic after he inspected their attribute panels. Mana equipment. As expected of the Extraordinary Tower's guardian boss. Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he gazed at the 4 tattered pieces of equipment before him. Mana equipment was similar to mana weapons. Both were consumables and could offer a significant boost to players' combat power. Only, mana equipment was extremely difficult to produce, far more so than mana weapons. As a result, mana equipment was scarcer than mana weapons. Meanwhile, the 4 pieces of mana equipment before him made up a complete set. They were the hands, chest, legs, and boots of the Judgment set, a tier 2 mana equipment set. Individually, these 4 pieces had the basic attributes to rival epic equipment. Only, they did not possess any additional skills. In return for their lack of skills, though, the 4-piece Judgment set included 2 ridiculously strong set effects. 2-piece set effect, Mana Stimulation, passively improves physique by 30% and reaction speed by 20%. Forms a mana shield around the wearer that weakens spell effects by 50% and reduces physical damage received by 30%. 4-piece set effect, Light of Judgment, stimulates the runes on every set piece at the cost of durability. When active, increases all attributes by 800 points, strength by 90%, endurance by 60%, and agility by 60%. Sustaining Light of Judgment reduces 1 durability point from every set piece each minute. The mana equipment set's attributes rendered Shifeng speechless. Although he had been a guild leader in the past, his guild had only been a second-rate guild. The information he had been able to get his hands on had been very limited. Although he had known that mana equipment was very powerful, he hadn't realized exactly how powerful. Now that he had seen one of these set's attributes, he finally understood why mana equipment was so powerful. The basic attributes it provided could rival epic equipment of the same level, and when operating at maximum capacity, its buffs were even more impressive than a berserk skill. An 800-point increase to all attributes was simply unimaginable for Tier 2 players. Both the berserk skills that players learned and those from equipment generally only boosted the player's basic attributes. In other words, the higher a player's basic attributes were, the more effective their berserk skills would be. Meanwhile, when level 60, Tier 2 experts used a berserk skill, excluding the percentage buffs from weapons and equipment, they would generally gain around 1,300 to 1,500 points to their main attribute. The boost to the other basic attributes was far smaller. Yet, Judgment of Light offered a fixed increase of 800 points to every basic attribute. That was the equivalent of a level 60, Tier 2 expert gaining 50% or higher boost to their attributes. After including the percentage buffs Judgment of Light provided, the player's overall improvement would be terrifying. Shifeng even suspected that he could gain as much strength with Judgment of Light as he did from Heavenly Dragon's power, which was above average compared to other berserk skills. It was a pity that the Judgment set was a class-specific set equipment and could only be used by Guardian Knights. If Kola equipped this set, he should even be able to tank mythic monsters of the same level. Shifeng began to fantasize as he examined the Judgment set. If Kola wore the Judgment set with his Titan Guard, he'd become the strongest MT in God's domain. Following which, Shifeng stored the mana equipment set and set his sights on the last 2 items the Tyrant's soul had dropped. One of them was an old key, while the other was a Tier 4 magic scroll. The Tier 4 magic scroll was a Tier 4 domain scroll, and the key would unlock the magic crystal treasure chest on the tower's top floor. Since he had stolen some of the treasure chest's contents during his last visit, the Tyrant's soul had learned its lesson and locked it, making it impossible for Shifeng, or anyone for that matter, to steal any more items. Now that Shifeng had the key, though, he could open the treasure chest and retrieve the remaining items. Previously, he hadn't had much time to loot the treasure chest, and in the end, he had only claimed 5 items. However, every one of those 5 items could even invoke a super guild's envy. Shifeng and his minions then dealt with the remaining 9 wandering souls and collected 15 pieces of level 70 secret silver and fine gold equipment before he made his way to the tower's top floor. The magic crystal treasure chest hadn't moved from its original position. However, the chest now sported a massive, golden padlock. A single glance told Shifeng had no hope of destroying the lock as he was now, but after using the key, he removed the lock in 5 seconds. Lifting the treasure chest's lid, an aurora of light escaped, which was so dazzling that anyone could see it from anywhere in the lost town. Sure enough, this chest still has a lot of treasures. Shifeng's heart pounded with excitement as he looked at the 6 items inside the treasure chest. He immediately began to appraise them, one after another. Of the 6 items, 3 were Tier 2 skill books, 1 was a Tier 2 taboo skill for assassins called Indiscriminate Killing, 1 was a Tier 2 spell for elementalists called Elemental Mirror, and 1 was a Tier 2 passive skill for rangers called Precision Shooting. The other 3 items included a Tier 3 mana staff, a magic tower design, and the last was the guardian puppet design. It's no wonder why the players and powers that obtained gold magic crystal treasure chests had never said a word about their harvests. So, this is why. Realization dawned on Shifeng when he saw the guardian puppet design. He had wondered what made the gold magic crystal treasure chests so special that almost no player or power had ever mentioned obtaining one during his previous life. None of the 5 items he had gained during his first visit were enough to tempt a super guild to put everything it had into obtaining one of these treasure chests. However, after taking a look at the guardian puppet design, he understood. This guardian puppet design alone was many times more valuable than every other item in the gold magic crystal treasure chest. It was so valuable that superpowers would wage an all-out war with each other to obtain it. Chapter 1706, Guild Treasure. Looking at the guardian puppet design in his hands, Silverwing could not help but inhale deeply as he began scrutinizing it. In the past, guardian puppets were something exclusive to the various superpowers and an extreme few large guilds. Every guardian puppet was treated as a priceless treasure and was the symbol of a guild's foundations. Almost nobody would choose to sell their guardian puppet unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the ones that got sold had been furiously contested over by countless powers. The guardian puppet had been in great demand because it was ancient technology that had been lost in time. Without a proper design, players couldn't replicate the technology since the production of the guardian puppet involved too many fields of study such as alchemy, forging, and engineering. Moreover, every subclass had to be at the master rank at the very minimum. Only after gathering the masters of these subclasses could players produce a guardian puppet. However, according to rumors, just the materials needed for one production attempt cost over 2,000 gold, far more expensive than making a slightly below-average piece of epic equipment. The final cost for making the guardian puppet would simply be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the reason why the guardian puppet was so valuable was its frightening combat power. Even a level 0 player could instantly become a monster-like existence with the help of the guardian puppet. It was a war weapon that no epic item or even fragmented legendary item could compare to. To a guild, the guardian puppet was a priceless treasure. In the past, there were some first-rate guilds that dared to provoke even superpowers yet managed to live to tell the tale. The secret behind their survival was their possession of guardian puppets. Even an ordinary guardian puppet had the combat power of a Tier 3 existence. Meanwhile, the guardian puppet design Silverwing currently held in his hands was for bronze-ranked guardian puppets. The bronze guardian puppet possessed strength at the peak of Tier 3, and any player controlling the puppet could wield this strength as if it was their own. Moreover, unlike summoned creatures, which would disappear after a certain duration, guardian puppets would not disappear unless destroyed. Regardless of how far players developed in God's domain, combat power at the peak of Tier 3 would never become obsolete, because many players could not even reach Tier 3. As expected of a bronze guardian puppet. Just the materials needed for one production attempt cost over 3,000 gold. Moreover, a master forger would only have a 30% success rate at completing the forging portion. The success of the final assembly isn't even guaranteed. It's no wonder the various superpowers treated their puppets like their own babies. Silverwing was inwardly astonished as he looked at the list of required materials stated on the design. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the price to be reasonable. The bronze guardian puppet possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 3 and could be used indefinitely. If a guild could produce several hundred of these puppets now, it would basically be invincible. After all, there was no level requirement for controlling a guardian puppet. The only limiting factor was one's skillfulness at controlling the puppet. It seems there's a need to place greater focus on Candlelight's development. Silverwing could not wait for the day Silverwing could have its own guardian puppets. Although the materials needed to produce the bronze guardian puppet were rare, aside from the main material, fine titan ingot, the other materials could be collected in bulk relatively easily. The main problem was the requirement of various kinds of lifestyle masters. Without the necessary lifestyle masters, the odds of producing the guardian puppet were 0. If Silverwing could mass-produce bronze guardian puppets, whether it was in team battles or siege battles, they would become a formidable support since they dealt increased damage to magic arrays and buildings. Moreover, they were much more powerful than Tier 3 summoned creatures. Just as Silverwing was figuring out ways to further improve the standards of lifestyle players in the Candlelight trading firm, he suddenly received a call from Gentle Snow. Guild leader, I just received good news. Heaven's Burial Singular Burial and Lei Jingyang fell out with each other. The guild has already been disbanded. However, Singular Burial joined Blackwater with some of his trusted aides and guild experts. Currently, Singular Burial is bringing his men to the primordial divine ruin. By the looks of it, they plan on reaching Primordial City by relying on various resources Blackwater provided them, Gentle Snow said, smiling. Heaven's Burial's destruction was something she and the rest of Zero Wing's upper echelon had anticipated. Only, they had not expected Heaven's Burial to disband so quickly. Caught off guard, they had a hard time taking over the shops located in the various cities Heaven's Burial ruled before, many of which were snatched away by other guilds. However, Heaven's Burial's sudden disbandment also saved Zero Wing plenty of trouble. At the very least, there was no longer any need to wage price wars with Heaven's Burial's shops in Starmoon Kingdom, nor was there any need to dispatch larger armies to capture Heaven's Burial's guild towns. So, they've given up on Starmoon Kingdom and are shifting their focus to Primordial City? Shifeng could not help but chuckle. Looking at Gentle Snow, he asked, "Have you gathered the necessary manpower yet?" "As you've requested, I personally contacted every one of the selected candidates and had them secretly gather at Zero Wing City. Currently, we're just short by a few dozen people before we have the required number," Gentle Snow replied. "Good. Have them gather at Zero Wing City's candlelight trading firm. I'll head over there myself right now. It's about time we gave Beast Emperor and Singular Burial a little surprise," Shifeng said with a nod before disconnecting the call. Even now, Gentle Snow still had no idea what Shifeng intended to do by summoning 1,500 experts. However, she continued notifying the selected experts to gather at Zero Wing City's candlelight trading firm. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Shifeng spent 3,000 gold to have the NPCs in the Lost Town construct a guild residence. At the same time, he hired 100 level 150, Tier 2 NPC guards and 1,000 level 150, Tier 1 NPC guards for town defense. With this, the town should have no problems fending off monster attacks in the short term. Once that was done, he took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Zero Wing City's residence. After the heaven-defying battle at Stone Forest Town, the number of players visiting Zero Wing City each day had skyrocketed. Now, the city's player population had already shot past the 4 million mark. Just the entrance fees collected each day totaled roughly 22,000 gold. Not to mention, there was still the income from Stone Forest Town, the candlelight trading firm, and many other enterprises. Now that there was no longer any need to continue placing bounties on Heaven's Burial's members, all that income could be invested into the guild's development. Meanwhile, even after including the guild's various expenses such as providing guild benefits and the guild's expansion, Zero Wing still saved up around 15,000 gold per day. This income could make any first-rate guild crazy with jealousy. For first-rate guilds, just being able to get their guild to operate normally was already a challenging task. Moreover, the guild benefits they offered their members weren't even comparable to Zero Wing's. It would not be an exaggeration to say that no first-rate guild in God's domain could compete with Zero Wing in terms of wealth. After returning to Zero Wing's residence, Shifeng first went to the guild warehouse to retrieve some materials obtained from team dungeons and through trading with the various first-rate guilds. Then, he started producing magic array scrolls for the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. Once he completed 2 sets, he took out the 2 remaining elemental sources from his bag and combined them with the magic array scrolls. Suddenly, the 2 sets of magic array scrolls started evolving. Originally, Divine Beast's Descent was an intermediate magic array, but after the fusion was completed, the magic arrays exuded an aura that was even more powerful than advanced magic arrays. Following which, Shifeng stored the 2 sets of magic array scrolls and left for the candlelight trading firm. By the time he arrived at Zero Wing City's candlelight trading firm, Gentle Snow and the others were already waiting for him. Currently, the lounge on the 2nd floor was filled with players, every one of whom was curiously wondering why their vice guild leaders had gathered them here today. However, when they saw Shifeng, who was currently disguised as Black Flame, enter the lounge, the entire room suddenly fell silent. Guild leader? Why is the guild leader here? Were we gathered here today under the guild leader's orders? Everyone in the lounge could not help but discuss Shifeng's sudden appearance, excited expressions on their faces. I believe you all must have heard that our brothers stationed over at the primordial divine ruin have been surrounded and killed by evil demons and evil beasts. In fact, Beast Emperor, the person controlling those monsters, has even announced that Zero Wing's members are forbidden from setting foot into the primordial divine ruin, and any who dare do so will be killed without question. Although that place isn't our guild's territory, I feel that we should still make a response. Hence, I have gathered you all here today so that we can prepare a surprise for Beast Emperor and his allies. We are going to destroy every evil beast and evil demon present near the primordial divine ruin. We will let the various major powers know that Zero Wing is not a pushover. When Shifeng was done speaking, gasps filled the entire venue. Even Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, who stood beside Shifeng, could not help but turn to look at their guild leader, both of them thinking that Shifeng had lost his mind. Destroy every evil beast and evil demon present near the primordial divine ruin? How can such a feat possibly be accomplished? Chapter 1707, Tier 2 Legion. Chapter 1707, Tier 2 Legion. The silence persisted for a short moment before a commotion erupted inside the lounge. Everyone felt that Shifeng's intentions were too crazy. Setting aside how many evil beasts and evil demons were present around the primordial divine ruin, just the mythic evil beasts and mythic evil demons, there would be more than enough to annihilate their team of 1,500 players. Not to mention, they were attacking in enemy territory, which meant plenty of enemy reinforcements. I'm sure you all are worried and afraid. If you feel that you are not up to it, you may leave. I won't force any of you to take part in this operation. After all, the operation this time is indeed very dangerous. If you wish to take part in it, though, come to me to register. Note that you will also have to sign a confidentiality contract to take part in this operation, Shifeng said in a calm tone after carefully observing everyone present. The reason why Zero Wing was contesting with other guilds over various resources was to provide its members with better benefits. Meanwhile, the majority of the resources obtained would go to elite and core members of the guild. If the guild's core members were not even willing to put themselves at risk for the guild, then when the guild faced greater pressure in the future, nobody would know what kind of actions these core members would take. Thus, there was naturally no need for the guild to continue nurturing such ungrateful core members. Previously, when Zero Wing was still in its infancy, he could tolerate feeding the guild's elite and expert members without asking much in return. However, now that Zero Wing was no longer in its infancy and had already stepped onto the path of becoming a superpower, the guild would need much more resources than before to continue developing. His latest acquisition, the Lost Town, only made the guild even more desperate for resources. Now, he could neither afford nor tolerate having freeloaders in his guild. Hence, there was a serious need to adjust the way the guild operated. The first thing he was going to change was how benefits were offered to guild members. A guild member's contribution would now also be an important criterion in deciding what kind of benefits they would receive. Strength was no longer the only determining factor. The more a person contributed to the guild, the more returns they would receive. In the past, many large guilds had failed to pay attention to this aspect and simply focused on recruiting strong players without bothering with whether those players were truly loyal to the guild or not. As a result, when the guild faced an insurmountable foe, it crumbled even before the battle had begun. In contrast, some small guilds with average strength were able to unite their members to fight against first-rate guilds and maintain a considerably large territory for themselves. Shifeng planned to institute the changes starting with this operation. After he was done speaking, everyone present fell into a daze for a while. At this time, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and the other core members in the upper echelon of the guild quickly realized what Shifeng was trying to do. Hence, they kept their mouths shut and quietly watched from the sides. We'll definitely get ourselves killed by going over there. Wonderful. I've been itching to let those bastards know Zero Wing's amazingness. Guild leader, just give us our orders. For a time, everyone present discussed among themselves. The members of the guild's main force then went up to Shifeng to register. Only a small number of players that were recently promoted into Dark Gods members hesitated over their decision. After the registration process continued for around a dozen minutes, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Of the 1,500 players they gathered, over 1,400 had registered to join the operation, with only several dozen players declining. However, this situation also served as a stern reminder to the two of them. The players they had gathered here today were all experts who they believed were trustworthy, yet there were still some people that had betrayed their expectations. If they were to conduct such a test for the other expert and elite members, the percentage of those who would abandon the guild during its time of need would most likely be much higher. Meanwhile, many more expert and elite players would be joining the guild in the future. There are over 1,400 people remaining. Shifeng was quite satisfied with this outcome, which could also be considered the result of the past few selections Zero Wing had conducted. Not to mention, most of the members that chose to abstain from the operation this time were mainly recent recruits. Following which, he turned to look at Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow and said quietly, "From today onward, start restructuring the guild ranks. Regardless if one is an expert member or an elite member, their positions are not fixed. If members fail to obtain a sufficient number of guild achievements and guild contribution points corresponding to their rank each month, they'll be demoted by a rank. I don't care how strong they are, they can be demoted all the way to a guild reserve member and eventually kicked out of the guild." Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose nodded in agreement, both of them thinking that it was about time for them to make new guild regulations. After all, the current Zero Wing was no longer the same Zero Wing as before. Previously, as Zero Wing was lacking manpower and was constantly waging war with other guilds, they had no choice but to offer excellent and tempting benefits with lax conditions in order to keep the guild alive. In contrast, first-rate guilds got to develop in a stable environment for long periods. Not only were their rules and regulations clearly defined, but their contribution and achievement systems were also perfected. This allowed them to prevent freeloaders from appearing in their guilds. After everyone signed the confidentiality contract, Shifeng distributed Tier 2 mana weapons to all the Tier 1 players present. As for Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and the other Tier 2 experts there, Shifeng handed them Tier 3 mana weapons. This situation stupefied Shadow Sword, who currently wielded the Tier 3 mana weapon Edgeless Blade. He had experienced the strength of a Tier 3 mana weapon for himself. Even if he simply wielded the weapon normally, he could exert power at the Tier 3 standard. If he pushed the weapon to its maximum potential, then he was basically an unstoppable god of slaughter. Meanwhile, for the operation this time, a total of 12 Tier 2 players would be taking part in it, yet Shifeng had actually given every one of them a Tier 3 mana weapon. Shadow Sword found this situation to be simply incredible. However, the most frightening matter would still have to be the fact that every one of the Tier 1 experts present received a Tier 2 mana weapon. That was over 1,400 players they were talking about. In other words, at this moment, Zero Wing had essentially gained an additional 1,400 plus Tier 2 experts. With the correct conditions, a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts could definitely raid a mythic boss of the same level. Meanwhile, like Shadow Sword, after Aqua Rose and the others took a look at the attributes of their respective Tier 3 mana weapons, they were similarly dumbfounded. "Guild leader, did you raid the armory of a kingdom? We won't get hunted by some kingdom's army, right?" Blackie could not help but gulp nervously as he looked at the Tier 3 mana staff he held, which completely surpassed his epic ranked staff in terms of raw power. The other Tier 2 experts nodded their heads, seconding Blackie's words. They never thought that their guild actually possessed such a hidden hand. Even those in the upper echelon like themselves were utterly clueless about this. Just by holding the Tier 3 mana weapons, they could feel that their combat power had increased drastically. At the very least, the raw power of their attacks should be at the Tier 3 standard already. Although they did not possess the physique and skills of a Tier 3 player, they were still confident that, unless their opponent was fully geared in epic equipment, they could easily stomp on any Tier 2 expert right now. At this moment, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow finally understood why Shifeng would try to annihilate the evil beasts and evil demons around the primordial divine ruin with such a small number of players. With so many experts boasting Tier 2 and Tier 3 combat power, they indeed possessed the qualifications to go up against the evil demons and evil beasts near the primordial divine ruin. While everyone was reeling from receiving the mana weapons, Shifeng took out 4 pieces of equipment and handed them to Kola. Originally, Kola wanted to say that his equipment was plenty excellent already and that there was no need for a replacement. However, once he inspected what Shifeng gave him, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Without hesitation, he removed the level 50 fine gold set equipment he was wearing and replaced them with the mana equipment set from Shifeng. The moment Kola equipped the mana equipment set, the feeling he gave off transformed abruptly. Right now, Kola's aura gave even Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow intense pressure. Not to mention, the mana in the room was also surging toward him. Just standing beside the Guardian Knight felt stifling. Guild leader, what kind of equipment did you give Kola? Did you give him 4 pieces of epic equipment? Gentle Snow asked curiously. At this moment, she could clearly feel that her attributes were inferior to Kola's. However, she currently had a piece of fragmented legendary equipment equipped, so it was simply unbelievable that Kola's basic attributes would be superior to hers. The only explanation she could think of for such a difference was that Kola had just equipped 4 pieces of epic equipment. No. It's Tier 2 mana equipment set. It's something similar to the mana weapons you all are using, Shifeng replied, shaking his head. He then turned to Kola and asked, how does it feel after you've equipped it? Guild leader, this set is simply insane. I feel that I can tank even a mythic boss right now. Kola's eyes glowed with excitement as he looked at the 4 silvery pieces of equipment on him. When the surrounding crowd heard Kola's words, they could not help but gasp. From Kola's expression, they could tell that the Guardian Knight was not joking at all. However, realizing this only served to shock them even more. 4 pieces of mana equipment were actually enough to create an MT capable of tanking a mythic boss of the same level. This situation was simply too frightening. Relax. You'll have plenty of chances to show off later on, Shifeng said, chuckling. Following which, Shifeng had Aqua Rose recruit 176 trustworthy summoners from the guild's elite members for the upcoming operation and had them sign confidentiality contracts as well. Move out. Our target is the primordial divine ruin. It's about time we let our enemies pay the price of blood. Shifeng commanded after seeing that everyone had gathered. Chapter 1708, Miraculous Hunt. Chapter 1708, Miraculous Hunt. Zero Wing City, 4 Towers of Elements. Due to 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function, the number of players that gathered at the 4 Towers of Elements increased with each passing day. Many among them belonged to the various adventurer teams and large guilds. This was because teleporting through the 4 Towers of Elements was the fastest way for players to reach the Orc Empire. Using this function, players could save up on over 10 hours of mounted travel time when traveling to the Orc Empire. Aside from being able to teleport into the Orc Empire, players could teleport to leveling maps around Zero Wing City. Although these leveling maps weren't high-resource maps, the easy travel method still made these maps attractive. Because of this, the 4 Towers of Elements weren't any less lively than the city's central district even though they stood at the edges of Zero Wing City, far from most of the city's attractions. Quite a few players' shops had also risen around the towers. Among these players' shops stood the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm, a trading firm Shifeng had been quite familiar with during his previous life. This trading firm was run by none other than Suzy, one of Shifeng's old friends in the past. The Purple Pavilion Trading Firm's business was doing considerably well, and many adventurer teams players purchased items from its shop. Guild leader, is there a problem with that shop? Gentle Snow asked curiously when she noticed Shifeng staring at the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm. The Purple Pavilion Trading Firm? Following Shifeng's gaze, Aqua Rose said, based on our information, the trading firm is quite impressive. Its owner had rented a shop here before we had even revealed the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function. The Purple Pavilion's owner also has amazing connections and offers many specialty products from other countries. The Purple Pavilion trading firm has used this opportunity to partner with quite a few well-known adventurer teams and purchase various rare materials from them at below market price. Right now, excluding the trading firms operated by the various large guilds, the Purple Pavilion trading firm ranks among the top 5 in Zero Wing City. However, based on our investigations, Purple Pavilion doesn't have a powerful backer. As a result, certain major trading firms have begun to take action against Purple Pavilion in secret. When Gentle Snow and the others heard Aqua Rose's explanation, they could not help but view the Purple Pavilion trading firm's owner in a new light. In God's domain, the competition between trading firms was just as intense as that between guilds. In fact, the competition between trading firms was far more intense. This was because guilds weren't the only ones operating trading firms in God's domain. Some independent players and adventurer teams had their own trading firms to earn more resources and coins, funding their personal development. Hence, God's domain had more trading firms than guilds. Thriving in such a competitive environment without a powerful backer was extremely difficult. The fact that the Purple Pavilion trading firm's shop ranked among the top 5 shops operated by non-guild entities in Zero Wing City proved how amazing it was. Aqua, have someone give the various shops in Zero Wing City a warning. I don't care what they do elsewhere, but nobody is allowed to play dirty in Zero Wing's towns and cities. If they're caught doing so, they should prepare to face the consequences, Shifeng quietly instructed, glancing at some of the players on the street who were clearly stalking the Purple Pavilion trading firm. Part of the development of guild towns and cities relied on the development of the shops in them. If Zero Wing couldn't provide sufficient security and fair competition for the independent merchant players in its towns and cities, these players would eventually refuse to conduct their business in Zero Wing's territories. Understood. Aqua Rose nodded. She immediately arranged for some of her subordinates to warn the various player-operated shops in Zero Wing City. After dealing with this matter, Shifeng and the others split into multiple groups and teleported to the Orc Empire's border at intervals. For this operation, Shifeng didn't just have his team members sign the confidentiality contract to keep their mouths shut about the mana weapons to avoid attracting other guilds' attentions. It also forced them to keep the operation itself a secret. Although this method didn't stop spies from simply logging out of the game and notifying their employers, Zero Wing would discover anyone who violated the contract the moment they logged out, since these players had been invited at the same time. Unless these spies wanted to blow their cover and lose all of their progress in the game thus far, they wouldn't dare log out. After arriving in the Orc Empire, everyone gathered in a predetermined location. Once Shifeng ensured that his team had arrived safely, he had them saddle up and make their way towards the primordial divine ruin. Each of these players was either an elite or expert in Zero Wing, so they all had their own guild mounts. A legion of majestic thunder wolves quickly traversed the Orc Empire's barren lands, and as it passed, the areas it left behind looked as if they had been ravaged by a powerful storm. However, even amongst this legion of majestic beasts, Shifeng's demonic flame tiger stood out like a sore thumb. Although the demonic flame tiger had shrunk to 3 meters in height after its evolution, eye-catching, pitch-black flames and arcs of silver electricity danced along its paws. The demonic flame tiger also radiated an aura that rivaled that of a high lord. It was difficult not to notice the beast. When other players encountered Zero Wing's legion, they grew nervous. This was because the orcs in the Orc Empire also rode gigantic battle wolves and battle tigers. At first, these players assumed that the Orc Empire's armies had ambushed them, and they had nearly turned and fled. However, after getting a closer look, they realized that the mount's riders were human, not robust orcs. Seeing this, they relaxed and sighed with relief. Crap! Who are those people? Almost all of them are using the same type of mount. Don't they look like Zero Wing's Thunder Wolves? Those Thunder Wolves are seriously cool. I wish I had one. Zero Wing. That shouldn't be possible. Those players are heading toward the primordial divine ruin, which is surrounded by evil beasts and evil demons. If they are Zero Wing's members, aren't they just heading towards their deaths? Could Zero Wing be trying to force their way into the ruin? That's impossible, right? There are more than 100,000 evil beasts and evil demons at the ruin. They'd even wipe out an army of several thousand experts in the blink of an eye. If not for that beast emperor wanting to avoid provoking every major power in the Orc Empire, he could easily stop anyone from entering the primordial divine ruin with his monster army. Zero Wing shouldn't be underestimated either. The guild had already defeated Heaven's Burial's evil demon army. I've watched the recordings of that battle. Zero Wing had even faced down mythic-ranked evil beast and demons. Didn't you see Zero Wing summon those mythic monsters? There's no way Zero Wing can summon such powerful monsters again easily. The players that noticed Zero Wing's force discussed the guild's actions heatedly. News that Zero Wing had dispatched a force to the primordial divine ruin quickly spread. After all, it would be difficult for such a powerful army to avoid notice for long. Soon, the various major powers waiting to enter the primordial divine ruin began to discuss the matter as well. Zero Wing is taking action so soon. Is Zero Wing insane? Don't they know that there are over 100,000 evil demons and evil beasts guarding the primordial divine ruin? Zero Wing's actions confused all of the various large guilds' upper echelons. Brother Singular, like Beast Emperor has said, Zero Wing really couldn't hold back and has come running to us on its own. This is a good opportunity for us to take our revenge, Falling Fire said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he read the report his subordinate just sent him. We only lost because we didn't fully understand Zero Wing and fought them on their home turf. However, our battlefield will be set in the Orc Empire this time. We also have 8 mythic monsters under our command. Even if Zero Wing can summon more of those high demons to suppress our mythic monsters, we'll have plenty of Grand Lords and Great Lords to spare. We can annihilate this Zero Wing forces. Zero Wing. Singular Burial gnashed his teeth in anger when he heard the mention of the guild. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he growled, I won't let any of your members return alive this time. Zero Wing had thoroughly destroyed Heaven's Burial in their last battle. All of the time and effort he had invested in his guild's development had gone to waste, just like that. Now, hatred for Zero Wing consumed his thoughts. The evil demons and evil beasts encircling the primordial divine ruin were a suggestion he had made to Beast Emperor. He had done so to cause as much trouble for Zero Wing as possible, impeding the guild's development. As soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, a spatial gate opened above him. Once the spatial gate opened fully, cloaked figures atop mounts jumped out, one after another. When these cloaked figures landed, everyone recognized the mounts as Zero Wing's Thunder Wolves. What's going on? Zero Wing's members actually dare to charge straight into the evil demons and evil beasts' encirclement. Are they seeking death? Everyone gaped at Zero Wing's members when they realized who had emerged from the spatial gate. They had assumed that Zero Wing was simply putting up a strong front by marching into the Orc Empire. Even if Zero Wing truly intended to take action, the guild would employ hit-and-run tactics and target small groups of evil beasts and evil demons at most. However, the fact that Zero Wing's members had jumped straight into their enemies' ranks via a spatial gate left them utterly baffled. Before anyone could react, Shifeng's gaze shifted toward the nearby Blackwater members. Kill them. Chapter 1709, Might of One Hit. Zero Wing's sudden appearance had shocked the players at the primordial divine ruin. Shifeng's command to attack Blackwater's members only intensified their surprise. This is crazy. Zero Wing must be insane. They've actually barged into the evil demons and evil beasts' encirclement to attack Blackwater? The members from the various major powers and adventurer teams were stupefied as they watched Zero Wing's members charge into Blackwater's on their mounts. At a glance, it was clear that Zero Wing had dispatched less than 2,000 members to the primordial divine ruin. Even if all of them were experts, Blackwater's forces weren't to be trifled with. Although Blackwater had recently suffered a major loss, it had recruited many of Heaven's Burial's expert and elite members. The guild had sent 4,000 experts and 6,000 elites to the ruin this time, and the lowest leveled among them was level 49. Every one of these 10,000 players also wore top-tier equipment. An army of fewer than 2,000 experts stood no chance against Blackwater's forces. Moreover, the evil demons and evil beasts currently surrounded the primordial divine ruin. It wouldn't be long before these monsters arrived to support Blackwater's army. Zero Wing would have more opponents than just Blackwater's army. They would have to face 100,000 plus monsters as well. While the various large guilds wondered why Zero Wing had enacted such a ludicrous plan, the guild's mounted forces had almost reached Blackwater's members. Bastards! Falling Fire cursed as he commanded his players to fall into formation. Fortunately, the players Blackwater had dispatched to raid the primordial divine ruin were all well trained, and the 10,000-man army quickly took up arms. The 500-plus shield warriors and guardian knights formed two rows at the front, raising their shields as they prepared to stop their enemy's advance. Meanwhile, the clerics, oracles, and druids at the rear of the army began to cast their buffs on the army's MTs. Now, the two human walls formed between the army and Zero Wing's members could even stop dozens of great lords of the same level, not to mention charging players. Meanwhile, the ranged forces between the shield warriors and guardian knights began to cast their offensive spells. Blackwater's army had far better reaction speed, combat standards, and far more combat experience than the various adventurer teams who fought others in the fields. The entire army moved as one, utterly organized. However, the berserkers leading Zero Wing's charge paid the blockade before them little heed. They didn't even bother to wait for their own shield warriors and guardian knights to catch up as they plowed into Blackwater's formation. The moment before Zero Wing's 100-plus berserkers clashed with Blackwater's MTs, a hint of excitement could be seen flashing in their eyes as they tightened their grips on their weapons. Suddenly, silver runes began to form on their weapons, and the ambient mana gathered around the berserkers' weapons. Without hesitation, the berserkers swung their weapons at the massive shields before them. Boom! 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 A series of loud explosions echoed throughout the area as the berserkers struck the enemy shields. Impossible! When Blackwater's MTs received the berserkers' attacks, they felt as if they had been hit by a truck. Not only did their shields tremble violently and their arms go numb, but they were also forced to take 2 or 3 steps back before they could stabilize themselves. However, before these MTs could regain their postures, Zero Wing's berserkers swung their weapons again, forcing these MTs backward once more. After 3 consecutive attacks, Zero Wing's berserkers had broken holes in Blackwater's defensive line. The berserkers then dashed toward the ranged players like frenzied beasts. Zero Wing broke through. The various major powers watching from a distance could not help but gape at the scene. Just 100-plus berserkers had torn apart 2 defensive lines formed by over 500 level 49-plus shield warriors and guardian knights. The clash between these melee players had lasted less than 2 seconds. It was as if Blackwater's shield warriors and guardian knights were made of paper and could barely take a hit. However, the players from these major powers knew that Blackwater's MTs all wore excellent equipment. The weakest piece they'd have on them would be level 45 fine gold rank. MTs of such caliber could easily join the various large guilds' main forces. As for their combat standards, they were all elite and expert players. A blockade of such powerful MTs shouldn't have a problem fending off a charge of dozens of great lords of the same level, yet it had shattered when assaulted by Zero Wing's 100-plus berserkers. No matter how they looked at the situation, they simply could not bring themselves to believe it. What these players didn't know was that although these Zero Wing berserkers were only Tier 1 players, they could unleash Tier 3 power when they maxed out the Tier 2 mana weapons in their hands. Blackwater's defensive lines might be able to stop several dozen great lords of the same level, but it definitely couldn't stop the combined charge of over 100 great lords. Melee units, stop them. Do not let them reach our ranged unit. Falling Fire hurriedly commanded when he noticed Zero Wing's berserkers approach. However, before Falling Fire could even finish his words, one melee fighter from Blackwater after another was thrown into the air. Even when Blackwater's level 50 berserkers tried to stop Zero Wing's berserkers, the latter easily pushed them back. They lost a significant amount of HP when they crossed blades with Zero Wing's berserkers. After repulsing Blackwater's melee players, Zero Wing's berserkers charged toward Blackwater's ranged force like a sharpened sword. The berserkers blocked the incoming ranged attacks with little to no effort. In contrast to Blackwater's pitiful ranged attacks, the attacks Zero Wing's several hundred ranged players launched were basically unstoppable. When Blackwater's MTs tried to block these incoming attacks with their shields, their defensive postures shattered under a single blow, rendering them helpless against the following ranged attacks. Every ranged attack that struck an MT directly dealt over -20,000 damage, and Zero Wing's players only needed 3 ranged strikes to kill a Blackwater MT. Blackwater's healers hadn't even had enough time to save their allies. The difference between each side's healers was jaw-dropping. When Blackwater's healers cast healing spells with 1 or 2 second channeling times, the spells would restore around 10,000 of the target's HP. In contrast, when Zero Wing's healers used the same healing spells, their targets recovered nearly 20,000 HP. Meanwhile, Blackwater's ranged classes only dealt around -10,000 HP when they struck Zero Wing's berserkers on a direct hit, and the best among them only dealt around -13,000 damage. Zero Wing's healers could easily restore whatever HP their berserkers lost. The difference between the two forces was clear for all to see after the battle continued for a short moment. Like a group of ferocious beasts, Zero Wing's members devoured the lives of Blackwater's players, forcing Blackwater to retreat, again and again, as the army began to show signs of crumbling. The spectating crowd was dumbfounded. No matter how they thought about it, Blackwater should have had the upper hand, yet Zero Wing had an absolute advantage over its army. This didn't look like an actual battle, it was more of a one-sided beating. Zero Wing and Blackwater's strength simply weren't on the same level. So, this is the power of mana weapons? Gentle Snow, who commanded the battle from the rear, was indescribably shocked as she watched her players devour Blackwater's forces. They were too strong. Although the branch guild she commanded in the Black Dragon Empire hadn't experienced as many battles as the main branch in Star Moon Kingdom, her guild had plenty of experience in combat involving thousands of players. Hence, she knew that such a large-scale battle wouldn't reach a conclusion quickly. At the very least, the battle would last 15 to 30 minutes before anyone could tell which side had the upper hand. Yet, not even 1 minute had passed since the battle between Zero Wing and Blackwater had begun. However, even an ordinary player could see that Blackwater had no hope of winning this fight. At this rate, Zero Wing wouldn't even need 10 minutes to annihilate Blackwater's 10,000 players. Only Shifeng knew how typical this battle's outcome was. Blackwater's players weren't fighting 1,400 plus Tier 1 players, but a force of 1,400 plus Tier 2 experts. With so many Tier 2 experts, Zero Wing could even wipe out an army of 30,000 Tier 1 players without trouble, much less a force of 10,000. This was the difference between tiers. Silence fell over the primordial divine ruin as players witnessed Zero Wing's overwhelming power. Even the spectating superpowers wore somber expressions as they watched the massacre before them. Black Flame. Do you really think that this is the only force I've prepared for the primordial divine ruin? Pay for your foolishness. As Singular Burial watched Blackwater's army slide backward, he showed neither surprise nor fear, simply revealing an arrogant sneer. He then turned to the cloaked, bandaged man beside him and snapped, "Flame Blood, it's time for you to take action." Nodding in response, Flame Blood immediately took a gray crystal ball from his bag and began to chant an incantation. He wasn't within a kingdom or empire right now, so it didn't matter if he revealed his identity as an evil god's temple player since there weren't any NPCs around to hunt him down. Suddenly, clouds of pitch-black fog started to emerge from the crystal ball. The fog rapidly transformed into the figures of 10 evil demons. These summoned evil demons were all level 70 Grand Lords, which he had actually prepared for the Guardian boss on the ruin's 4th floor. Under Flame Blood's command, the 10 Grand Lord ranked evil demons charged at Zero Wing's army. Just before they reached Zero Wing's frontline and could swing down their massive claws, a figure appeared before them. This figure was none other than Shadow Sword. Scram! Shadow Sword tightened his grip on the edgeless blade and executed a sweeping slash with the rune-covered greatsword. Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. A silver storm engulfed 10 evil demons, sending them flying over a dozen yards away. When the monsters crashed into the ground, a damage of over -200,000 appeared above each of their heads. Chapter 1710, Gathering Place of Experts. Chapter 1710, Gathering Place of Experts. After Shadow Sword's first attack, he used Charge, accelerating toward the nearest evil demon as it was standing back up. When he got close to his target, Shadow Sword raised his greatsword high. Once again, silver divine runes lit up along the edgeless blade's body. Shadow Sword then executed Blade of Waves, one of the Sea God's Apostle class's Tier 2 legacy skills. Blade of Waves was also the most powerful Tier 2 legacy skill he had learned. Currents of blue mana circled the edgeless blade. When Shadow Sword swung his greatsword at the evil demon before him, the mana weapon transformed into a 40-yard-long blade of water. Players in the distance only saw a dark blue horizontal wall suddenly bisect the battlefield. -513,842. A frightening amount of damage appeared above the evil demon's head when the water blade cut through its body. The blade also slammed into other players, and whether they wore plate armor or cloth, all of their HPs plummeted to 0. Their cleaved bodies then transformed into particles of light and disappeared from the battlefield. After the attack, the evil demon that took the hit fell into a heavily injured state, his combat power drastically decreasing. The surrounding Blackwater members expressed their shock and terror when they saw this. Strong. Too strong. Not only had Shadow Sword repelled 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons with one attack, but his follow-up attack had also heavily injured one Grand Lord-ranked evil demon and killed over a dozen players. Even Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights had died instantly. How is he so powerful? Confusion filled the experts from the various major powers as they watched Shadow Sword from a distance. Even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 Berserker and had used a Berserk skill, his damage should not have been so frightening. He should have been lucky to hold his ground against a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, yet even without activating a Berserk skill, Shadow Sword had heavily injured the Grand Lord. This utterly destroyed their understanding of Tier 2 classes' combat power. Damn it! Flame, split the other evil demons up and have them attack independently. Singular Burial commanded once he saw that the evil demons were no match for Shadow Sword. They had summoned 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, and although they were no match for Shadow Sword, the Berserker couldn't stop them all if they split up. The evil demon's Shadow Sword didn't target could continue to slaughter Zero Wings members. Hearing Singular Burial's command, Flame Blood had the other 9 evil demons circle Shadow Sword. However, as these evil demons began to move, Kola landed between 3 of them and used Justice Roar, forcing all 3 to focus on him and no one else. The 3 taunted evil demons immediately brandished their claws at Kola. Seeing this, Kola grinned as he raised the one-handed axe in his right hand. Like Shadow Sword's edgeless blade, silver runes illuminated the weapon. Taking a step forward, Kola used Holy Slash. A silver flash sliced at the 3 evil demons' extended claws. The moment Kola's axe met the monster's claws, the evil demons felt as if a current of electricity shot through them, leaving their arms numb. All 3 evil demons were forced to retreat by several steps, and the difference between their strength and Kola's was obvious at a glance. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Yi Wumian, Turtle Dove, and Rampant Blade suppressed the other 6 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. The 6 Tier 2 players halted the evil demons' advance, preventing the monsters from targeting Zero Wings Tier 1 players. The spectating powers were stunned to see all 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons suppressed. Who are these people? The various major powers and adventurer teams members were curious and awed as they watched Shadow Sword and his companions. They immediately began to look into the identities of these Tier 2 players from Zero Wing. The various large guilds and adventurer teams present were no strangers to Grand Lord-ranked monsters, but they usually needed 100-man teams to raid such monsters. Yet, Shadow Sword and the others actually soloed the evil demons. Moreover, they had the upper hand in the battle. This was simply unbelievable. The moment these various powers received their investigation's results, they were flabbergasted. Aside from Gentle Snow, the other Tier 2 players were practically unknown in God's domain. Although these players had shown up in Zero Wing's past battles, none of them had ever displayed such frightening power. Because of this, the players from these major powers and adventurer teams began to wonder if Shadow Sword and the others had deliberately hidden their strength all this time. But after today, there was no doubt that these players would become famous in God's domain. Their performance today was simply too shocking. While Shadow Sword and the other Tier 2 players suppressed the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, Zero Wing's other members were free to slaughter Blackwater's players without worry. Aqua Rose, Blackie, Violet Cloud, and Alluring Summer, in particular, struck like humanoid defense turrets. All four of them wielded Tier 3 mana staffs, which allowed their spells' power to rival Tier 3 spells. Against Tier 1 players, these spells were one-shot, one-kill attacks. Not even blocking these spells could save the targeted players. When the four used AoE spells, each of their attacks could slay dozens of players. Of those present, only Blackwater's Tier 2 experts barely survived Aqua Rose and the others' attacks. However, none of them could approach the four casters either, since doing so would be suicidal. As he watched the one-sided battle, Singular Burial's complexion turned ashen, and the corner of his eyes twitched. He had visited the primordial divine ruin this time with his closest aides and experts that had originally belonged to Heaven's Burial. These players were supposed to serve as the foundation of his rise through Blackwater. Now that Zero Wing's members had massacred his subordinates, his chances of rising in his new guild had significantly decreased. Although he wanted to do something to stop the massacre, he had enough trouble with the level 50 youth before him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get past the youth's defense. To make matters worse, his opponent was only a Tier 1 Berserker, while he was a bona fide Tier 2 Ranger. Yet, the Berserker's Tier 1 skills had actually repelled his Tier 2 skills. This maddened Singular Burial. On the other hand, Zipping, also known as Silent Blade, grew increasingly excited as he fought Singular Burial. He had never felt this wonderful before. The combination of a Tier 2 mana weapon and the level 50 magic light set had granted him an absolute advantage in basic attributes over his opponent. From time to time, he even caught Singular Burial by surprise when he used his mana weapon's ability. In addition, through his battle with Singular Burial, someone who had entered the refinement realm long ago, Zipping was able to recognize many of his flaws. If not for his advantage in basic attributes and Tier 2 mana weapon, the enemy ranger would have likely killed him already. Guild leader, these people from Zero Wing are too powerful. At this rate, we'll be wiped out before the evil beast army arrives, Daybreak Fog, who was similarly entangled in a fierce battle, told Singular Burial anxiously through a private chat. Hearing Daybreak Fog's worry, Singular Burial glanced at Blackwater's members, who were continuously slaughtered. Suddenly, a sense of helplessness doused the killing intent burning in his heart. However, just as Singular Burial was about to respond, he noticed a black figure weaving across the battlefield and killing Blackwater's experts with inhuman speed. The figure moved so quickly that by the time Blackwater's experts noticed someone before them, a blue flash filled their vision. Once the blue flash disappeared, the targeted experts collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Black Flame. Singular Burial bellowed with rage, a gut-twisting envy filling his heart as he watched the rapidly moving black figure. Zero Wing was clearly a guild that had been established without a background or backers, yet the guild had gained one powerful expert after another. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Cola, Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer. Even super guilds sought to recruit these experts, yet they had gathered in Zero Wing. Moreover, the unknown Berserker youth before him also possessed immense talent. Singular Burial could not understand why so many obscure experts had gathered in Zero Wing, yet he had failed to recruit even one such expert for himself. While Singular Burial screamed his lungs out, Shurfeng vanished from the battlefield. In the next moment, Shurfeng reappeared before Singular Burial. Singular Burial. Your era has ended. Shurfeng growled as he swung down his sacred sword. Although Singular Burial had responded quickly, Shurfeng's appearance had been too abrupt. Even though he had immediately thought of using the Ranger class's escape skill to put some distance between himself and Shifeng, in the face of the Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, he was a split-second too slow to get away. After receiving the one attack, Singular Burial's HP, which was over 50,000, instantly fell to 0. Chapter 1711, Blackwater defeated. Chapter 1711, Blackwater defeated. When Singular Burial reluctantly collapsed and dropped an icy blue longbow on the battlefield, the surrounding Blackwater members were dumbfounded and turned to stare at Shifeng. A moment ago, Singular Burial had 100% of his HP, yet after one of Shifeng's attacks, the Ranger had lost it all. Suddenly, a chilling sensation assaulted Blackwater's members. If even a Tier 2 player like Singular Burial could not withstand a single hit from Shifeng, it went without saying Shifeng could kill Tier 1 players like them with a casual swing of his blade, too. Black Flame. Falling Fire's expression darkened as he glared at Shifeng. His combat standard was recognized as one of the best in Blackwater. There were only a handful of people in the guild that he had to admit were superior. However, despite having such a high combat standard, not even he was confident in keeping up with and blocking the attack Shifeng had used against Singular Burial. Shifeng's attack was simply too fast, but it wasn't just because of his high attack speed. HS neutral response time and physical acceleration were also ridiculously fast. After heaving a deep sigh, Falling Fire commanded, "Everyone, retreat." Due to Shifeng's display of overwhelming strength, his team members' morale had received a huge boost. Zero Wing's members now fought with more passion and skill than before. In contrast, the morale of Blackwater's members plummeted. Now, this battle's outcome could not be any more obvious. Continuing to fight would only incur more losses for Blackwater. Hearing Falling Fire's command, Blackwater's members immediately turned away from their opponents and fled in every possible direction. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow commanded Zero Wing's members to exploit their victory. Seeing that things had gone south for Blackwater, Flame Blood did not dare to linger. He summoned 20 Great Lord-ranked evil demons to buy himself enough time to activate a teleportation scroll. This battle's outcome had truly exceeded his expectations. He had thought that 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons would be more than enough to butcher Zero Wing's forces, but he had never expected the small army to have so many monstrous players. Zero Wing. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you pay for this defeat. Flame Blood revealed a sneer as he watched Zero Wing's members charge towards him. He was an evil god's apostle, not a guild member. As long as he escaped capture, he'd always have a chance of making a comeback. Flame Blood sent his 20 Great Lords to stop Zero Wing's members as he activated his teleportation scroll. The teleportation scroll to teleport to the evil god's temple had a 15-second activation process, which was slightly shorter than a normal return scroll. With the power of 20 Great Lords at his side, he could easily buy enough time to get away. However, when the 7th second ticked by, Flame Blood noticed a slowly approaching figure out of the corner of his eye. This figure was none other than Shifeng. Flame Blood couldn't help his growing anxiety as he watched Shifeng approach. Although over 200 yards separated the two, Flame Blood felt as if the Grim Reaper itself had set its sights on him. Faster! I have to get out of here as quickly as possible. For the first time ever, Flame Blood felt that the teleportation scroll's activation time was too long. Although Shifeng's approach appeared slow, in reality, he was extremely fast. In just 3 seconds, he had halved the distance between him and Flame Blood. Seeing this, Flame Blood had no choice but to split 6 of the Great Lord-ranked evil demons from the group, ordering them to hinder Shifeng's advance. However, no matter what kind of attacks the Great Lord-ranked evil demons used, Shifeng avoided them easily. The evil demons couldn't slow Shifeng down in the slightest. When only 2 seconds remained before Flame Blood's teleportation scroll activated, Shifeng was still over 30 yards away from the cleric. Seeing this, Flame Blood breathed a sigh of relief. Black Flame. I'll get even with you sooner or later. There was no way Shifeng could cross the distance between them unless he could use the same move he had employed to take out Singular Burial earlier. However, the area around Flame Blood abruptly darkened, and the mana that fed the teleportation array beneath his feet froze instantly. A moment later, the teleportation array began to disappear. No! How is this possible? Shock and despair flashed in Flame Blood's eyes when he realized that his teleportation scroll was no longer an option. Before Flame Blood could react, Shifeng shook off the 6 great lords chasing him and appeared before the cleric. Get even with me. Glancing at the cloaked and bandaged cleric before him, Shifeng chuckled and said, You'll have to be able to get away before that can happen. Black Flame. Your forces are now trapped, surrounded by Beast Emperor's evil beast army. If you kill me, Beast Emperor definitely won't let you off the hook. Flame Blood hissed as he looked at the smiling swordsman before him. Fearfully, he continued, If you want to leave this place alive, I'm your only hope. Flame Blood knew full well what Shifeng was capable of. After all, he had personally witnessed Shifeng capture a Bandon Wave and send the man to the War God's temple. To evil gods apostles like himself and Abandoned Wave, getting sent to the War God's temple was game over. Flame Blood deeply regretted his actions. Had he known something like this would happen, he would never have followed Singular Burial to the primordial divine ruin. Now that he had been silenced, it was practically impossible to escape Shifeng's clutches. His only hope of getting out of this predicament lay with Beast Emperor's evil beast and demon army. Although Zero Wing's members were absurdly strong, they would definitely fall against 100,000 plus evil beasts and evil demons. The fact that Zero Wing had so effortlessly slaughtered Blackwater's members proved that all of the members in this force were the guild's core members. If these core members were annihilated, it would deal a massive blow to Zero Wing. You're my only hope. Shifeng could not help but laugh. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? To Beast Emperor, evil god's apostles were like his own limbs. Each one taken from him was a permanent loss. However, since Beast Emperor had dared to cut off Zero Wing's path to fortune, Shifeng had to teach Beast Emperor what it felt like to lose a limb to his blades. Saying so, Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind and restricted Flame Blood's movements. He then retrieved a mobile jail from his bag and started to activate it. Black Flame. Are you trying to die? I am one of Beast Emperor's evil god's apostles. Capturing me will only increase Beast Emperor's desire to destroy Zero Wing. Flame Blood began to panic when he saw Shifeng activate the mobile jail. He had never thought that Shifeng would be so daring. If he were to be sent to the War God's temple, he truly would be finished. Just as Shifeng was about to entrap Flame Blood in the mobile jail, a phantom appeared beside the cleric. This phantom took the form of an indifferent, middle-aged man in luxurious, dark gray robes. The man wielded a wooden staff that exuded murky black mist in his right hand, and a pitch-black crown adorned his head. The man radiated an indescribably majestic feeling. Beast Emperor. When Shifeng saw this middle-aged man, the only person that came to his mind was Beast Emperor. However, he was not absolutely certain as he had never actually seen Beast Emperor's true appearance before. That's right, I am Beast Emperor. This should be our second meeting, Beast Emperor said, smiling. I won't mince words with you. Release Flame Blood and hand over the evil god's eye in your possession. Do so, and I'll let your forces leave the Orc Empire safely. Refuse, and neither you nor your subordinates will leave the Empire. Your souls will become nourishment for my evil demons. As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, the players at the Primordial Divine Ruin noticed a large group of evil beasts and demons approach on the distant horizon. An NPC elder stood above a gigantic evil beast, radiating intense evil energy. Even though the old man was thousands of yards away, everyone outside of the Primordial Divine Ruin could feel his horrific aura. I admit that you are quite powerful, but even if you lock Flame Blood away in the mobile jail, you won't necessarily be able to leave the Orc Empire with him. As long as I kill you, I can free Flame Blood. I will only give you 10 seconds to consider my offer. Beast Emperor said, his expression calm as he looked at Shifeng. A mythic NPC. Shifeng guessed after glancing at the NPC in the distant sky. Revealing a faint smile, he said, Like your subordinate, you think too highly of yourself. I will send flame blood to the war god's temple. Chapter 17:12, The man closest to attaining a domain. Chapter 17:12, The man closest to attaining a domain. Although Shifeng's tone had been dull, the nearby players could all feel the unyielding determination in his voice. Crazy bastard. How can a guild leader like you exist? As flame blood glared at Shifeng, he felt his mental state crumble. Just how much did Shifeng hate him? Shifeng was actually willing to sacrifice over 1,000 Zero-Wing experts just to finish him off. Black Flame. This is your final chance. You can't take on a mythic NPC. Do you really think that you can escape with your life? If you die at his hands, do you think that the penalty will be as simple as losing a level? Beast Emperor's expression darkened when he heard Shifeng's reply. Do not challenge my patience. Otherwise, I'll bury you here even if I have to waste my contribution points. If the evil god's apostle slots weren't so incredibly precious to his future and the fact that Shifeng had a small chance of getting away, he wouldn't have wasted so many words on the swordsman. He simply would have sent his evil beasts and evil demons to slaughter Zero-Wing's members and devour them. Challenge your patience. Shifeng could not help but laugh at Beast Emperor. How many times has your evil god's temple targeted Zero-Wing's territories? You've even gone as far as to hunt down my guild members. Have you ever considered Zero-Wing's patience? Saying so, Shifeng swung his sword at Flame Blood, lowering the cleric's HP to a critical level. He then activated the mobile jail and entrapped the bound cleric. You! Beast Emperor gnashed his teeth in rage as he watched Flame Blood disappear into the mobile jail. Suddenly, the evil beasts and evil demons standing on the distant horizon released deafening roars. They then charged toward the primordial divine ruin. The various powers' upper echelons wore somber expressions as they watched the 100,000+ evil beasts and evil demons surge towards them. These evil beasts and evil demons were far from just random monsters. Every one of them was level 60 or higher, and the majority of them were chieftain rank and above. Only a small number were elites and special elites. Moreover, 8 of them were mythic ranked. Such a force was more than enough to destroy a town, not to mention an army of fewer than 2,000 experts. When the evil beasts and evil demons began their charge, the NPC elder flew into the sky and waved his staff. Suddenly, a beam of gray light shot out of the staff and toward the clouds above the old man. When the beam of light was roughly 100 yards above the NPC, it burst. Ripples of gray light spread across the sky, turning the once blue view a dull gray. It looked as if evil energy had enveloped the entire world. What's going on? Why can't I use my return scroll? Wait, that's not right. I can't use my instantaneous teleportation scroll either. Isn't that NPC too powerful? He's actually sealed off this entire region. Zero-Wing is definitely dead now. Utter shock filled the spectating powers at the primordial divine ruin as they watched the NPC elder fly towards the ruin. With their ability to teleport stolen from them, Zero-Wing's only way of escaping this location was to rely on their own 2 feet. However, trying to break through the blockade of 100,000+ evil beasts and evil demons was practically impossible. The players from the various major powers also began to worry for their own safety. Like Zero-Wing's members, they were now trapped here, and their fate was no longer in their own hands. If Beast Emperor wanted to, he could definitely have every player at the primordial divine ruin killed. Big Sis Melody, what is going through Black Flame's mind? He's actually willing to trade Zero-Wing's 1,000+ experts to capture a single player. Does he hate Beast Emperor that much? A girl standing amidst the sacred temple's team asked curiously as she watched Shifeng, who was arranging Zero-Wing's army into a defensive formation. The girl had long, curly, light blue hair and a lithe but curvy body. She wielded an emerald staff and was clad in white, silken robes. Although this girl looked quite weak and delicate, she had actually reached level 51. Even in the sacred temple, her level put her at the very top of the guild. Though, her aura was far more frightening than the girl's level. However, the intensity of her aura was not just a result of her powerful basic attributes. Her tier and life rating also contributed. When the sacred temples surrounding experts looked at this girl, awe and reverence filled their gaze. This girl was the sacred temple's new prodigy, Blue Jade, and she had even received high praise from the guild leader, stating that she even had the potential to command a domain in the future. Precisely because of her talents, Blue Jade had been dispatched to the primordial divine ruin so that she could improve further in Primordial City. I don't know what Black Flame is thinking, but you should pay close attention to his fights. The secret pavilion has recognized Black Flame as the person closest to grasping a domain. Watching him should help you quite a bit, Quiet Melody said as she looked at Shurfeng. Isn't Miracle Dragon the person closest to reaching the domain realm? Blue Jade asked in astonishment. Miracle Dragon is old news. The various superpowers have already recognized Black Flame as the person closest to reaching the domain realm, Quiet Melody patiently explained. The techniques Black Flame has displayed thus far are simply amazing. He has even defeated domain realm experts. The various superpowers have even wondered whether or not he has already obtained a domain, but after a detailed investigation, they concluded that he's only as strong as domain realm experts. He doesn't actually have a domain yet, though he is extremely close to obtaining one. He can actually rival domain realm experts without a domain. He's actually that powerful. Blue Jade was skeptical about Quiet Melody's claim. If Shurfeng were so impressive, he should recognize his situation for what it was. Yet, Shurfeng had made the most unbelievable decision, provoking Beast Emperor instead of saving his companions' lives. While Quiet Melody and Blue Jade discussed Shurfeng, the other powers' upper echelons grew nervous. Beast Emperor's monster army was getting closer, and now, it was less than 1,000 yards away. 2 level 80 mythic evil demons and 6 level 80 mythic ranked evil beasts led the monster army. Just looking at these monsters, even from so far away, made these players shudder. Against such a powerful army of monsters, Zero Wing's forces would likely face annihilation even if the guild had tens of thousands of experts and hundreds of thousands of elite players present. Even if Zero Wing could summon 3 more high demons, there was no escaping its fate. Although the Baphomet Zero Wing had summoned were indeed incredibly strong, the army of evil beasts and evil demons the guild faced this time was much stronger. There were plenty of great lords and grand lords in this force. By the time the high demons defeated the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts, the great lords and grand lords would have devoured Zero Wing's members already. Black Flame. Pay for your foolishness. Beast Emperor, who followed the situation at the primordial divine ruin from ancient rock city's evil god's temple, sneered. He had spent 7,000 evil god's temple contribution points for the mythic NPC to seal the primordial divine ruins map. This seal prevented players from both teleporting out and physically crossing the map's borders. The evil god's temple contribution points were no less precious than the war god's temple merit points. With 7,000 merit points, players could purchase a high-quality epic item from the war god's temple. Yet, he had spent so many points just to prevent Shurfeng's escape. Although the sealing barrier was not particularly strong, it would not be easy to break out of either. During the time it took for Zero Wing to destroy the barrier, his evil beasts and evil demons could annihilate the guild's army several times over. The 100,000 plus evil demons and evil beasts grew closer to Zero Wing's army, and seeing this, the guild's members couldn't help but grow nervous. They felt stifled as they watched the monsters approach, the auras the monsters radiated becoming increasingly frightening. However, when less than 200 yards separated both sides, a magic barrier appeared and enveloped Zero Wing's army. This barrier was the result of none other than the movement-type defensive magic array. Good. Summoners, summon the divine beasts. Shurfeng commanded as he stared at the monster army before him. Chapter 1713, Divine Dragon's Might. Chapter 1713, Divine Dragon's Might. When the divine beasts' descent magic arrays activated, 2 pillars of golden light rose from inside the movement-type defensive magic array. The 2 light pillars pierced the sky and cast a dazzling glow over the primordial divine ruin. The light pillars also purified the overflowing evil energy in the area and returned a massive fraction of the gray sky to its original blue color. Two gigantic magic arrays then appeared and swallowed Zero Wing's defensive magic array, draining the mana around the ruin. Everyone at the ruin gaped at the grand, magnificent scene. What are those? Isn't the amount of mana those magic arrays are absorbing a little too terrifying? Even though we're so far away, I can still feel the mana around me drying up. Wait! I can't even use my spells anymore. The members of the various major powers and adventurer teams stared at the two golden magic arrays in the sky in utter disbelief. This was definitely the first time they had witnessed or experienced such a phenomenon. The two golden magic arrays had actually sucked away all mana in at least a 5,000-yard radius, even preventing them from using any of their skills and spells. Even Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other upper echelons, who recognized the two golden magic arrays, were shocked and confused right now. This certainly wasn't their first time activating the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. At most, the magic array would stir the mana in a 500-yard radius in the past. Even when they had activated several Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays simultaneously, the arrays hadn't absorbed so much mana that players in the affected area hadn't been able to use their skills or spells. Yet, not only did the two Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays affect 5,000-yard radius, but they had also devoured almost all of the mana in the affected area. Amazing! Using elemental sources as the magic array's cores can actually improve them to such a degree? Shifeng couldn't help his astonishment over the spectacular scene before him. Based on his knowledge, even advanced summoning magic arrays couldn't cause such a huge mana drain. Unfortunately, he had never seen a master summoning magic array, so he couldn't make a good judgment. As mana continued to flood into the two gigantic magic arrays, the figures of two divine beasts gradually emerged. Shortly, two golden dragons with wingspans of up to 600 meters appeared above the defensive magic array. Both golden dragons were covered in dark purple runes, which gave the dragons a sacred and majestic feeling. Roar! Once the golden dragons fully manifested, they released roars that echoed throughout the primordial divine ruin. Following their bestial announcement, they released powerful shockwaves, which repeatedly shoved back the rapidly approaching evil demons and beasts. Even the defensive magic array beneath the two golden dragons trembled violently, looking as if they would shatter at any moment. The two golden dragons had also fully unleashed their auras, freezing the space around them. Even Zero Wing's members, who were protected by a defensive magic array, felt their movements grow stiff. Dragons! Are they really dragons? Are you kidding me? Zero Wing can actually summon dragons? The players from the various major powers who watched from a distance stared at the two golden dragons with bulging eyes. The various major powers knew what kind of monsters dragons were in God's domain. They were the personification of destruction. Their life ratings were only second to ancient gods, and a single dragon was more than enough to destroy an entire kingdom. Yet, two of these great monsters floated in the sky before them. Under the pressure the two dragons emitted, they didn't even dare to think of resisting. It felt as if these two dragons were this land's absolute overlords. The pressure the two golden dragons exuded was no longer a matter of basic attributes, this was the difference in life ratings. However, after using advanced identification skills, some players soon discovered that these monsters weren't real dragons. Rather, they were merely creatures that contained a small trace of a dragon's soul. Divine Magic Dragon, Elemental Creature, Archaic Species, Mythic. Level 80. HP 600, 000/600, 000/000. Although the Divine Magic Dragons weren't real dragons, they still surprised Shifeng. These two Divine Magic Dragons actually possessed domains, which was also why their mere presence affected the space around them so drastically. Go! It's time for the slaughter. Shifeng commanded Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword, who controlled the Divine Magic Dragons. A level 80 Mythic ranked archaic species was already a nightmare for current players, let alone a Mythic ranked archaic species that could use a domain. The reason that Tier 4 NPCs could go toe-to-toe with a mythic monster of the same level was their control of a domain. While inside their own domain, Tier 4 NPCs could enhance their abilities and suppress their enemies at the same time. However, it would be a different story if the targeted mythic monster had its own domain. Such an existence would be practically invincible among those of the same rank and tier. Even the High Demon, Baphomet, would receive a one-sided beating if it tried to face the Divine Magic Dragon in a one-on-one fight. Hearing Shifeng's command, Shadow Sword and Flying Shadow, who stood in the center of two magic arrays on the ground, nodded. They then controlled the Divine Magic Dragons to charge at the approaching evil demons and evil beasts. In response, the Divine Magic Dragons flapped their massive wings once and disappeared. By the time the spectators had reacted to the Divine Magic Dragon's disappearance, the two dragons had already crossed over 100 yards. After 2 seconds, one of the two dragons arrived before a mythic evil demon. Before the 150-meter-tall Divine Magic Dragon, the 5-meter-tall level 80 mythic evil demon looked like an ant. The dragon then swiped its claw at the evil demon before it, and as its claw passed, numerous tears ripped apart space. Although the mythic evil demon tried to dodge the attack, its movements were sluggish due to the pressure from the dragon's claw. The dragon's domain also suppressed the mythic evil demon in every aspect. Not only did the domain decrease the evil demon's basic attributes, but the evil demon's reaction speed had also slowed. In addition, the Divine Magic Dragon's claw was frighteningly fast. In the end, the mountain-like claw struck the mythic-ranked evil demon before it could even begin to move out of the way. Boom! The mythic evil demon's body immediately sank into the ground under the immense force, 30-meter-long crack splitting the ground around it. All nearby chieftain-ranked evil demons and evil beasts died instantly, and only those at the Lord rank and above managed to survive. However, the surviving monsters sustained a heavily injured state. In the meantime, the other Divine Magic Dragon had stomped on a level 80 evil Earth Dragon, crushing the mythic evil beast's 40-meter-tall body into the ground. The Divine Magic Dragon then swiped its tail, flattening the ground around it and sweeping away a large number of low-ranked evil beasts and evil demons. Seeing this, the watching players from the various major powers and adventurer teams were dumbfounded. Too strong. The difference in strength between the Divine Magic Dragons and Beast Emperor's monster army was past the point where the latter could compensate with numbers. The mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts couldn't pin down the Divine Magic Dragons for even a moment. As a result, the Divine Magic Dragons were free to attack the Grand Lord and Great Lord-ranked evil demons and evil beasts, who were trying to attack Zero Wing's defensive magic array. When the Divine Magic Dragons struck, even the Grand Lords instantly became heavily injured, drastically decreasing their combat powers. Even if these heavily injured Grand Lords and Great Lords reached Zero Wing's defensive barrier, Zero Wing's experts, who wielded mana weapons, could repel and kill them easily. Following which, the two Divine Magic Dragons wreaked havoc across the battlefield. Although the mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts tried to pin the two dragons down, the Divine Magic Dragons didn't bother with their mythic opponents. Instead, the two dragons sent their mythic opponents flying and focused on the lower-ranked evil demons and evil beasts. Even when these mythic-ranked evil beasts and demons targeted Zero Wing's defensive magic array, the Divine Magic Dragons got ahead of them and sent them flying again. With their massive frames, the two Divine Earth Dragons could protect Zero Wing's members almost perfectly. At the very least, none of the enemy's mythic monsters could touch Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Before even 1 minute had passed, nearly 2,000 evil demons and evil beasts had been killed. The two Divine Magic Dragons were like colossal killing machines that continuously earned EXP for Zero Wing's members. So, this is why Zero Wing was so confident. Watching Zero Wing's forces rapidly wear down the evil demon and beast army, the various major powers finally understood why Zero Wing had dared to dive into enemy territory with so few members. Black Flame. Beast Emperor wore a solemn expression as he watched his minions being massacred by the dozens and hundreds from inside the evil god's branch temple in ancient Rock City. He had carefully nurtured these evil demons and evil beasts so that they could serve as the foundation for his rule in the Orc Empire, yet his hated enemy was slaughtering them for EXP. If the battle continued at this rate, it was only a matter of time before Silverwing annihilated his minions. Considering the situation, Beast Emperor gritted his teeth and left to meet with an old man in black robes within the temple. Very respectfully, he said, "Lord Burn, I wish to hire Lord Dairo to annihilate these ignorant adventurers personally. I hope that you will grant me your permission." "You want to get Dairo to take action?" the black-robed elder asked indifferently. "That won't be a problem, but Dairo's services aren't cheap. It'll cost you 12,000 contribution points per hour." "So expensive?" Beast Emperor could not help his frown upon hearing this price. He had already spent 7,000 CPs to hire Dairo to cast a sealing barrier over the primordial divine ruin. Now, he only had a little over 14,000 CPs remaining. If he spent another 12,000 CPs now, he'd have to cancel or considerably delay many of his original plans. "Have you decided?" Burn asked. "Lord Burn, I wish to hire Lord Dairo for 1 hour, Beast Emperor responded after giving the matter some thought. The last thing he could afford to lose right now was another evil god's apostle. As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, 12,000 evil gods' temple contribution points vanished from his stockpile. At the same time, Dairo, the mythic NPC at the distant primordial divine ruin, became a mercenary under Beast Emperor's control. Black Flame. You will suffer in death. The first order Beast Emperor gave to Dairo was to slay Silverwing, who stood inside Silverwing's defensive magic array. Meanwhile, back at the primordial divine ruin, Dairo, who quietly stood atop a flying evil beast, abruptly opened his eyes. Suddenly, the mana around him vanished, and a powerful surge of evil energy replaced it. Dairo's horrific aura reached across the primordial divine ruin, making the players present to grow nervous and keep a close eye on the NPC. Dairo lightly tapped his foot on the evil beast beneath him. The flying evil beast then let out a low screech as it slowly descended toward Silverwing. Impossible. This mythic NPC can actually participate in the battle. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's expressions darkened when they saw the NPC elder approach. Hurriedly, Aqua Rose shouted, "Shadow Sword, ignore the mythic monsters for now and stop that NPC." Hearing Aqua Rose's command, Shadow Sword promptly nodded. He, too, realized the severity of the situation. Unlike the mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts, allowing a mythic NPC to get within attack range would be no laughing matter. Immediately, Shadow Sword controlled his divine magic dragon to charge at Dairo. Scram! Shadow Sword then directed his divine magic dragon to slap at the NPC elder. Chapter 1714, Fighting a Mythic NPC. Chapter 1714, Fighting a Mythic NPC. This Beast Emperor can actually convince a mythic NPC to join the fray. Is this a joke? That's a Tier 4 NPC we're talking about. The various major powers and adventurer teams members at the primordial divine ruin stared with wide eyes as they watched Dairo descend to the battlefield, their hearts palpitating in fear and shock. None of these players were strangers to Tier 4 NPCs. Tier 4 NPCs ruled over every major NPC city in the various kingdoms and empires, and anyone who had met such an NPC would know just how powerful they were. In God's domain, players were able to face monsters of a higher tier due to having more skills, spells, and combat techniques. With this advantage, players could exploit powerful monsters' weaknesses and defeat them, despite having lower basic attributes. However, NPCs had no such weaknesses. Unlike monsters, both the quality and quantity of NPCs' skills and spells was far superior to players. They were capable of executing many complex combination attacks with these skills and spells, making them far more difficult to deal with than monsters. To make matters worse, although NPCs' basic attributes were lower than monsters of the same rank and tier, they were still overwhelmingly higher than players. After Dairo opened his eyes, the pressure he gave off made him feel like an entirely different entity than before. The evil energy Dairo radiated was so incomparably dense that the evil energy corroded the space around him. Players over 2,000 yards away could clearly feel this man's aura. If players felt as if they had been submerged in a pool of water as the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts' auras had washed over them, then Dairo's aura felt as if they had been dumped into a pit of quicksilver. They couldn't help but shudder as they bathed in this NPC's aura. These players finally understood just how terrifying a Tier 4 NPC was. If this NPC elder wanted to, he could definitely kill every player at the primordial divine ruin, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to stop him. As the various powers and adventurer teams members were in shock over Dairo's aura, a massive figure suddenly appeared before Dairo. This figure was none other than the divine magic dragon under Shadow Sword's control. As soon as it reached its target, the divine magic dragon's mountain-like claw descended on the mythic NPC. However, despite having even enough power to send mythic monsters of the same level flying, Dairo ignored the claw and allowed it to land. Boom! The evil bat Dairo rode shot to the ground like a bullet. The instant the evil bat crashed, the impact formed a crater with a 70-yard radius in the ground. Despite the evil bat being a level 80 Grand Lord, the single attack had heavily injured it. Now, even flight was impossible for the evil bat. Where's the NPC? Shadow Sword examined the bottom of the crater in confusion. He only spotted the evil bat in the crater. Dairo was nowhere to be found. Shadow Sword couldn't even sense the NPC's horrific aura. It was as if the old man had vanished. A second later, a figure appeared in the evil bat's original location, which was none other than Dairo. The old man was in the midst of chanting an incantation, having already written numerous lines of divine runes. As Dairo continued to cast his spell, a magic array formed behind him, absorbing a tremendous amount of evil energy from its surroundings. A short moment later, the space before the array ruptured, creating a black hole that absorbed every form of energy available in its vicinity. Sensing the growing strength of the magic array's aura, Shadow Sword's expression darkened. He could easily tell how powerful Dairo's spell would be. It was definitely stronger than Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. If this spell struck the divine magic dragon he controlled, the attack would undoubtedly send the dragon flying. If that happened, Dairo would have an opportunity to attack the movement-type defensive magic array, and the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Die! Shadow Sword swiftly used the Tier 4 skill, 5 Thunder Fingers, aiming the cone attack at Dairo. As the divine magic dragon's claw sped towards the NPC, countless arcs of electricity extended from the tip of its digits and reached for Dairo. However, as if he had prepared for this attack, Dairo lightly tapped the butt of his staff at the air before him. In response, a gray, threefold magic array appeared before the old man, protecting him from the dragon's attack. Tier 4 defensive spell, Dark Hunt. Double speed casting. Everyone gaped in shock as they watched Dairo, who was still casting his first spell. The magical class players were especially stupefied. Double speed casting was a feat that many magical class players worked to achieve. Unfortunately, very few magical class experts could actually do it. Moreover, the higher a spell's tier was, the more difficult it would be to double cast, not to mention double speed casting. Even Tier 2 peak experts had great difficulty double speed casting 2 Tier 2 spells, yet Dairo could cast 2 Tier 4 spells simultaneously. The NPC's spellcasting was already on par with peak experts. Dairo's threefold magic array instantly stopped the incoming arcs of electricity. None of the arcs had managed to deal any damage. Seeing that Dairo was about to complete his first spell, Shadow Sword hurriedly directed his divine magic dragon to attack the NPC from another direction. Dark Hunt could only block attacks from one direction, it was useless against attacks from other angles. However, just when the divine magic dragon's claw was about to reach Dairo, the NPC disappeared once again. This time, he reappeared 100 yards away from the attacking dragon. Tier 3 spell, Advanced Movement. Crap. Supplementary casting. The magical class experts' minds were blown when they saw Dairo appear 100 yards away from the divine magic dragon. Advanced Movement was not a particularly rare spell. It was actually a common spell that Tier 3 magical class NPCs used. What was truly astounding was the way Dairo had used the spell. In a way, supplementary casting was similar to double casting, but rather than channeling two spells at the same time, one could abruptly cast the second spell midway through casting their first spell when supplementary casting. This technique was even more difficult than double speed casting. Meanwhile, before the Divine Magic Dragon could reach Dairo to launch another attack, the NPC finished writing the last line of divine runes for his spell. A sneer twisted Dairo's wizened face. "Do you think you can stop me, the Dark Wizard Dairo, with a lowly summoned creature?" Dairo said as he looked at Shifeng as he made a wave with his staff. Suddenly, cracks in space began to split the sky. Boundless evil energy then flooded out of these cracks and gathered at the tip of Dairo's staff. After gathering enough evil energy, Dairo created 21 pitch-black spears around him with another wave of his staff. Silver arcs of electricity crackled along these spears. Tier 4 Curse, Destruction Spear. Go! Dairo waved his hand. The 21 pitch-black spears flew towards the Divine Magic Dragon. As the product of a Tier 4 curse, each pitch-black spear carried a frightening amount of power. When Shadow Sword tried to attack the spears with the Divine Magic Dragon, repelling one spear actually pushed the dragon back slightly. The strength within the pitch-black spears was actually on par with the dragon's. Although both sides had equal strength, there were 21 pitch-black spears. Meanwhile, when players controlled a summoned creature, they couldn't control it as easily as their own body, which ultimately decreased their combat standards when controlling the creature. Hence, even though Shadow Sword had reached the refinement realm, he was only able to block 5 or 6 spears at a time, while the remaining weapons struck the Divine Magic Dragon. For a time, the Divine Magic Dragon was at a complete disadvantage as the spears pushed it back towards Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Time to finish this. Dairo waved his staff again, joining 2 of the pitch-black spears into one weapon and striking at the Divine Magic Dragon, the attack carrying far more strength than the individual summoned weapons. However, just before the combination attack reached the Divine Magic Dragon, suddenly, a flash of black light bloomed before the Divine Magic Dragon. At the same time, the combined spears that flew towards the dragon's chest veered off course. The 2 weapons then split as they brushed past the scales on the dragon's sides harmlessly. This confused Dairo slightly. What's going on? The dragon dodged the attack. No, that's not it. Look at Zero Wing's summoning array. Huh? Isn't that black flame? The spectating crowd was dumbfounded for a moment by the sudden development. They failed to understand how the Divine Magic Dragon had become powerful enough to stop the pitch-black spears combination attack. However, some players with keen eyesight quickly noticed that Shadow Sword was no longer standing in the summoning array for the Divine Magic Dragon. Shifeng had actually taken his place. Black Flame. Do you think you can change this outcome just by switching controllers? Beast Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw Shifeng controlling the Divine Magic Dragon. Summoned creatures were not as easy to control as a player's body. Naturally, a Domain Realm expert would have far more control of a summoned creature than a Refinement Realm expert. The Realms of Refinement improved a player's 5 senses, but players simply couldn't merge their senses completely with a summoned creature's. As a result, one's combat power when controlling a summoned creature was considerably limited. They changed controllers. Dairo muttered as he glanced at the distant summoning array. As a mythic NPC, his intellect was incredibly high. Hence, he was quickly able to assess any changes on the battlefield. However, the surprise in Dairo's eyes quickly faded, replaced by ridicule. Foolish mortals, do you think you can stop my destruction spears because you've gained more control of a lowly summoned creature? All you've done is prolonged your suffering. Saying so, Dairo combined 20 spears into 10 pairs, attacking Shifeng with all of them at once. Seeing the 10 incoming attacks, Shifeng executed Sword's Orbit with the Divine Magic Dragon's claws. Dang! 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 A series of clangs echoed throughout the primordial divine ruin. In the end, Shifeng's dragon knocked every one of the 20 destruction spears aside. The spears hadn't even budged the dragon an inch, much less damaged the Divine Magic Dragon. Chapter 17:15, Miraculous Effect of the Realms of Truth. Chapter 17:15, Miraculous Effect of the Realms of Truth. He blocked all of the attacks. How is that possible? All of the players at the Primordial Divine Ruin were experts. Quite a few of them were even Refinement Realm experts, so they all recognized how impressive the technique Dairo had just executed was. In their opinions, Dairo's 10 combination attacks were simply splendid. Even if there was no difference in basic attributes, the Refinement Realms among the spectating crowd weren't confident in blocking all of those attacks without backing up in the slightest. Their likelihood of success would be even lower if they had to do so with a summoned creature. Yet, not only had Shifeng successfully blocked every one of Dairo's attacks, but he had also done so with the Divine Magic Dragon. His control is amazing. Shock flashed in Blue Jade's eyes as she watched the Divine Magic Dragon in the sky. So, this is the strength of the expert closest to achieving a domain? As a Tier 2 summoner, she had a much clearer idea of how difficult it was to control a summoned creature than other players. It was practically impossible for players to control a summoned creature as well as they did their own bodies. This fact held true even for herself. Despite reaching the Flowing Water Realm, her combat standards with a summoned creature were barely at the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Even if she made a breakthrough and reached the Void Realm, she was only confident in raising her combat standard, when controlling a summoned creature, to the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Yet, Shifeng could actually reach the Refinement Realm with the Divine Magic Dragon. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, hovering in midair, Dairo stopped trying to defeat his opponent Veil quality of attacks after watching his first volley fail. Instead, he had the 21 Destruction Spears attack simultaneously from different directions. Suddenly, numerous streaks of pitch-black light threatened to devour the Divine Magic Dragon. This bastard! He was actually holding back against me. Shadow Sword tightly balled his fist, frustration filling his gaze as he watched the Destruction Spears dance in the air. When he had controlled the Divine Magic Dragon, Dairo's attacks with the Destruction Spears had been very straightforward. The NPC hadn't used any particular techniques. Now, however, the Destruction Spears moved in a coordinated and well-choreographed pattern. These movements were obviously the result of some sort of combat technique. Even if there weren't a difference between Shadow Sword and his opponent's attributes, he felt that he'd be lucky to block a handful of the spears if he tried to defend against the coordinated attacks personally. As the Destruction Spears were about to plow into the Divine Magic Dragon, Shifeng decided to charge forward, rather than retreat. He controlled the Divine Magic Dragon to fly headfirst into the approaching spears. What is he trying to do? Shifeng's actions dumbfounded the spectating crowd. Although the Destruction Spears couldn't kill the Divine Magic Dragon, if all 21 spears struck the summoned creature, the impact would certainly send it flying several hundred yards back. If that happened, Dairo would have plenty of opportunities to destroy Zero Wing's defensive magic array. However, as everyone assumed that Shifeng was trying to force his way through the attacks, the Divine Magic Dragon began to maneuver agilely around the spears and rapidly closed the distance between it and Dairo. Any Destruction Spear that came near the dragon either brushed past its scales, or the summoned creature batted it away with a claw. They couldn't actually hit the Divine Magic Dragon. If one wasn't paying attention, they might even assume that the Destruction Spears had actively avoided the dragon. Flowing Water Realm. Blue Jade could not help but rub her eyes as she watched the scene before her, unable to believe it. However, no matter how she looked at the situation, the Divine Magic Dragon's combat standard was definitely at the Flowing Water Realm. There was no other way it could block all of those spear attacks. However, the situation also left her confused. Just how did Shifeng accomplish such a feat? How could something like this be possible? They were talking about controlling a summoned creature here. Blue Jade wasn't the only one who was shocked. The many experts at the Primordial Divine Ruin were similarly stupefied. Leaving aside Shifeng's personal combat standard, his control of summoned creatures could definitely rank at the very top of God's domain. So, this is the true benefit of the Realms of Truth. Shifeng, who evaded the relentless Destruction Spears, felt the true power of the Realms of Truth for the first time. Unlike the realms of refinement, the realms of truth focused on exerting the maximum potential of one's body, rather than the five senses. Hence, even when controlling the divine magic dragon, his performance in the realms of truth had reached the ascension realm. After deflecting the endless spear attacks for a short moment, the divine magic dragon Shifeng controlled arrived before Dairo. Shifeng then had the summoned creature slap at the NPC. However, Dairo was still a mythic NPC, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. Before the massive claw could reach him, he used advanced instantaneous movement and appeared 100 yards away from his original location. However, not wanting to give the NPC time to breathe, Shifeng charged forward once again. Suddenly, Dairo was at a disadvantage and had no choice but to evade Shifeng's attacks physically. While evading, Dairo continued to chant incantations and write divine runes. Although Shifeng realized what the NPC was doing, he couldn't do anything about it. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After chanting for a total of 24 seconds, Dairo abruptly stopped and sneered at the divine magic dragon before him. Fall into eternal darkness. Dairo shouted before twirling the staff in his right hand. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and 36 gigantic magic arrays appeared around the divine magic dragon. Pitch-black chains then emerged from the magic arrays, binding the dragon. The chains then bound the divine magic dragon in a gigantic, pitch-black ball. Tier 4 Curse, Dark Prison. Although the divine magic dragon was powerful, not even a monster of its caliber would be able to struggle free from a Tier 4 Curse's restrictions. After all, a Tier 4 curse had the power to rival Tier 5 spells. Crap. The divine magic dragon has been tied up. Shadow Sword's expression darkened when he saw Dairo fly towards Zero Wing's defensive magic array after casting the Tier 4 curse. Although the movement-type defensive magic array was strong, it would only last a few hits from a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, unlike monsters, a magical class NPC like Dairo would have an acute understanding of magic arrays. Breaking through a defensive magic array would be child's play for Dairo. Once the defensive magic array was gone, the remaining evil demons and evil beasts would be more than enough to annihilate Zero Wing's army several times over even if Dairo didn't get involved. Black Flame, your time is up. Beast Emperor revealed a victorious grin as he watched Dairo move closer to Zero Wing's defensive magic array. He had been slightly concerned that the divine magic dragon would be too much for Dairo to handle, but at the end of the day, a Tier 4 NPC was still a Tier 4 NPC. Although Dairo was no match for the divine magic dragon in a direct confrontation, he would have no trouble binding it for a short time, just long enough for Dairo to wipe out a bunch of Tier 2 players. This made Zero Wing's members in the defensive magic array nervous. Elsewhere, 2 mythic evil beasts had managed to force their way past Flying Shadow's divine magic dragon. The 2 mythic evil beasts then coordinated with Dairo. It was obvious that they planned to break through the defensive magic array with a single attack. The watching players could already picture the defensive magic array shattering under the 3 Tier 4 existences combined assault when Dairo and the 2 mythic evil beasts were less than 100 yards away from the barrier around Zero Wing's members. It seems Zero Wing is doomed this time, Quiet Melody said, sighing. Although this battle had been a close one, Zero Wing still wasn't strong enough. She had never imagined that not only would Beast Emperor convince a Tier 4 NPC to take action for him, but that the NPC would also wield so many Tier 4 curses. So, this is the true strength of a Tier 4 NPC. Despite watching Dairo and the 2 evil earth dragons approach, Shifeng didn't reveal any signs of fear or despair. Instead, he quickly gave Shadow Sword control of the divine magic dragon as he took out the Tier 4 domain scroll that he had obtained after killing the tyrant's soul. When he activated the Tier 4 domain scroll, a blue light rippled away from him, extending to a 1,000-yard radius. Suddenly, all enemies within range of the domain skill were suppressed. Because of this, Dairo, who had already been suppressed by the divine magic dragon's domain skill, lost even more attributes and reaction speed. Now, he only had 80% of his original basic attributes. Against a Tier 4 NPC like Dyro, the effects of the Tier 4 domain scroll were quite astonishing. Unfortunately, Dyro was still unstoppable for players. After activating the domain scroll, Silverwing took a summon guard scroll from his bag and summoned Anna. Why is the guild leader summoning his personal guard? Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and the Zero Wings' other members were confused to see Anna join the battlefield. They were no strangers to Anna. She, without a doubt, had the most frightening growth potential of any personal guard they had seen in the game. In one-on-one combat, she could even defeat opponents of a higher tier. However, Anna was only a Tier 2 NPC. Even if Dyro's attributes and reaction speed were suppressed, Anna still had no hope of taking him down. However, as Zero Wings members doubted Silverwing's sanity, Silverwing retrieved a crimson potion from his bag and handed it to Anna. After receiving the potion, Anna removed the lid on the bottle and drank it without hesitation. Players weren't the only ones who could use potions in God's domain. NPCs could as well. The Crimson Potion was none other than the Grandmaster ranked growth potion Silverwing had obtained after killing Baphomet. When consumed, the potion would forcefully elevate the user by one tier. After consuming the potion, Anna's physique began to transform. The surrounding ambient mana flooded into her, and as it did, golden divine runes began to decorate Anna's body, adding a hint of holiness and beauty to her appearance. Anna's aura had also undergone a heaven-defying transformation. If her previous aura was like flowing water, her new aura felt like the endless ocean. If one paid close attention, they would notice that Anna was no longer a Tier 2 NPC, but a bona fide Tier 3 NPC. How is this possible? Even the various major powers and Beast Emperor had noticed Anna's transformation, let alone Zero Wings members. After all, her rise from a Tier 2 NPC to Tier 3 had caused quite the commotion. Alright, let's begin the second round. Silverwing smiled at the approaching Dyro. Chapter 1716, Tier 3 Anna. Chapter 1716, Tier 3 Anna. A Tier 3 personal guard. Beast Emperor, who watched the battle through a crystal ball in the Evil God's Branch Temple, was slightly surprised when Anna appeared beside Silverwing. However, his surprise quickly turned into a sneer as he said, "Do you really think that a measly Tier 3 personal guard can stop a Tier 4 NPC? To put it simply, personal guards were hired NPCs in God's domain. However, since they were enhanced through a contract, personal guards' basic attributes were slightly higher than ordinary NPCs of the same level. Although Anna had been promoted to Tier 3, she was only slightly stronger than other Tier 3 NPCs. She might be invincible against current players, but she was still far from being able to contend with Tier 4 existences. Meanwhile, when the Tier 4 Cursed Dark Prison was used on ordinary mythic monsters of the same level, it could trap the monster for at least an hour. Although the Divine Magic Dragon was extremely powerful, Beast Emperor guessed that the Dark Prison should hold it for at least 20 minutes. Although no one could damage the sealed monster during that time, it couldn't do anything either. Meanwhile, relying on a Tier 3 personal guard to distract a Tier 4 NPC like Dyro was a joke. Beast Emperor wasn't the only one who thought so. Every player at the Primordial Divine Ruin agreed with the sentiment. Although only one tier separated Tier 3 and 4, the gap between the tiers' strength increased with each subsequent tier. In front of a Tier 4 NPC, a Tier 3 NPC didn't even qualify to buy time. As Dyro and the two level 80 Evil Earth Dragons drew closer, Anna began to chant an incantation from within Zero Wings' defensive magic array. With her left hand, she swiftly drew line after line of divine runes in the air. Shortly after, two colossal magic arrays, one white and one black, appeared beside Anna. The ambient mana then began to flow towards the arrays, and Zero Wings members could feel the mana density increase around them by several times. Double speed casting. That personal guard is quite good. She actually knows how to double speed cast. It's a pity that she's going to die here today. When the various major powers upper echelons saw Anna double speed cast, envy gripped their hearts. While NPCs were indeed powerful, there were significant differences between them. Magical class NPCs capable of double casting were already extremely rare, not to mention NPCs capable of double speed casting. This was also why they had been so surprised to learn that Dairo could both double speed cast and supplementary cast. If a personal guard grasped these techniques, they would have an advantage over other NPCs when they reached higher tiers. Take Dairo, for example. Despite Dairo clearly being no match for the divine magic dragon under Shifeng's control, the NPC could rely on his techniques to mitigate the divine magic dragon's attacks and even entrap it. As the spectating crowd pondered such things, two pillars of light rose from the two colossal magic arrays, each taking on the color if the array it emerged from. In the next moment, 3 summoned creatures stepped out of each of the 2 light pillars. 3 knights in silver armor had emerged from the white light pillar, each of which wielded a silver sword in their right hands and a shield that could easily serve as a mirror in their left. Knight of Light, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 80. HP 60 000 000 /60 000 000. Meanwhile, 3 mages in deep black robes stepped out of the black light pillar. Each of the mages carried a staff that was shrouded in black mist. The crystals embedded in the top of the staves radiated 4 different colors. Envoy of Darkness, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 80. HP 45 000 000 /45 000 000. Tier 3 Spell, Light Summoning. Tier 3 Spell, Darkness Summoning. If players used the Grandmaster ranked growth potion, they'd only rise by a single tier, but if an NPC used the potion, that'd be a different story. After Anna rose to Tier 3, she had learned all of the Tier 3 spells she would know after truly being promoted to Tier 3. Hence, right now, she was a bona fide Tier 3 existence. The growth potion's only flaw was its short duration of 15 minutes. Once the potion's duration ended, Anna would revert to her original state. Hence, players had only used these potions in crucial moments in the past. They could not be treated like trump cards in guild wars or siege battles. What a powerful personal guard. The instant the 6 level 80 Grand Lords appeared beside Anna, silence fell over the spectating crowd. Nobody had thought that Anna was actually strong enough to summon 6 Grand Lords of the same level. With this, she was basically invincible among Tier 3 existences. Before the spectating crowd could recover from their shock, Anna controlled the Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness to charge out of the defensive magic array and attack Dairo and the 2 mythic evil beasts. In the next moment, the Knights of Light vanished, reappearing instantly around their mythic rank targets. Once the knights surrounded their opponents in a triangular formation, they raised their shields before them. Suddenly, a magic array of light manifested beneath each of the knights, linking with each other to form a prism of light that trapped Dairo and the mythic evil beasts. Immediately, Dairo and the evil beasts' basic attributes fell once more. Now, the 3 mythic existences only retained 60% of their original attributes. Moreover, they couldn't break free of the magic barrier unless they killed the Knights of Light. By the time the Knights of Light had finished, the Envoys of Darkness had also completed their spell's chants. Pitch-black mist began to rise from the ground within the barrier, binding Dairo and the evil earth dragons. Although the mist did not reduce the 3 mythic existences' basic attributes in the least, it did reduce their reaction speed and movement speed by 50%. By the time the Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness had further suppressed Dairo and the mythic evil beasts, Anna had finished chanting the final verse of her incantation. Tier 4 Spell, Yin-Yang Cycle. Under her command, a dual-colored magic array appeared in the sky, and 36 gigantic swords emerged, 18 of which were a silvery white, while the other 18 were an abyss black. These 36 swords then descended on Dairo and the 2 evil earth dragons. Despite seeing the approaching swords, the 2 mythic evil beasts showed no intention of dodging the weapons. Instead, they swiped their claws at the incoming attacks. However, the moment one of evil beast's claws met one of the silver swords, the impact flung its claw backward, bending its arm at an awkward angle. When the other evil beast touched a black sword, the sword passed through its claw and struck the evil earth dragon, dealing over -1 million damage. As the 36 swords fell, one after another, the two mythic evil beasts screamed in pain and their HPs plummeted. Although the two evil beasts wanted to escape, the falling swords pinned them in place. Naturally, Dairo didn't dare to block any of these swords. Rather, he used spells to help him evade the attacks. He didn't have any spare energy to strike at the Knights of Light, much less attack Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Even after another 10 seconds of this bombardment, Dairo and the two evil earth dragons still couldn't free themselves from Anna's assault. Not only had they failed to land a single hit on Zero Wing's defensive magic array, but the two evil earth dragons' HP also continued to decrease. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that woman really a Tier 3 personal guard? Everyone watched Dairo and the mythic evil beasts struggle with shocked expressions. Although Shifeng's domain scroll had suppressed Dairo and the evil beasts, significantly reducing their combat powers, a mere Tier 3 NPC shouldn't have any hope against them by herself, yet Shifeng's personal guard successfully faced them alone. Aside from the word strong, the spectating crowd truly had no other way to describe Anna. Despite Anna standing alone, her skills made her look like a team of NPCs. So, this is the strength of an epic personal guard? Shifeng was just as shocked to see Anna overwhelm Dairo and the two evil beasts. He had never thought that Anna could really go up against Tier 4 existences at Tier 3. With Anna's constant intervention, even after over a minute, Dairo couldn't attack the Knights of Light. In fact, the Tier 4 NPC's HP had even begun to decrease as he failed to keep up with Anna and the Envoys of Darkness's attacks. As he watched, Beast Emperor's eyes became bloodshot. However, he still wasn't particularly worried about this situation. With how powerful the potion Anna had consumed was, the potion's effects should not last very long. Once the potion's effects ended, Anna would have no power over Dairo. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Anna remained powerful throughout the entire battle. She showed no signs of weakening in the least. After Forbidden Domain's cooldown had ended, Shifeng cast the skill on Dairo's dark prison without hesitation. The giant ball of pitch-black chains shattered instantly. The 36 pitch-black magic arrays around the ball also disappeared. Once the trapped divine magic dragon regained its freedom, it resumed its attacks against Dairo. The divine magic dragon had already possessed higher attributes than the Tier 4 NPC, but after Shifeng had suppressed Dairo with his Tier 4 domain scroll and the Knights of Light's Prism of Light, Dairo was only slightly stronger than Grand Lords of the same level. As a result, the difference between the divine magic dragon and Dairo became even more obvious. Furthermore, Shifeng's Forbidden Domain had also affected the Dark Wizard, and he couldn't use any of his spells. After freeing the trapped divine magic dragon, Shifeng quickly switched places with Shadow Sword again and controlled the summoned creature to swipe at Dairo with its claw. Boom! Since the mythic NPC couldn't use any of his spells, he had to rely on his physical prowess to block the attack. However, even though he had stopped the attack with his staff, Dairo's basic attributes were too much lower than the divine magic dragon's. As a result, he still took the full brunt of the attack and received over -2 million damage. To Dairo, whose maximum HP was only at 60 million right now, that blow had taken 1/30th of his HP. Taking advantage of Dairo's helplessness, Anna followed the divine magic dragon's attack with a Tier 4 spell, dealing over -7 million damage to the silenced NPC. While 60 million HP might seem like a lot to players, to the divine magic dragon and Anna, this much HP was nothing. After 6 seconds of constant struggle, Dairo eventually removed the silence debuff. However, he only had 1/3 of his HP remaining by this point. To make matters worse, although Dairo could again defend himself with powerful spells, the massive difference in attributes between himself and the magic divine dragon was beyond the reach of spells. As a result, the enemy dragon broke through his defense, again and again, and his HP visibly decreased. Finally, when less than 1 minute remained on Anna's growth potion, Dairo's HP hit 0. The NPC elder then collapsed to the ground with a face of frustration and reluctance. Chapter 1717, Shocking Numerous Countries. Chapter 1717, Shocking Numerous Countries. As Dairo died, the dark gray evil energy consuming the sky above the primordial divine ruin faded. The land once again bathed in the sun's glaring rays. Many of Zero Wing's army abruptly leveled up as the Tier 4 NPC awarded more abundant EXP than any ordinary mythic monster. Unlike mythic monsters, the NPC dropped only 2 items when he had died. After these 2 items appeared, the evil energy surrounding the old man's body quickly dissipated, and shortly after, his body transformed into ash that scattered with the wind. He died. A Tier 4 NPC was killed, just like that. Everyone at the primordial divine ruin watched Dairo's disintegrating corpse in utter disbelief. After playing God's domain for so long, everyone was terrifyingly familiar with the strength of Tier 4 NPCs. They were powerhouses that could guard and rule over major NPC cities. They were definitely invincible to current players. Yet, players had just slain one such NPC. This situation had overturned everything they thought they had known about God's domain. How is this possible? That's a Tier 4 dark wizard we're talking about. Beast Emperor's countenance twisted as he stared at Dairo's corpse through the gigantic crystal ball in the evil god's branch temple. He had spent nearly all of his evil god's temple contribution points to get Dairo to participate in the battle. Aside from getting rid of Zero Wing, he also wanted to give the various superpowers a warning. He wanted everyone to know that the Orc Empire was his territory, yet both his main and side objectives had failed. Back on the battlefield, the players from the various major powers and adventurer teams weren't the only ones shocked by Dairo's death. Even Zero Wing's members stared at the NPC's corpse with dumbfounded expressions. Did we succeed? Aqua Rose muttered, finding what had just happened a little hard to believe. Relax. He's dead. Although Tier 4 NPCs are powerful, they're not invincible. Everyone, continue killing the evil demons and evil beasts. The battle is not over yet, Shifeng said, chuckling. Shadow Sword, come take back control over the dragon. While Tier 4 NPCs were very powerful, they were not insurmountable. As players reached higher levels and gained more strength, some would even take out the level 200, Tier 4 NPCs that protected major NPC cities, let alone a lowly level 80, Tier 4 NPC. Understood. Shadow Sword snapped out of his daze and nodded. Once Shadow Sword took control back, Shifeng activated Gale Domain, transforming into a blur as he dashed towards Dairo's ashes. NPCs like Dairo rarely dropped loot, which was why players weren't usually interested in killing God's domain's NPCs. Not only were NPCs built to counter players, but they also didn't drop much loot even after they died. Normally, players wouldn't bother with such a thankless task unless they had no other choice. As for the Tier 4 NPCs that protected cities, they almost never dropped loot. And due to the city's magic arrays, these NPCs would command even more combat power. To make matters worse, if players killed a city's protector, the city's kingdom or empire would post a bounty on their head. If players had a working brain, they wouldn't provoke an NPC city's Tier 4 NPCs without a very good reason. However, in the rare event such NPCs dropped loot, the items would definitely be top tier. Although Shifeng didn't need to worry about anyone stealing Dairo's loot due to the evil beasts and demons on the battlefield, he thought it would be best to be safe, rather than sorry. On the off chance that some suicidal players decided to give it a go, reclaiming the loot would be troublesome. The 2 evil earth dragons were still trapped in the Knights of Light's Prism of Light, and Anna and the divine magic dragon had them thoroughly pinned down. This allowed Shifeng to reach Dairo's partly disintegrated corpse easily. After retrieving the 2 items the NPC had dropped, he immediately turned and fled back to the defensive magic array. When the major powers players saw this, their eyes became bloodshot with envy. That was a Tier 4 NPC's loot. Even if they didn't know what the items were exactly, due to how powerful Dairo had been, those items were guaranteed to be extraordinary. However, although they were jealous, none of them dared to take action. Whether the divine magic dragons or Anna's level 80 Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness came after them, all of these beings were ridiculously powerful. Even if they charged onto the battlefield to steal the loot, they would simply add to these monsters' kill counts. Meanwhile, as the various superpowers upper echelons watched the two divine magic dragons battle, jealousy gripped their hearts. If Zero Wing could summon more divine magic dragons, then nobody in the Orc Empire could beat the guild, not even Beast Emperor. However, they also realized that even if Zero Wing could summon more of these dragons, it should only be able to do so a limited number of times. It was even possible that Zero Wing only had these two summoning arrays. Otherwise, the guild could have summoned a third divine magic dragon to take out Dairo, rather than giving Anna a rare potion to increase her strength. A potion that could elevate a personal guard by 1 tier was far more valuable than a divine magic dragon. Each of these dragons required 88 summoners, which had to be protected at all times. On the other hand, the potion Anna had consumed could be carried and used without such challenging restrictions. Of course, that was just an assumption. They'd have to investigate the situation slowly through their spies in Zero Wing to learn the exact truth of the matter. But it was safe to say that from today on, no one would dare to provoke Zero Wing at the primordial divine ruin. When Shifeng returned to the defensive magic array, he continued to command Zero Wing's army as they slaughtered the evil beasts and demons. After they killed 2 mythic evil beasts and 30,000 plus lower-ranked evil beasts and evil demons, Beast Emperor finally gave up and recalled his minions from the primordial divine ruin. Even Beast Emperor is helpless against Zero Wing. Falling Fire, who watched the battle from a safe distance with a magic mirror, frowned as he watched this outcome. He had planned to send Blackwater's army back to the ruin after Beast Emperor had severely wounded Zero Wing's forces, but it seemed that his plan was no longer viable. Sure enough, Zero Wing still won. Amazing. This is simply amazing. Zero Wing actually forced back an army of 100,000 plus evil demons and evil beasts with a little over 1,000 players. With this, Beast Emperor has lost his position as the Orc Empire's overlord. The spectating crowd at the primordial divine ruin could not help but shudder with excitement as they watched the evil demons and evil beasts frantically flee. Zero Wing had come to the primordial divine ruin with fewer than 2,000 players, yet not only had it defeated Blackwater's 10,000-strong army, but it had also pushed back a force of 100,000 plus monsters. In the midst of the battle, Zero Wing had even killed a Tier 4 NPC and 2 Tier 4 evil beasts. The watching players finally understood just how powerful Zero Wing was. The various superpowers, in particular, felt a sliver of fear as they watched the guild. At the very least, they didn't want to make an enemy of Zero Wing within the Orc Empire's boundaries. After all, nobody could say for certain that Zero Wing couldn't summon more divine magic dragons. As the battle ended, news of Zero Wing's shocking victory at the primordial divine ruin quickly spread to the kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Meanwhile, this news didn't only reach the ears of the various large guilds as even ordinary players learned of the battle. The news had reached so many players because many of the players at the primordial divine ruin were from adventurer teams, as well. Many of these adventurer teams' members began to upload the videos they had recorded of the battle to their respective countries' forums. Crap! Is this really a battle between players? Why does it feel more like a battle between NPCs? Quick, look! Isn't that a Tier 4 NPC? What? Zero Wing even managed to kill a Tier 4 NPC. Due to this masterpiece of a battle, Zero Wing's fame in the various kingdoms and empires rose significantly. Many players even began to consider joining Zero Wing. For a time, countless players swarmed towards White River City and Zero Wing City. Black Flame. Don't think that you've won the war just because you've won this battle. A cold glint flashed in Beast Emperor's eyes as he read the forum posts. Since you've severed one of my limbs, I'll make sure that Zero Wing never sets foot in the Orc Empire again. He admitted that his evil demon and evil beast army had been defeated, and the loss had been significant. However, he knew very well that the divine magic dragons were summoned creatures. They could only exist for a limited amount of time. Once that duration ended, he could simply send his minions back to the primordial divine ruin and slaughter Zero Wing's army. Even if Zero Wing could summon the divine magic dragons again, he could just order another retreat and attack at a later time. He had more than enough evil demons and evil beasts to bleed Zero Wing dry. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. After seeing that the battle was over, Shifeng used a return scroll to return to White River City. However, Shifeng did not head directly to the War God's Temple. Instead, he visited White River City's Adventurers Association. In a VIP room on the Adventurers Association's second floor. When one of the association's senior administrators entered the room, he greeted Shifeng, who rested on a sofa, and asked, "Lord Protector, how may I be of service today?" "I wish to build a town in a neutral map outside of the kingdom, and I need the Adventurers Association's help," Shifeng said, nodding. He then revealed the town building order he had acquired from the Lost Town. Chapter 1718, Building a Neutral Town. Chapter 1718, Building a Neutral Town. Inside the luxurious VIP room, the NPC senior adopted a more respectful attitude towards Shifeng upon watching the swordsman pull a tattered piece of parchment from his bag and place it on the table. Following which, the NPC inspected the parchment carefully. Although the town building order was nowhere near as valuable as a Star Moon Kingdom city building order on its own, it could rival, even surpass, the value of the Kingdom city building order depending on how it was used. This was because the town building order didn't have location restrictions. One could even construct a town in a neutral map if they wished to. Neutral maps were not under any kingdom or empire's jurisdiction, so building a town in one of these maps was akin to securing rule over the map. On the other hand, while the Star Moon Kingdom city building order was indeed very valuable, the city built had to be constructed within Star Moon Kingdom's borders. In other words, the city would still be under the kingdom's jurisdiction and would be largely influenced by the kingdom. The simplest example of such influence was the monthly management fee towns and cities had to pay the kingdom. For a basic city like Zero Wing City, players had to pay a monthly management fee of 30,000 gold. If the city were promoted to an intermediate or advanced city, the fee would increase by several times. However, if a town or city were constructed in a neutral map, players wouldn't be required to hand over an exorbitant management fee to any kingdom or empire. Instead, players only had to pay a small management fee to the system. Of course, such a benefit had a huge drawback: the lack of safety. Towns and cities within a kingdom or empire were under that kingdom or empire's protection. Monster attacks were the greatest threat these towns and cities would have to face. However, monsters weren't the only threat in a neutral map. Raids from other races would be commonplace, as well. If a guild weren't strong enough, building a town in a neutral map would simply be a waste of manpower and resources. In fact, guilds had often overestimated their strength during Shifeng's previous life, constructing towns in neutral maps, which were subsequently destroyed. However, this drawback included another benefit, which was the greatest benefit of building a town in a neutral map. Since neutral maps were not under a kingdom or empire's jurisdiction, guild towns and guild cities in neutral maps could trade with other races. God's domain had many different races. Aside from creatures with low intellect, which only knew how to slaughter other beings for survival, there were intelligent races that could communicate with players, such as dwarves, elves, orcs, half-elves, and half-orcs. Only, these races were prohibited from entering guild towns and cities within kingdoms and empires' borders. At most, players might encounter these races in NPC towns and cities, but even then, these races would only conduct basic trade with players. However, these foreign races produced many products that were better than those made by human hands. Moreover, each race had their own specialty products that would be of great help to players' survival when fighting in the fields. Take dwarven-made weapons and equipment, for example. As the dwarves had better techniques and special forging methods, their weapons and equipment performed far better than human-made products. Meanwhile, guild towns in neutral maps weren't prohibited from trading with foreign races. As long as a town were attractive enough, it could inspire members of the foreign races to visit. Aside from trade, players could also employ foreign races to serve as the town's soldiers. Unlike human warriors, these races' warriors generally specialized in a particular aspect. Hence, guilds that had towns in neutral maps in the past had hired foreign races' warriors to protect their towns. Because of these aspects, although neutral towns didn't seem any different than ordinary guild towns, they could actually function like miniature kingdoms in neutral maps. Although the neutral town couldn't compare to kingdoms and empires in every aspect, it had the qualities to become one. Lord Protector, I have ascertained that there are no problems with your town building order. May I know where you wish to build your town? The NPC administrator respectfully asked as he stored the town building order. He then took out a crystal ball and placed it on the table. In the next moment, a map of God's domain appeared in the crystal ball. Here, Shifeng said as he pointed at the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin. Constructing a town in a neutral map wasn't like building one in a kingdom or empire. Kingdoms and empires would never intervene in matters outside of their borders. Hence, when building a town in a neutral map, the Adventurers Association was fully responsible for handling the town's construction. Lord Protector, this location is currently quite chaotic. The lowest level monsters nearby are above level 50. Orcs also wreak havoc in the area. If you wish to build a town there, it will be costly. The basic construction fees alone come to 40,000 gold. If you wish to employ guards, each level 100, Tier 1 adventurer will cost 3 gold per day, 10 gold per day for a Tier 2 adventurer, and 100 gold per day for a Tier 3 adventurer. You will also only be allowed to employ them for a maximum of 3 days. Do you wish to hire any guards? I'll hire 1,000 Tier 1 adventurers, 500 Tier 2 adventurers, and 20 Tier 3 adventurers for 3 days. This wasn't the first time Shifeng had built a neutral town, so the cost didn't particularly surprise him. While neutral maps were extremely dangerous, the profit one could obtain from them was immense. Hence, towns in neutral maps were only given 3-day protection periods. Not only were these NPC guards expensive, but their levels wouldn't scale along with players, remaining only slightly higher than the local monsters. These NPC guards were mainly there to repel monster and foreign race assaults, not players. Zero Wing had recently earned a fortune from selling the equipment it had obtained after killing Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members. It also had the profit from Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City. However, since a large part of the money had to be invested in the guild's development, Zero Wing only had a little over 80,000 gold in the bank right now. The construction alone cost 40,000 gold, which was many times higher than building a town within Starmoon Kingdom. With how expensive the adventurers were, Shifeng didn't dare to hire too many at once. Furthermore, if a town wished to survive in a neutral map long-term, relying on temporary guards definitely wasn't a viable solution. Hence, the guild had to set some money aside to build static defenses in the town, as well. Alright. Your total bill comes to 70,000 gold. No discounts are available at this time, the NPC administrator said, nodding. Once you complete the payment, the Adventurers Association will send our people to the chosen location within 1 minute. It will take them roughly 20 minutes to complete the town's construction. 20 minutes? The senior administrator's explanation surprised Shifeng a little. He had never thought that the town's construction would take so long. When the Adventurers Association constructed a town in a nearby neutral map, it normally completed the construction within 10 minutes. Unlike cities, towns had fewer facilities and structures, after all. But his town required twice as long to construct. One could just imagine how dangerous the area around the primordial divine ruin was right now. However, Shifeng did not give the matter much thought. He handed 70,000 gold to the NPC and departed from the Adventurers Association. He then headed to the War God's Temple to earn himself some merit points. While Shifeng was on his way to the War God's Temple, he received a call from Aqua Rose. Guild leader, another problem has cropped up at the primordial divine ruin. As soon as we left the ruin, Beast Emperor sent his evil beasts and evil demons to surround the ruin again. We still can't send our elite members to garrison in the ruin, Aqua Rose reported with a somber expression. She hadn't expected Beast Emperor to be so shameless, making such a move. One of Beast Emperor's subordinates has also contacted us, informing us that he won't stop harassing us at the primordial divine ruin unless we release flame blood. Although Beast Emperor's actions were shameless, Zero Wing couldn't do anything about it. Zero Wing only had 2 magic arrays that could summon divine magic dragons, and both had been used during the previous battle. Now that Zero Wing had nothing to counter the evil beast and demon armies, sending in a player army would be suicidal. He's prepared to fight to the bitter end? Shifeng could not help but chuckle. Since that is the case, let him have his fun. We'll see how long he can continue his struggle. But what about Primordial City? Aqua Rose could tell that Shifeng was determined to destroy Beast Emperor thoroughly. However, Primordial City played a key role in helping Zero Wing's members reach Tier 2. Just ignore him, Shifeng said. For now, gather every architect in the Candlelight trading firm and have them gather in the guild residence. Then, contact Melancholic and tell her to prepare these materials for me. I'll need them in a moment. After saying so, Shifeng disconnected the call and quietly waited for his horse carriage to reach the War God's temple. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose stared at the darkened screen before her with a confused look. Is it really fine to leave him alone? Aqua Rose muttered to herself worriedly. However, the expression Shifeng has worn during their conversation indicated that he had a well-thought-out plan in mind. Immediately, she shook her worries out of her mind and sent Beast Emperor's subordinate a reply. Once that was done, she started to gather the necessary manpower and notified Melancholic Smile to collect the necessary materials. Ancient Rock City. Good. Very good. When Beast Emperor received Aqua Rose's reply via his subordinate, his complexion turned frighteningly ashen, and killing intent radiated from his entire body. He had never thought that Shifeng would be mad enough to fight him to the bitter end. Just as Beast Emperor was about to declare a war of annihilation on Zero Wing, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System announcement: congratulations to Zero Wing for being the first guild to construct a town in a neutral map. Rewarding 30,000 guild popularity and 10,000 popularity to the new town. Chapter 1719, Zero Wing's Town. Chapter 1719, Zero Wing's Town. A town in a neutral map. Beast Emperor stared at the system announcement, stunned. He wasn't unfamiliar with a town's construction. After all, many guilds had constructed towns within the various kingdoms and empires before. However, the building a town in a neutral map held an entirely different meaning. Neutral maps lacked teleportation points. Players could only rely on their own power to travel to neutral maps. If a guild constructed a guild town in a neutral map, its guild members could guild transfer scrolls to teleport to said town once it had a guild residence, saving plenty of travel time. Moreover, unlike a captured town, which had a fixed location, the owner could construct their town wherever they wished. Neutral maps were rich in resources, but the various major powers had only captured pre-made towns thus far. Nobody had successfully built a town in a neutral map yet. Even so, these powers had reaped plenty of benefits from their captured towns. If they could build a town in a strategic location and occupy it, they could definitely secure more resources. Meanwhile, at the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin, the players from the various major powers and adventurer teams, who were preparing to fight for the ruin's entry slots, were watching towards the southwest, an indescribable shock filling their gazes. Suddenly, a town had popped up in the highlands southwest of the primordial divine ruin. Combined with the previous system announcement, any fool would realize that this constructed town belonged to Zero Wing. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? Zero Wing is so awesome. The guild even had the means to construct a town here. Looking at the fully formed town, the various large guilds at the primordial divine ruin looked on with envy. Meanwhile, the eyes of the various adventurers glowed with excitement. Having a town so close to the primordial divine ruin was a dream. The primordial divine ruin was an important resource, which the various major powers competed for. These powers had even expended endless manpower and resources just to get more members into the ruin. Now that Zero Wing had built a town beside the primordial divine ruin, the guild would have a massive advantage over the other powers when competing for entry slots. First, Zero Wing could easily mobilize a large number of guild members to the primordial divine ruin. Zero Wing's members would not have to face hours of travel. Second, the players that Zero Wing garrisoned in the ruin wouldn't have to worry about repairing gear and replenishing supplies. The primordial divine ruin wasn't a town, and even though it offered hotels for players to rest in, there were a limited number available. Moreover, the cost was beyond exorbitant. Not even large guilds could necessarily afford for thousands of their members to rent rooms from the hotels, yet if players set up camp outside of the ruin, their stamina and concentration recovery would be incredibly slow. This prevented them from grinding the surrounding monsters and leveling up efficiently. However, towns were a different story. A town could accommodate more players, and most importantly, players could repair their weapons and equipment in a town. Although the primordial divine ruin had restaurants and hotels, it didn't have any smithies. Hence, players would have to return to their respective towns and cities to repair their gear after grinding around the ruin for some time. With these two advantages, Zero Wing could secure a powerful position in the competition over the primordial divine ruin's resources. While the various large guilds were furious over Zero Wing building a guild town next to the ruin, the various adventurer teams were elated. The participating adventurer teams were still far weaker than the various large guilds in the competition for entry slots. After all, unlike adventurer teams, the various large guilds had many members under their command and could afford to garrison their members in the primordial divine ruin in shifts without affecting their total combat power within the ruin. However, now that a town had been built next to the primordial divine ruin, the various adventurer teams could use it as a temporary base, staying close to the ruin long-term. With this, the various adventurer teams could compete with the various large guilds on a more even playing field. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's new town in the Orc Empire quickly spread to the neighboring kingdoms and empires. For a time, the various large guilds and independent experts were all talking about Zero Wing. Zero Wing's rise is certain now. Not only does the guild have the advanced combat rooms and a guild city, but it also has built a town right beside the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin. That's right. I heard that many independent experts have chosen to join Zero Wing to better develop themselves. Apparently, not only has the guild reserved specific advanced combat rooms for its members, but Zero Wing members can also learn the guild's combat techniques for a much lower price than non-guild players. I knew I should have joined Zero Wing earlier. Many independent experts from the various kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire were tempted to join Zero Wing after learning about the guild's latest achievement. They hadn't known much about Zero Wing previously, and those that had known hadn't had a particularly optimistic view of the guild. However, that had all changed after the guild's overwhelming victory against Blackwater and Beast Emperor. Now that Zero Wing had constructed a guild town beside the primordial divine ruin, even a fool could tell that the guild had a very high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. Many expert players targeted super first-rate guilds. If one could become an internal member of such an organization, they'd be able to live a life free of worry in the real world. However, super first-rate guilds had plenty of expert players, and only a limited number of people could become internal members. Hence, the competition within super first-rate guilds was intense. However, if players joined a guild that had the potential to become a super first-rate guild, even if they were only ordinary experts, they still had a high chance of becoming an internal member. Thinking about the potential benefits, many of the various kingdoms and empires' experts hurried towards Starmoon Kingdom. For a time, more players gathered before Zero Wing's residence in White River City and Zero Wing City, allowing the guild to recruit another large batch of elite and expert players. Meanwhile, when Aqua Rose, who was gathering the architects Shifeng had requested, found out about Zero Wing's new town, realization dawned on her. She was also instantly overjoyed. Now that Zero Wing had a guild town beside the primordial divine ruin, the guild would have a much easier time collecting combat techniques and entering Primordial City. Most importantly, the town would bring in a massive amount of income for Zero Wing. Nowadays, a large number of players grinded and leveling in the Orc Empire. All of these players were elites and experts from the various kingdoms and empires, and they all had plenty of resources. Meanwhile, there were only a few guild towns in the Orc Empire. Furthermore, ancient Rock City, which had been a hub for players, had become an evil demon nest. This further limited the number of rest areas for players. Now that a new guild town had popped up beside the primordial divine ruin, tons of expert and elite players would swarm the town, giving Zero-Wing access to all sorts of rare resources. The guild's new town would likely be even more profitable than Stone Forest Town, and for Zero-Wing's members, this was a golden opportunity to visit the Orc Empire to grind. Their leveling efficiency in the neutral map would definitely be faster than grinding in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who sat in an advanced horse carriage as he headed towards White River City's War God's Temple, remained wholly ignorant of the commotion Zero-Wing's new town had caused. All he knew was that his new town's construction had been completed. The system had also notified him that he needed to inspect the town and complete the handover procedures. However, Shifeng wasn't focused on his newest town, but on the contents of his bag. While he had been embroiled in battle, he hadn't had the chance to inspect his harvest. Now that things had settled down, he had to go through the items. After all, he had obtained much from the battle at the primordial divine ruin. Not only had Zero-Wing's army killed a large number of Blackwater experts, but it had also taken down 2 mythic evil beasts and a mythic ranked NPC. Among the top-tier equipment Blackwater's experts had dropped, the best had to be the magic weapon from Singular Burial. The magic weapon was a longbow called Firmament Striker. Magic weapons were even rarer than epic weapons. They were also much stronger than epic weapons. Unfortunately, wielding a magic weapon came with some severe risks. The 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts had also dropped splendid items. The monsters had dropped a growth-type epic-ranked mage robe and an evil energy potion recipe, an advanced alchemy recipe. The evil energy potion was a precious potion that when consumed, increases players' strength attribute by 15% and gave its user a certain amount of evil energy resistance for 2 hours. Naturally, the potion's main material was evil energy crystals. However, these items did little to hold Shifeng's attention as he was most eager to find out what the mythic NPC, Dairo, had dropped. Mythic NPCs rarely dropped items, but when they did, the items were definitely top tier. Following which, Shifeng retrieved the 2 items Dairo had dropped from his bag. He then appraised them with omniscient eyes. Chapter 1720, Evil God's Inheritance. Chapter 1720, Evil God's Inheritance. When Shifeng started appraising the 2 items Dairo dropped, the mana density inside the closed carriage rapidly increased. Like 2 hungry beasts that had just woken up, the 2 items absorbed the ambient mana around them ravenously. This situation surprised Shifeng somewhat. He had never thought that the 2 items Dairo dropped would be so amazing. Right now, the mana density in the carriage was slightly above even that of Stone Forest Town. The mana absorption process eventually stopped after about 10 seconds. The situation inside the carriage then quickly reverted to its original state. Previously, the 2 items Shifeng obtained had been sealed, which gave them the appearance of purplish gold crystal balls and made it impossible to discern their identity. In fact, the only information Shifeng got when he tried inspecting the items was their name, sealed crystal ball, and nothing else. Meanwhile, upon seeing the 2 unsealed items, Shifeng could not help but be stunned. Of the 2 items, one was a broken longsword, and the other was a gemstone that radiated 5 different colored glows. Evil God's Inheritance, One-Handed Sword. A treasured sword that the evil god once used. However, the sword was destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword was destroyed, the power of the evil god contained inside it remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible for the sword to regain its past glory. This piece is the broken hilt of the sword. By permanently sacrificing 10 points of all attributes, the user may execute 1 slash with the sword. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. When this fragment is within 1,000 yards of other fragments, the fragments will resonate with each other. Drops upon death. Cannot be traded. Limit gemstone, epic consumable. Can be embedded into a weapon or equipment to permanently improve it. Can be used on only epic ranked items or below. Shifeng shuddered involuntarily as he looked at the descriptions of these two items, his eyes glowing with excitement. Although he had long since known that the loot of a Tier 4 NPC would be extraordinary and certainly superior to epic items, he had never imagined that Dairo would drop these two items. The evil god's inheritance was a weapon the evil god had used frequently when it was still intact. In its complete form, it should be a legendary weapon at the very least. Although he had only a fragment of the weapon, it could lead to obtaining a real legendary weapon. Its value was definitely higher than that of a fragmented legendary weapon. After all, legendary items were exceedingly rare in God's domain, and every one of them had extraordinary origins. Not to mention, most of the clues players found that were related to legendary items were usually fake. Meanwhile, the most valuable aspect about the evil god's inheritance was the fact that it could be used. Even though it was capable of exerting only 10% of its original power, that was 10% of a legendary weapon's power, not something a fragmented legendary weapon could hope to compare to. Only, the price to use the weapon was a little steep. Let alone other players, even Shifeng would feel a sting if he had to pay 10 points in all attributes just to swing the weapon once. As for the other item Dairo dropped, it was something Shifeng had only ever heard about before. During his previous life, the Limit Gemstone had appeared in an auction hosted by a super guild. However, the Limit Gemstone sold back then wasn't supplied by the hosting super guild. Instead, it was an item some other player had put up for trade. When this item appeared during the bartering session of the auction, it had immediately caused an uproar at the auction venue. After all, the best weapon and equipment that peak experts could get their hands on back then were only epic rank. Fragmented legendary items were still far out of their reach. Hence, to them, an item capable of improving epic weapons and equipment was far more valuable than even epic weapons. In the end, the Limit Gemstone had been traded for one epic weapon and 3 pieces of top-tier dark gold equipment of that time. Back then, nobody had a strong opinion on this price. It was neither too expensive nor too cheap. Only some time later did everyone find out that the buyer of the Limit Gemstone had ended up making a huge profit. The Limit Gemstone turned out to be even more amazing than everyone thought it to be. Just like its name implied, it improved a weapon or equipment to its maximum limit, not just slightly. From then onward, whenever a Limit Gemstone appeared, it would sell for astronomical prices, even as much as 3 epic items. Back then, however, Shifeng was only qualified to use the Limit Gemstone as a topic of conversation. Actually owning one had been far beyond him. He never dreamed that he would obtain one himself in this life. It can upgrade only weapons and equipment at the epic rank or below. As Shifeng looked at the resplendent gemstone in his hand, he could not help but think of the sacred sword Killing Ray. As one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, Killing Ray was much stronger than any ordinary epic weapon. Moreover, it also had immense growth potential as it was one of the fragments of Solomon's sword, one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. Since it was once part of a legendary weapon, the quality of the materials used to forge Killing Ray went without saying. One could say that it was the best item to improve with the Limit Gemstone. Immediately, Shifeng unsheathed Killing Ray and placed the Limit Gemstone on the flat of the sword. Following which, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, do you wish to embed the Limit Gemstone in Killing Ray? Embed it. Shifeng agreed decisively. Suddenly, the 5-colored gemstone liquefied and spread itself across Killing Ray. A short moment later, the sacred sword was encased entirely in a layer of 5-colored liquid as if the longsword had just put on a 5-colored sheath. Following which, the glow from the 5-colored liquid intensified, so much so that Shifeng couldn't look at the sword directly. After several seconds the phenomenon subsided, and Killing Ray reverted to its original state. At this moment, however, several divine runes graced the sword's body, adding a hint of divinity to the sacred sword. As Shifeng wielded Killing Ray, he felt a pleasant feeling like never before. Right now, aside from his impression that the sacred sword was more powerful than before, Shifeng sensed that his compatibility with it had improved substantially. Now, Killing Ray felt more like an extension of his arm rather than a weapon. He could clearly perceive the layers of air the sacred sword was cutting through. In addition, golden arcs of electricity were sparking along the edges of the sword. Even after the sacred sword had moved away, arcs of electricity still lingered in the space it occupied before, vaporizing the air and anything else that came across them. Amazing! It is actually capable of causing continuous damage to places I've attacked before. Is this the true power of Killing Ray? Shifeng was astonished as he looked at Killing Ray. Epic weapons and equipment were extremely rare in God's domain, those that had hidden effects were even rarer. These hidden effects went unstated in the attribute panel and did not appear to be salient. However, only players that had wielded these kinds of weapons and equipment before would realize how significant these hidden effects actually were toward improving one's combat power. In fact, they were much more important than the attributes listed in the attribute panel. Take Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations for example. The hidden effect the fragmented legendary weapon possessed was simply heaven-defying. No matter what kind of attacks Fire Dance faced, she could easily block it by executing a random swing with her short sword. It was as if the entire space around her was within the attack trajectory of her weapon. It was simply impossible to predict her trajectory with 1,000 transformations. Due to 1,000 transformations as hidden effect, even if Fire Dance's combat standards were lacking, she could still hold her ground against Apex experts. Meanwhile, although Killing Ray's hidden effect was not a match for 1,000 transformations, it was still very frightening. Being able to cause damage to places he had attacked before would undoubtedly increase his DPS significantly. If utilized properly, he could even seal his opponent's movements, preventing all retaliation. Killing Ray's hidden effect would pose trouble even for Void Realm experts, not to mention other experts. After playing with Killing Ray's hidden effect for a while longer, Shifeng could no longer hold back, tapping open the Sacred Sword's attribute panel. He was very curious to find out just how much Killing Ray had improved. Chapter 1721, Upgraded Sacred Sword. After Shifeng opened Killing Ray's attribute panel and read it, he could not help but gasp. Killing Ray. Level 30, Level 120. Equipment requirement. Strength 1200, Agility 1000. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 2440, level 65. Strength plus 173, Agility plus 165, Endurance plus 162. Attack speed plus 25. Ignore 30% of the target's defense. When equipped. Strength increased by 20%, agility increased by 15%, and attack speed increased by 10%. Ignore levels plus 20. All sword skills plus 3 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger the lightning effect, increasing initial attack speed to 50% of the maximum and damage by 260%. Additional skill 1 dash. Summon Lightning, summons lightning to deal 600% lightning damage to enemies within a range of 20 yards and inflict the numb effect for 5 seconds. Afterward, attack range increased by 20 yards for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Thunder God's Descent, become immune to all control skills. Movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%, damage increased by 50%, and all damage received decreased by 60% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional skill 3 dash. Lightning Slash, imbue the power of lightning on the body of the sword, increasing strength by 330% and attack speed by 100% to execute a frontal attack that covers an area of 3 by 80 yards. Cooldown, 15 minutes. A sacred sword created by the godsmith Arnold using a piece of mysterious sword fragment. Killing Ray is one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, ranking 20th. It was once a sword used by the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. Allows the wielder to have the speed of lightning. When fighting against dark creatures, damage increased by 100%. Can be evolved. Cannot be destroyed. For a moment, Shifeng even suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Not only had Killing Ray's equipment requirement increased by a significant margin, but even its attack power had risen drastically. At level 65, its attack power already exceeded 2,400, close to rivaling the attack power of an epic two-handed weapon of the same level. Originally, Killing Ray was already a top-tier epic weapon. After being upgraded by the Limit Gemstone, its basic attributes had improved by 20%. Even the other effects were 5% better. The weapon's skills had also been strengthened to a certain degree, and there was even the addition of a new skill, Lightning Slash. Although Lightning Slash did not deal a lot of damage, the increase in strength it provided was crucial to expert players because higher strength allowed players to suppress their opponent and create gaps to land a fatal blow. With my current attack power, I can most likely break through even a Tier 2 MT's defense. Shifeng was startled as he looked at his own statistics. In God's domain, even if players landed a direct hit on another player's body, their target's defense would weaken their attacks, preventing 100% damage dealing. To deal 100% damage with an attack, a player would have to overcome their opponent's defense limit, which was determined by a player's defense value and armor type. Even at the same defense value, different armor types would grant different defense limits. For example, at the same defense value, the defense limit of plate armor would greatly exceed that of cloth armor. However, once a player's strength and attack power reached a certain measure, they could break through even an MT's defense limit and deal 100% damage with their attacks. After achieving such a measure of strength and attack power, what kind of armor one's opponent wore would no longer matter. Just as Shifeng was getting a feel for Killing Ray's newfound power, the advanced horse carriage he was riding finally arrived at the entrance of the War God's Temple. Currently, the War God's Temple was as lively as ever. The number of players visiting the temple was not the slightest bit lower than that of the city's auction house and of the Adventurers Association. However, in Shifeng's opinion, the traffic at the War God's Temple was still relatively low. The War God's Temple was the protector of the entire continent of God's domain. As players reached higher levels, they would come across the dark forces, such as demons, evil demons, and abyssal creatures, more frequently. Moreover, after players got promoted to Tier 2, so long as their War God's Temple reputation points reached 300, they could receive special quests to deal with these dark forces. These quests generally awarded plenty of merit points, in addition to some special resources. Meanwhile, after players accumulated 500 reputation points with the temple, they could start accepting large-scale crusade quests, which required players to target the gathering points for the dark forces. In the past, this was the type of quest that the various large guilds enjoyed accepting the most because at least half of the town-building orders they obtained originated from these crusade quests. If a large guild wished to have a better time developing in neutral maps, they would shift their focus to the War God's Temple. Currently, most of the players visiting the War God's Temple were independent players, only a small minority were guild players. In the future, however, the situation would be reversed with a large majority of the players visiting the War God's Temple being members of large guilds. As soon as Shifeng arrived at the main entrance of the War God's Temple, he attracted the attention of the nearby players. Crap! That's a 6-winged bronze-ranked guild emblem. That person must be a member of Zero Wing's main force. It would be great if I could get acquainted with such a big shot. That way, I'll have an easier time joining Zero Wing. Keep on dreaming. How could people like us possibly come into contact with a big shot from Zero Wing? He belongs to an entirely different world. Not to mention, everyone trying to join Zero Wing has to go through the same entrance test. I heard that even players personally introduced by Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, have to pass the test to join the guild. The eyes of the players standing outside the War God's Temple's main entrance were filled with awe and envy as they looked at the guild emblem pinned on Shifeng's black cloak. From the recent battle at the Primordial Divine Ruin, both the various large guilds and independent players could already tell that the odds of Zero Wing becoming a super first-rate guild in the future were excellent. Super first-rate guilds were powers that stood at the apex of God's domain. Even a first-rate guild backed by multiple major corporations would have to treat super first-rate guilds with great respect lest it provoke them. Meanwhile, who wouldn't want to join a guild with such great potential? In the virtual gaming world's past 100 years of history, players that belonged to first-rate guilds that eventually grew into super first-rate guilds had received great benefits. Particularly, expert players that originally belonged to the first-rate guild had been able to live the rest of their lives without worry. Those that had contributed greatly towards the guild's promotion into a super first-rate guild even lived an enviable and affluent life. Now that Zero Wing had displayed the potential to become a super first-rate guild, let alone Star Moon Kingdom's players, even players from other kingdoms and empires had come to Star Moon Kingdom to apply to Zero Wing. When Shifeng overheard the hushed conversations of the surrounding crowd, he simply chuckled as he continued into the War God's temple. After entering the temple's lobby, he immediately went to the third-floor hall. "Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today?" Senior Administrator Roland asked as he approached Shifeng. "I have caught an evil god apostle and wish to hand him over to Vice Temple Lord Capra," Shifeng said. "Another evil god apostle?" Roland's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at Shifeng in surprise. Every evil god apostle was incomparably cunning and extremely difficult to catch. Since Shifeng had already caught an apostle before, logically, other evil god apostles should operate with even greater care, increasing the difficulty of capturing them. Yet, now, Shifeng had actually managed to capture another one shortly after he captured the last one. "Lord Protector, please follow me." This time, Roland did not bother verifying the truth of Shifeng's words. Instead, he directly brought Shifeng to the fourth floor's triumphant hall. Afterward, Shifeng entered the same astrology room he had gone to during his last visit to the triumphant hall. Currently, Vice Temple Lord Capra was carrying out research through the gigantic magic water ball at the center of the room. "Lord Capra, I caught another evil god apostle." "Please verify it," Shifeng said as he took out the mobile jail detaining flame blood. "Young adventurer, you truly are the nemesis of the evil god apostles," Capra said, laughing as he paused his work. With a light wave of his hand, Shifeng's mobile jail then suddenly appeared in his palm. After Capra received the mobile jail, Flame Blood's figure appeared before Capra. "How is this possible?" Flame Blood's complexion paled when he saw Capra and the nearby Shifeng. Beast Emperor actually failed? At this moment, he could easily guess what kind of place he was at. Only, he never thought that Shifeng would actually elude Beast Emperor's capture and successfully deliver him to the War God's temple. "Black Flame. You cannot do this. If you hand me over to the War God's temple, Beast Emperor definitely won't let you get away." Flame Blood shouted as he glared at Shifeng. Right now, he was pinning all his hopes on Beast Emperor's deterrence. He knew that, unless Shifeng gave up on turning him in, he no longer had any hope of escaping from the War God's temple. "You should give up now if you think Beast Emperor will save you. If you really wish to survive, tell me the location of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple," Shifeng said, chuckling. He remained wholly unperturbed by Flame Blood's threat. Right now, the cleric was still ignorant of Beast Emperor's overwhelming defeat. "Remember. You have only 5 seconds to consider." After saying so, Shifeng began counting down from 5. Meanwhile, an incomparably ugly expression appeared on Flame Blood's face, his heart filled with misgivings. Chapter 1722, Beast Emperor's Rage. Inside the silent astrology room, Flame Blood glared at Shifeng hatefully. He never thought that Shifeng would make him such an offer. The Evil God's Temple was the foundation that Evil God's Temple members like Beast Emperor and himself relied on to develop themselves. If the Evil God's Temple they belonged to got destroyed, then all the progress they had made thus far would disappear. Hence, Beast Emperor had repeatedly warned him that under no circumstances should he reveal information about Star Moon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple. "Black Flame. I can tell you with confidence that the Evil God's Temple's strength is far beyond your imagination. As long as the evil beast army breaks through the Star Moon Kingdom's defensive line, at that time, not to mention Stone Forest Town, even Zero Wing will turn into nothing. If you let me go, Beast Emperor might give up on invading Star Moon Kingdom and target other kingdoms instead. If you hand me over to the War God's temple now, you'll only anger Beast Emperor further and force him to spend all his evil God's temple contribution points to hasten the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom. Do you really wish to see your entire guild crumble together with me? Only if you let me go will Beast Emperor give up on invading Star Moon Kingdom. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before the entire Star Moon Kingdom falls. Flame Blood repeatedly implored Shifeng to release him with indescribable anxiety on his face. Although Vice Temple Lord Capra was not a Tier 4 NPC, he was still a level 180, Tier 3 Great Mage, many times stronger than a level 80, Tier 4 NPC. Meanwhile, the intense pressure he gave off was enough to evoke deep despair in Flame Blood. At this moment, Flame Blood could only rely on the invasion of the evil god's temple to threaten Shifeng. NPCs led the invasion. The quantity and quality of evil beasts and evil demons participating in it were also far beyond what any single evil god's temple player could control. Current players simply had no chance of stopping the invasion. At this time, there were only two viable methods to do so. The first was to have Beast Emperor put a halt to the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom. The second was to destroy Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple. The location of the evil god's temple was of utmost importance to evil god's temple members. Before Flame Blood was officially made into an evil god apostle, Beast Emperor had made him sign a contract preventing him from revealing any details about the temple. If he violated the terms of the contract, he would suffer a fate even worse than getting sent to the War God's temple. Meanwhile, if he refused to reveal the location of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple, then he had only one other method to stop Shifeng from turning him into the War God's temple, and that was to have Beast Emperor stop the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom. As the guild leader of Zero Wing, Shifeng should know which decision was better for his guild. Flame Blood refused to believe that Shifeng would abandon the entire Zero Wing just to get rid of him. Are these your last words? Shifeng chuckled as he looked at the desperation on Flame Blood's face. You should think things through clearly. As long as you are killed by the War God's temple, all the progress you've made in this account will be lost. You'll also be able to start a new account only 1 month later. At that time, who knows how much time and effort you'll have to put in to return to the front lines. You'll miss out on plenty of opportunities. Currently, the elite members of the various large guilds were close to reaching level 50. In another month, many elite players would most likely have completed their Tier 2 promotion already, not to mention expert players. If Flame Blood had to restart from scratch, he would also miss out on the various resources and opportunities that could be obtained from exploring new maps. Unless the guild Flame Blood belonged to was willing to invest plenty of resources into him or the cleric had heaven-defying luck, he would have extreme difficulty getting the current advantages he possessed in the future. As Shifeng said so, Capra began chanting an incantation. Meanwhile, based on Shifeng's words, Flame Blood could tell that Shifeng was determined to turn him into the War God's temple. Crazy bastard. You really are insane. At this moment, Flame Blood could feel his mind breaking down. He even doubted Shifeng realized just how terrifying the evil god's temple's invasion was. He had never thought that Shifeng would actually go as far as to sacrifice Zero Wing just to take his life. Before Flame Blood could finish speaking, dozens of golden magic arrays appeared around him. A golden chain then shot out from each of the magic arrays. The chains pierced Flame Blood's body and bound his soul directly. Following which, Flame Blood's body began burning, his body transforming into a pile of ashes after just 2 seconds. The cleric's immortal soul was destroyed as well and completely disappeared from God's domain. Sure enough, he refused to speak. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he watched Flame Blood disappearing. He did not believe that Flame Blood refused to reveal the evil god's temple's location out of loyalty. There was an 80% chance that Beast Emperor had anticipated such a situation and made preparations. However, this outcome was within Shifeng's expectations. The evil god's temple was the foundation of evil god's temple members. Without the evil god's temple, Beast Emperor would lose the authority he had in Star Moon Kingdom. He naturally wouldn't let his minions reveal the location of the evil god's temple so easily. System, congratulations. You have captured an evil god apostle. Rewarding 12,000 War Gods Temple Merit Points, reputation with the War Gods Temple increased by 200 points, 200 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 2 legacy skill points. 12,000 merit points. Shifeng was a little surprised when he read the system notification. He was only awarded 10,000 merit points the first time he captured an evil god apostle. He actually received 2,000 more points than the previous time. However, he had quickly discovered that, while the merit points he obtained had increased, the free mastery points and legacy skill points awarded had decreased by a significant margin. Previously, he had gotten 50 free mastery points and 5 legacy skill points. Now, he had received only 40% of the previous amounts. Compared to obtaining an additional 2,000 merit points, he would rather have the 30 free mastery points and 3 legacy skill points. Meanwhile, after Flame Blood's permanent disappearance from God's domain, Beast Emperor, who was currently controlling his evil demon army from the evil god's branch temple at Ancient Rock City, received a system notification informing him about it. Black Flame. Beast Emperor bellowed, his expression twisting. Since you dare destroy my path to promotion, I'll have your Zero Wing go down with me as well. He was granted only 5 evil god apostle slots. Now that he had permanently lost 2 of them, he would have a much more difficult time developing himself further. At this moment, the man standing beside Beast Emperor spoke up. Boss, Black Flame is simply too arrogant. Why don't I mobilize my evil beast and evil demon armies in the Purple Thorns Kingdom and have them destroy Zero Wings Town at the Primordial Divine Ruin? That'll teach Black Flame a good lesson. This man had a tough appearance and was clad in silver scale armor. Unlike other evil god apostles, this man did not wrap himself in bandages. Instead, like Beast Emperor, he did nothing to hide his skin tone. Meanwhile, if one were to use an advanced identification skill on this man, one would discover that not only was he a level 52 berserker, but he was even in possession of the tier 2 hidden class savage warrior. No. That town is still in its protection period right now. Although the NPC guards there aren't as high-leveled as the NPC guards available inside a kingdom, they are still level 100 NPCs. There are also 20 tier 3 NPCs. Even 10 level 80 mythic ranked evil beasts wouldn't be enough to break the town, Beast Emperor said, shaking his head. What we need to do for now is wait. Based on the information Blackwater sent me, the town's protection period is only 3 days. During these 3 days, properly prepare yourself, Wind. Once the town's protection period is over, we'll attack. Boss, rest assured. I guarantee that Zero Wings Town will be flattened as soon as its protection period is over. The silver-armored man named Wind Hunter said with a confident smile on his face. Beast Emperor nodded in response to Wind Hunter's words. He had a lot of confidence in the man before him. Wind Hunter was not only his closest confidant but also the first person he had turned into an evil god apostle. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Star Moon Kingdom wasn't Beast Emperor's main headquarters, which was actually the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Wind Hunter had been operating in the Purple Thorns Kingdom for a very long time already, building up a foundation for himself that simply wasn't something newly minted evil god apostles like Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood could hope to compare to. Meanwhile, back inside the astrology room in the War God's Temple, Shifeng had realigned his thoughts. Although he had failed to obtain the location of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple, he still managed to garner some information regarding the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom, which was the fact that Beast Emperor first needed to have enough evil god's temple contribution points to advance the invasion. Without sufficient contribution points, the invasion would have no way of breaking through the kingdom's defensive line. To Shifeng, this was undoubtedly good news. At the very least, he would not have to worry about the invasion progressing into the kingdom anytime soon. After all, Beast Emperor should have spent a lot of his contribution points on the previous battle at the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shifeng refused to believe that Beast Emperor had managed to get a Tier 4 NPC to take action for free. With this knowledge in mind, what he needed to do now was strengthen himself as quickly as possible and find the location of the evil god's temple. Following which, Shifeng approached Capra and asked, "Lord Capra, I have an evil god's eye here. May I know if the war god's temple is able to repair it for me?" Chapter 1723, Complete Evil God's Eye. An evil god's eye. A hint of shock flashed across Capra's wizened face as he stared at Shifeng. Clearly excited, he asked, "Did you really obtain an evil god's eye?" Seeing the excitement and passion on Capra's face, Shifeng retrieved dark gray, runic crystal ball from his bag. As the crystal ball appeared in the room, it began to leak small traces of evil energy. This crystal ball was none other than the evil god's eye that he had obtained after destroying the evil god's sealing magic array. The moment Shifeng revealed the evil god's eye, Capra's gaze sharpened as he examined the crystal ball. If Shifeng hadn't known that good-aligned NPCs wouldn't steal from players, he wouldn't have doubted that Capra would have snatched the evil god's eye from him without hesitation. It's actually real. Capra became even more excited after a detailed inspection of the item. He then shifted his gaze back to Shifeng and said, "Although this evil god's eye has been damaged, it is still very valuable. It's also the material I've been searching for. If you are willing to sell this evil god's eye to me, I will offer you this elemental crown and 5,000 merit points." Capra grinned as he retrieved a crown studded with 7 resplendent gemstones. Shifeng could feel the mana around him grow restless the moment the crown appeared in the room. A fragmented legendary item? Shifeng could not help but gasp when he saw the elemental crown. He had never thought that Capra would be so generous. If he obtained the elemental crown now, he could instantly transform one of Zero Wing's members into a peak expert. Moreover, Capra had also offered an additional 5,000 merit points. That was nearly the price of an epic item. Of course, you can choose to repair the evil god's eye. However, doing so will be incredibly expensive. In addition to 15,000 merit points, you'll need 100 mana stones and 3 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Shifeng was inwardly astonished. He hadn't expected the repair costs for this item to be so exorbitant. Generally, players could only obtain mana stones from raiding team dungeons, but even 100-man Hell mode team dungeons had very low drop rates. As for the 7 luminaries crystals, it was likely that not a single guild had even 1 unit at this stage of the game. You can take your time to consider your options. There is no need to make a decision now, Capra said, chuckling. Lord Capra, I've already decided. I want to repair the evil god's eye, Shifeng said, determined. His desire for fragmented legendary items was intense right now, especially for fragmented legendary items that were suited for magical classes. If he gave the elemental crown to one of Zero Wing's magical class experts, that expert's firepower would rise to a whole new level. However, the evil god's eye would help the guild as a whole far more than the elemental crown. Although miniature worlds only produced a small number of resources, the power ore they produced was incomparably valuable. Normally, the power ore could only be acquired from unstable otherworlds. Moreover, the miniature world was far rarer and more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Many first-rate guilds in the past had even been willing to trade over a dozen fragmented legendary items for a single miniature world. Hence, the wisest decision for Shifeng was to repair the evil god's eye. How unfortunate. Capra sighed before regaining his usual calm. He then looked at Shifeng and said, "Hand over the materials, then. If you don't have them ready, you can go collect them. You can find me again once you have the required materials." Shifeng nodded in response. He then left the war god's temple and rushed to the candlelight trading firm. Others might struggle to gather 100 mana stones and 3 units of 7 luminaries crystal, but the task wasn't difficult for Shifeng in the least. With the Philosopher's Stone, he could synthesize the 2 items from magic crystals and 7 luminaries shards. Following which, Shifeng transformed 5,000 magic crystals and 100 plus 7 luminaries shards, which had been left over from the 4 Towers of Elements construction, into 100 mana stones and 2 7 luminaries crystals. He then hurried back to meet with Capra. When Capra saw that Shifeng had the required materials, he gave the swordsman a serious look before asking, "Do you really wish to repair the evil god's eye?" System: repairing the evil god's eye will cost 15,000 merit points. As you have 3,700 War God's Temple reputation points, you can pay 20% of the merit points with coins. Do you wish to pay with coins? System: based on the system's analysis of the current market, each merit point is worth 2 gold, 10 silver. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Shifeng answered without hesitation. He currently had over 12,000 merit points. If he paid 3,000 merit points with coins, he would have just enough merit points to repair the evil god's eye. Instantly, 6,300 gold vanished from Shifeng's bag. After Capra received the materials, he began to chant an incantation and write line after line of divine runes. The ambient mana and Capra's runes then gradually flowed into the evil god's eye, which hovered before the Vice Temple Lord. As this process continued, Shifeng could see the runes on the surface of the evil god's eye sharpen. The density of the evil energy the dark gray crystal ball radiated also increased. When every mana stone and 7 luminaries crystal had merged with the evil god's eye, the runes on the orb released a dazzling, gray glow. As he watched the dark gray crystal ball, Shifeng could feel a dangerously malicious intent radiating from it. At this point, the evil god's eye stopped leaking evil energy. Now, it merely looked like a crystal decorated with mysterious runes. Alright, I've repaired the evil god's eye. Hopefully, you can utilize it properly. Make sure that you don't let those from the evil god's temple find out that you have it. Otherwise, they'll use everything in their power to destroy you, Capra warned as he reluctantly handed the evil god's eye back to Shifeng. When Shifeng received the evil god's eye, he felt an immense weight in his hands. Rather than an ordinary crystal, he felt as if he had just received a miniature mountain. If he weren't a Tier 2 player with over 1,500 points in his strength, he might not even be able to carry the fist-sized crystal ball. It's so heavy. So, this is the intact evil god's eye. As he held the evil god's eye, Shifeng inspected the item's attribute panel. Evil god's eye, fragmented legendary rank item. This item had been created by the evil god for the specific purpose of opening a path through the world's barrier. The evil god's eye contains a sealed miniature world, and can be used as a conduit to transfer the miniature world's power to the outside world. The evil god's eye also grants its holder sovereignty over the miniature world within. Additional skill 1-. World's power can be used as a magic array's power source, improving the magic array's effects by a maximum of 120%. Cooldown, 48 hours. Additional skill 2-. Teleportation pathway, opens a pathway to the sealed miniature world. The pathway lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 96 hours. Amazing. Shifeng was utterly dumbfounded after inspecting the intact evil god's eye. He finally understood why the various superpowers in the past had valued miniature worlds to such an extreme. As Shifeng quietly admired the evil god's eye, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, Melancholic Smile has gathered the materials you require. I have also gathered the architects you've requested in Zero Wing City, Aqua Rose reported. Alright, I'll head over right away. Shifeng could not help but smile when he heard Aqua Rose's words. With this, Zero Wing would soon have a second stone forest town. Only this time, it was in a neutral map. Chapter 1724, Power of the Sacred Sword. Chapter 1724, Power of the Sacred Sword. After Shifeng disconnected the call, he left the War God's Temple and used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Zero Wing City. He then used the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function to travel to the Orc Empire, making his way towards the primordial divine ruin. There are still evil demons here. Currently, Shifeng wore his black cloak, keeping his identity hidden. As he approached the wilderness near the primordial divine ruin, he frowned at what he saw. He spotted level 70+ evil demons and evil beasts wandering on the grassy plain before him. There were easily over 5,000 monsters, which were even stronger than Beast Emperor's evil beasts and evil demons that Zero Wing had recently fought. Zero Wing's new town had recently been constructed, so he had yet to set up a guild residence teleportation magic array in the town's residence. Hence, he had rushed towards the primordial divine ruin to complete the town's handover procedures and set up the teleportation array. Fellow friend, I take it that you haven't visited the Orc Empire recently, huh? A level 49 male ranger in dark blue leather armor, who had been passing by, approached Shifeng and asked when he noticed the swordsman's frown. The youth then smiled and continued, Zero Wing fought a massive battle against Beast Emperor's evil beast and evil demon armies just some time ago. Although Beast Emperor was defeated and eventually forced to retreat, he didn't give up on his mission to keep Zero Wing from visiting the ruin. On the contrary, he sent a massive group of stronger evil beasts and evil demons from ancient Rock City to surround the primordial divine ruin. Now, the only way to get to the ruin is to go through the checkpoint ahead. Checkpoint? Shifeng asked curiously. That's right. It seems Beast Emperor wants to prevent Zero Wing's members from sneaking into the ruin by hiding their identities. Unless players enter via the checkpoint, the evil beasts and demons will attack them, the ranger youth said, nodding. I'd advise against trying to barge through just to save time. Those evil beasts and evil demons are extremely powerful. Some players, who had been displeased with the new setup, tried to head to the ruin without passing through the checkpoint. In the end, the 100-man team was quickly destroyed. To be honest, there's no need to be in such a hurry anyway. Look, the checkpoint's queue is moving relatively quickly. After all, it's just there to determine whether or not players are from Zero Wing. It took us quite a bit of time and effort to get this far. A few more minutes won't really make a huge difference. They're checking for Zero Wing members. Shifeng muttered as he looked towards where the ranger youth had pointed. That's right. I don't know what Zero Wing did, but it seems that the guild really infuriated Beast Emperor. He's already announced that he intends to fight Zero Wing to the bitter end, the ranger youth said, nodding. So, he made this checkpoint for that purpose. Not only has Beast Emperor stationed his subordinates at the checkpoint, but there are also plenty of powerful evil demons there. I see, Shifeng muttered. He then walked straight towards Beast Emperor's checkpoint. At the end of the day, evil demons were monsters. As long as players wore a black cloak, evil demons couldn't determine their identities. However, players could. As long as Beast Emperor's subordinates forced passing players to remove their black cloaks, they could determine the players' identities. Although Zero Wing's members could avoid discovery by hiding their guild emblems, doing so would seem like the guild's players were afraid of Beast Emperor. Fellow friend, where are you going? That's not where the end of the line starts, the ranger youth called out as he watched Shifeng walk straight towards the checkpoint. If you don't follow the rules and try to skip the queue, they'll definitely kill you. It's fine. I'm the Zero Wing member they're looking for, Shifeng casually replied as he waved a hand. As Shifeng finished his statement, he accelerated and vanished. The Zero Wing member. Shifeng's reply dumbfounded both the ranger youth and his companions. What was going on? One of Zero Wing's members actually dared to rush towards Beast Emperor's checkpoint. Moreover, that member approached the checkpoint by himself. Didn't the swordsman realize that hundreds of evil demons guarded the checkpoint? Beast Emperor had even stationed a mythic-ranked evil demon there. Such a force would even annihilate a 100-man expert team in the blink of an eye. When the ranger youth and his companions finally recovered from their daze, they chased after Shifeng to stop his insane actions. They were all independent players, and in a fight between Beast Emperor and Zero Wing, they were strong supporters of the guild. Not only was Beast Emperor's attitude overbearing, but he was also an evil god's temple member who saw players as potential sacrifices. On the surface, they lacked the courage to condemn Beast Emperor's actions, but inwardly, they hated him to the bone. However, the ranger youth and his companions were simply too slow to catch up to Shifeng. After a few seconds of running, Shifeng had already reached the checkpoint and had been discovered by Beast Emperor's subordinates. Who are you? Don't you realize that this is a checkpoint? Everyone must queue up and remove their black cloaks to pass through, a level 50 shield warrior in silvery gray armor shouted at Silverwing. Although Zero Wing had defeated Beast Emperor's army once before, the Orc Empire was still the evil god's temple's territory. As Beast Emperor's subordinates, even Super Guild's members had to treat them with respect. Even a peak expert would have to lower their head in the Orc Empire. Me? Smiling leisurely, Silverwing responded, I'm one of the people you are looking for. Saying so, Silverwing took a step forward. With his extraordinary attributes, the swordsman arrived before the level 50 shield warrior in an instant. He then unsheathed Killing Ray and swung it. Hua! A blue flash bloomed before the shield warrior. The level 50 shield warrior immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Even after dying, he hadn't reacted to what had just happened. When the shield warrior's corpse hit the ground, a level 45 fine gold ranked armor piece dropped beside him. He died. Who is that? He's so powerful. Has that swordsman lost his mind? I think I heard that guy mention that he's a member of Zero Wing. The thousands of players in the queue were dumbfounded by what had just happened. They couldn't believe their eyes. Whether or not Silverwing had told the truth about being from Zero Wing, the fact that he had killed a level 50 shield warrior with a single slash was incredibly shocking. A level 50 shield warrior, even at tier 1, would have close to 50,000 HP. Shield warriors also had far more defense than other classes. They had passive skills that reduced incoming damage, as well. Even a great lord of the same level couldn't instant kill such a shield warrior, yet Silverwing had accomplished exactly that. Beast Emperor's 13 other subordinates a short distance away were similarly stupefied. They had never expected someone to be foolish enough to attack the checkpoint alone. Hundreds of evil demons surrounded the checkpoint, including a level 80 mythic evil demon. Even peak experts would be utterly powerless against a mythic evil demon. At the very minimum, players would need a team of 1,000 experts to pin one down. Bastard! Beast Emperor's subordinates bellowed in rage when they noticed that Silverwing had actually picked up their companion's equipment and stored it. They immediately unsheathed their weapons and charged at the offending swordsman. In their opinion, Silverwing must have used some sort of skill to instant kill their shield warrior companion, and such powerful skills had very long cooldowns. Silverwing should not be able to use it again for the next several minutes. Every one of the dozen or so subordinates at the checkpoint was a level 50 expert. Moreover, the dead shield warrior only ranked among the lower half of their group in terms of strength and equipment. Even if they weren't a match for Silverwing, they could still involve the nearby evil demons. However, when only 15 yards separated Silverwing and the 5 melee experts, who led the charge, Silverwing abruptly disappeared. By the time the 5 melee experts realized Silverwing was gone, he reappeared right in front of them. No! Finding Silverwing before them so suddenly, the 5 melee experts panicked, trying to focus on full defense. But Zero Wing's top swordsman didn't give them the opportunity to defend themselves as he brandished Killing Ray. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, 10 sword lights, 1 blue and 9 black, sliced at the 5 melee experts before they could react. The experts' HP plummeted rapidly, reaching 0 in a fraction of a second. All 5 melee experts then hit the ground simultaneously. Wait! That's Shadow Blade. He's Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader. Chapter 1725, Fighting a Mythic with Brute Force. Chapter 1725, Fighting a Mythic with Brute Force. Shadow Blade? Is he really the Sword King? Surprise overcame the thousands of players in line for Beast Emperor's checkpoint when they saw the 10 sword lights and the 5 melee players. Everyone here knew of Black Flame, especially after Zero Wing's battle with Heaven's Burial at Stone Forest Town. The man was even capable of taking on war weapons. During the battle with Blackwater at the Primordial Divine Ruin, Black Flame had even slain Singular Burial, Heaven's Burial's original guild leader, with one attack. Black Flame's shocking battle records had become a hot topic for players in the various kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire long ago. Due to Black Flame's popularity, many players had attempted to analyze why he was so powerful. These players had even publicly exposed some of Black Flame's skills. Among Black Flame's various skills, Shadow Blade was considered one of the man's trademark moves because it wasn't a skill of a Tier 2 sword master. Based on everyone's deduction, it was most likely a unique skill of a hidden class. Shi Feng's summoning of 9 additional attacks with a single swing of his sword was likely a result of his Shadow Blade skill. Including the fact that Shi Feng had declared himself as a member of Zero Wing, there was a very high possibility that Shi Feng was Black Flame. As they realized this, everyone watching got goosebumps. Black Flame had defeated Beast Emperor's army once before, and his control of summoned creatures had been astounding. He was definitely one of God's domain's mythical characters. They never expected to have a chance to meet or interact with this swordsman. Now, not only did they get to see Black Flame in person, but they also got to watch him attack Beast Emperor's checkpoint. They were going to watch a historic moment happen right before their very eyes. Why wouldn't they be excited? Black Flame? What? Why are we so unlucky? Beast Emperor's subordinates, who had planned to charge at Shi Feng, slid to a stop as they stared at their adversary. All of their prior confidence and rage disappeared. Now, only fear flashed in their eyes. Although they were expert players and wore excellent equipment, they did not think, even for a second, that they could contend with Shi Feng. Moreover, they had all watched this man's battle videos. He could even slay Tier 2 experts as easily as slicing vegetables, let alone Tier 1 players like themselves. They could only hope to buy as much time as possible for the evil demons to arrive and deal with Shi Feng. There were hundreds of evil demons nearby, the weakest of which was a level 70 lord, while the strongest was a level 80 mythic ranked evil demon. Even if Shi Feng were more powerful, there was no way he could solo a level 80 mythic evil demon. Not gonna attack. Shi Feng smiled as he swept a glance across Beast Emperor's remaining 8 subordinates. Then, I guess it's my turn. Saying so, Shi Feng vanished, only leaving behind an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng reappeared roughly 10 yards away from a level 50 summoner. Before this summoner could cast a spell, a blue flash devoured him. Chop! The summoner's HP, which had been over 34,000, hit 0 instantly. The summoner's vision then darkened as his body collapsed, a pair of level 45 dark gold ranked gloves dropping beside his corpse. After Shi Feng unhurriedly pocketed the pair of gloves, he made his way to the level 50 ranger nearby. Although the level 50 ranger had reacted by activating his backward leap skill, Shi Feng had swung Killing Ray before the skill could take effect. Thundering Flash. One of the 4 streaks of lightning that emerged from the sacred sword devoured the ranger, who turned into a pile of ash and left behind a pair of pants. The other 3 streaks of lightning assaulted 3 other subordinates. Aside from the one elementalist that activated his life-saving skill in time, the lightning tore the life from the cleric and oracle, robbing them of all of their HPs. As if space itself had frozen, silence dominated Shi Feng's surroundings. Crap! Is he even a human? Aren't Thundering Flash's 4 strikes supposed to move in the same direction? Is this a joke? Thundering Flash can actually be used like this? As the thousands of players at the checkpoint watched the fight, their jaws hit the ground as Shi Feng slew 3 of Beast Emperor's subordinates, who had been fairly spread out, with Thundering Flash. Although Thundering Flash was a rare skill, some players had managed to learn it. It was undoubtedly one of the strongest AoE skills for swordsmen during the early stages of the game, so quite a few players were familiar with the skill's details. Yet, Shi Feng had just defied the skill's limitations, using it as 4 separate skills instead of 1. Moreover, all of his attacks had accurately struck his targets. This was simply unbelievable. What these players didn't know was that Shi Feng had long since mastered his control over his skills. Since he had reached the Void Realm, he had a perfect grasp of his enemy's movements. Then, he used his arm and wrist to alter the lightning strike's trajectory as they left the tip of his sword. Normally, it should be impossible to alter the lightning strike's direction as the intervals between each strike's launch were extremely short, but by using his understanding of the realms of truth, he could make the impossible possible. Of course, the biggest reason he was able to pull off such a feat had to be Killing Ray's frightening attack speed. Otherwise, the most he'd be able to do was manipulate the trajectory of 3 of the 4 lightning strikes. Although he might be able to alter the last strike's trajectory, it wouldn't be very accurate. Some of the refinement realm experts present were utterly captivated by Shifeng's technique. They realized what Shifeng had just accomplished, albeit barely. However, although they knew the principle behind the technique Shifeng had used, they also understood how nearly impossible the technique was to execute. After watching Shifeng execute 4 more of their companions with so little effort, Beast Emperor's remaining 4 subordinates were utterly terror-stricken as they stared at this swordsman. Although they had already known Shifeng was powerful, they hadn't thought that he was this powerful. Shifeng's strength was beyond their comprehension. This swordsman from Zero Wing could slaughter them without trouble even if he had the same basic attributes as they did. As the 4 were about to fall to their despair, however, the evil demons finally arrived. Seeing that their demonic reinforcements were only 40 yards away, the 4 survivors breathed a deep sigh of relief. A little confidence turned to their gazes as they looked back at Shifeng. They had reacted in such a way because, among the evil demons rushing to their aid, one was a level 80 mythic evil demon. Black Flame, let's see how arrogant you'll be now, the elementalist, who had sealed himself in a coffin of ice, revealed a gleeful expression. Suddenly, the 5-meter-tall mythic evil demon pounced at Shifeng and swung its right claw, which was shrouded in dark gray fog, at Shifeng's head, tearing space as the claw passed. A mythic evil demon? Glancing at the approaching mythic evil demon, Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength, agility, defense, and HP skyrocketing. Shifeng then countered the incoming claw with a slash from Killing Ray. Lightning Slash. Killing Ray released a golden glow as it moved towards the evil demon's claw. The sacred sword sliced the space before it like a piece of paper, a pitch-black tear appearing before Shifeng. As this tear continued to extend away from its creator before a massive lightning bolt shot through it. In an instant, this lightning bolt stretched 80 yards away from Shifeng. Before anyone had realized it, Killing Ray had met the mythic evil demon's claw. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, an intense shockwave shook its surroundings as it spread out from its epicenter. Even the players standing over 100 yards away felt the shockwave's severity. To everyone's surprise, the mythic-ranked evil demon actually took 3 steps back. Its right claw sported a deep cut, so deep that the evil demon's bone was exposed. Chapter 1726, World's Power. He pushed the evil demon back. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? No, that mythic evil demon actually slid backward. Everyone's heart pounded madly when they saw the mythic evil demon retreat by 3 steps. Without the help of war weapons, a Tier 4 mythic evil demon was unshakable to current players, yet without any help, Shifeng had forced the monster to step back. The watching players felt as if they had just watched an ant push back a ferocious lion. No matter how they looked at the situation, it had to be some kind of joke. Most importantly, Shifeng had actually injured the evil demon physically. Although he had only left a cut behind on the evil demon's claw and arm, it was astounding. It wasn't even possible to injure a mythic-ranked monster with a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, but Shifeng had done so by relying on his own strength. Even Beast Emperor's subordinates gaped in shock at the wound Shifeng had left on the mythic evil demon's claw, not to mention the thousands of spectators. The cut was so deep that it revealed bone. Moreover, faint, arcs of golden electricity danced around the wound, causing further damage. The evil demon couldn't even move the claw since it had been subjected to a paralyzed state. Seeing this, the shreds of joy and confidence that had returned to Beast Emperor's reaming subordinates instantly vanished. A chilling sensation then assaulted their minds, making them shudder. When they looked at Shifeng now, they felt as if they were staring down a primordial beast, not some player. Shifeng's aura also felt more oppressive than it had before, stifling their breathing as they bathed in it. They no longer felt as if their lives rested in their own hands, but in Shifeng's instead. If Shifeng wished it, he could crush them with a thought. However, a mythic evil demon was still a mythic evil demon at the end of the day, and although one of its claws was temporarily paralyzed, its other claw didn't remain idle. The mythic evil demon immediately launched another attack with its uninjured claw. This time, however, Shifeng did not try to stop the attack. Instead, he activated the disintegration armor's disintegration field. Suddenly, a bluish-gray ripple tore away from Shifeng, enveloping the mythic evil demon and Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates, and as it did, the 4 players and evil demon felt an immense pressure descend on them. Beast Emperor's 4 subordinates watched their basic attributes decrease by 40%, while the mythic evil demon's basic attributes fell by 15%. Following which, Shifeng executed Purgatory Pentaslash. One sword light after another flew at the mythic evil demon's claw. A few of the sword lights even merged right before reaching the claw. Boom! Although the mythic evil demon did not retreat in the slightest this time, its assault had halted. Sure enough, a mythic monster really is powerful. Despite being weakened, I still can't solo it yet. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he looked at the mythic evil demon before him. He had only overwhelmed the evil demon previously due to Lightning Slash's 330% strength increase, but even after merging some of his attacks, his strength was barely a match for the weakened evil demon. After this, aside from activating Twofold Berserk, he had no means of taking the mythic evil demon head-on. Obviously, Twofold Berserk wasn't viable for this situation. Twofold Berserk only had a 20-second duration, but even after being weakened, the mythic evil demon still had a maximum HP of 127,500,000. He'd be lucky to shave off 2% of the evil demon's HP in 20 seconds. Following which, Shifeng used Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split away from his body. Now, rather than dance with the mythic evil demon, he avoided it. While doing so, Shifeng took a Tier 4 single-target attack magic scroll from his bag. It was one of the scrolls he had obtained after killing a mythic evil beast. Dark Destruction. After activating the scroll, Shifeng immediately used World's Power on the magic array within it. Suddenly, pitch-black magic arrays started to manifest, and in an instant, 33 arrays had the evil demon completely surrounded. Before the mythic evil demon could flee, the arrays began to fire darkness spears, piercing the evil demon's body. The 33 magic arrays quickly transformed the mythic evil demon into a porcupine. The mythic-ranked evil demon's agonized screams were all anyone could hear. After another 2 seconds, every darkness spear in the evil demon's body exploded, instantly stealing over 8 million of the evil demon's HP. After the massive explosion, the mythic evil demon was in an incomparably miserable state. It was covered in wounds, steadily seeping fresh blood. Even a fool could see that the mythic evil demon suffered a heavily injured state. What destructive power! He actually injured a mythic-ranked evil demon so severely. Did he use a magic scroll containing a Tier 4 curse or Tier 5 spell? The spectating crowd could not help but gasp when they saw the injured evil demon. If they couldn't see that the mythic evil demon still had plenty of HP, they'd assume that it was on its last breath, about to keel over at any moment. Even Shifeng was surprised. He hadn't expected the Tier 4 magic scroll to become so destructive after empowering it with World's Power. The power of Dark Destruction was stronger than even a Tier 4 single-target curse. Seeing that the mythic evil demon was heavily injured, Shifeng immediately removed Disintegration Field and summoned his personal guards, Anna and Kite. At this point, Anna had reached level 81, whereas Kite was level 79. The two NPCs' leveling speed was simply staggering. Once the mythic evil demon had become heavily injured, its basic attributes had fallen by 35%. Now, in terms of overall combat power, it was only slightly stronger than a level 80 Grand Lord. Meanwhile, after being summoned, Anna proceeded to summon her Golden Giant and 10 Rock Guardians. She then had the Rock Guardians form a magic array to suppress the mythic evil demon further. With this, the mythic evil demon only had 50% of its original basic attributes remaining. Now, even the Golden Giant could put up a fight against the mythic-ranked evil demon, not to mention Shifeng. With the Golden Giant serving as his MT, Shifeng focused on dealing damage. Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Damages in the hundreds of thousands appeared, one after another, above the Mythic Evil Demon's head. To the Mythic Evil Demon, who only had a maximum HP of 75 million after being weakened, this was a considerable amount. Furthermore, Kite and Anna's damage kept up with Shifeng's. Although Lord and Great Lord ranked evil demons tried to intervene, the Rock Guardian's magic array kept them out of the fight. They could not hinder Shifeng and his minions in the slightest. Meanwhile, Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates could only watch as their supposed savior rapidly lost HP. 80%. 60%. 20%. When the Mythic Evil Demon's HP fell to 20% and was about to enter a berserk state, Anna reacted by casting Chains of Light. Not only did the spell negate the evil demon's berserk state, but it also weakened the monster even further. Without the boost from its berserk state, the Mythic Evil Demon couldn't free itself from this one-sided beating, and its HP continued to fall. 20%. 10%. 5%. When the Mythic Evil Demon only had 1% of its HP remaining, Shifeng activated Divine Providence. He then activated Instant Strike and appeared before the evil demon. Sword's Orbit. Suddenly, a series of blue stars bombarded the Mythic Evil Demon, plundering its final strand of HP. As the Mythic-ranked Evil Demon died, a golden flash enveloped Shifeng. He had finally risen from level 65 to level 66. At the same time, 3 crimson balls of light emerged from the evil demon's corpse and hit the ground. When the watching crowd outside of the magic array saw the Mythic Evil Demon's motionless corpse, their minds went blank. Chapter 1727, Blockade Destroyed. After seeing the Mythic Evil Demon fall, Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates were overwhelmed by their fear and despair. Although they had expected this outcome after watching Shifeng and his personal guards suppress the Mythic Evil Demon, they couldn't help but shudder after watching the monster actually collapse at the swordsman's feet. To God's domain's current major powers, Tier 4 monsters were still insurmountable. Even super guilds had to expend a lot of time and effort to prepare and ensure that they killed one. Yet, Shifeng had accomplished this feat by relying on his own power and his 2 personal guards. Normally, if someone told them about such a situation, they'd laugh, assuming that the player was joking, but after such an impossible feat had occurred before their very eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Regret filled their hearts. Had they known that something like this would happen, they would never have volunteered to work at the checkpoint. They had assumed that inspecting players that entered the primordial divine ruin would be a relaxing, glorious task. After all, even players from the various superpowers would have to lower their heads before them. How often did anyone get to brag about that? Now, however, the only thing awaiting them was death. Before the 4 could even turn and flee, Kite had appeared and finished each of them with a single hit. In the meantime, Shifeng had arrived beside the Mythic Evil Demon's corpse and collected the 3 items it had dropped. He then commanded Anna and Kite to kill the other evil demons outside of the magic array. Without the threat of the Mythic Evil Demon, the level 70+ evil demons were easy pickings for the 2 personal guards. The fight with the remaining monsters had been so easy that Shifeng hadn't even needed to use another berserk skill after Heavenly Dragon's power had ended. He only needed to support his personal guards from the side. Whenever his personal guards' HPs fell below a certain point, Shifeng had simply activated the 7 Luminaries' Ring's life domain to recover their HP to full. For a time, Shifeng, Anna, and Kite slaughtered the hundreds of evil demons around them, further dumbfounding the spectating crowd. That was several hundred level 70+ evil demons they were talking about. Moreover, the weakest among them was a lord. Even an army of 10,000 elite players would have trouble against such a force, yet Anna and Kite ended these evil demons as if they were farming common monsters. So strong. Black Flame's personal guards are awesome. They should both be fine gold rank. I've seen fine gold personal guards before, so I am certain that fine gold personal guards are definitely not that powerful. I'm willing to bet that the female summoner is dark gold rank. I doubt even super guilds have dark gold personal guards. It would be great if I had a personal guard like that. I'd have such an easier time grinding and raiding bosses. Keep dreaming. Do you know how much secret silver personal guards are selling for? Nobody will even sell them for 2 or 3 epic items. If there's a fine gold or dark gold personal guard on the market, even super guilds will do everything they can to get their hands on them. Once the crowd of players snapped out of their daze, they turned to look at Anna and Kite, who stood beside Shirfeng, with passionate gazes. They all felt a vicious jealousy tear at their hearts. The combat power Shirfeng had displayed was indeed frightening. Even without a berserk skill, the man could go toe-to-toe with a great lord-ranked evil demon. Even experts like them dreamed of wielding that kind of power. However, compared to Shirfeng's strength, Anna and Kite's combat power was monstrous. This was especially true for Anna. Many of the players present were experts, and quite a few of these experts usually commanded their guild's dungeon raids. Hence, they recognized the factors that contributed to Shirfeng's victory over the mythic evil demon. The first factor was the Tier 4 magic scroll Shirfeng had used to injure the mythic evil demon and significantly lower its combat power. Anna was the second factor. The Tier 3 golden giant Anna had summoned had played a vital role in tanking the mythic evil demon. Meanwhile, her summoned rock guardians had formed a magic array that had suppressed the mythic-ranked evil demon further. Without these two factors, Shirfeng wouldn't have been able to defeat the mythic evil demon. After watching this battle, the spectating crowd realized how important personal guards truly were. Even if a player were weak, they could rise to prominence in God's domain as long as they had sufficiently strong personal guards. When the various adventurer team's members, in particular, saw Anna and Kite, they felt as if doors to an entirely new world had opened before them. Personal guards, huh? Send the battle video to the commander immediately. With this, our Blazing Owl adventurer team will have a chance of becoming a top adventurer team in the future. The players from the various adventurer teams burst into action. Some players, who commanded their own adventurer teams, immediately ordered their members to do everything they could to find high-quality personal guards. Unlike large guilds, adventurer teams generally had very few members. As a result, these teams struggled when organizing dungeon raids. Large-sized adventurer teams, with over 1,000 members, might not face as much difficulty in this regard, but mid-sized adventurer teams like theirs, which only had several hundred members, even had trouble organizing raids for 50-man team dungeons. However, if they employed a capable personal guard, even a mysterious iron personal guard, it could help make up for the team's lack of manpower when raiding team dungeons. If they had a secret silver personal guard, they could even raid 100-man team dungeons. Then, they'd be able to obtain far better weapons and equipment for their adventurer team's members. These players now realized that personal guards played a crucial role in determining a mid-sized adventurer team's success. For a time, the various adventurer teams started a campaign to find powerful personal guards after watching Shirfeng's battle. As a result, personal guards' prices skyrocketed. Meanwhile, inside the evil god's branch temple in ancient Rock City, Beast Emperor wore a gloomy expression as he stared at the magic water ball before him. How is this possible? As he read the report one of his subordinates had sent, he couldn't bring himself to believe its contents. He had dispatched over a dozen subordinates and hundreds of evil demons to operate his checkpoint, yet Shirfeng had killed everyone there. Even one of the only 2 remaining mythic evil demons had fallen to Shirfeng's blade. Boss, why don't I lead some men to annihilate Zero Wing? Wind Hunter suggested from beside Beast Emperor. Although Zero Wing has set up a town near the primordial divine ruin, we can surround the town and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. If they summon another one of those divine magic dragons, we'll just pack up and run away. Once the dragon's duration ends, we can simply encircle the town again. Alright. Get it done. But as a precaution, you absolutely must not reveal yourself, Beast Emperor commanded with a nod. Boss, rest assured, I'll make sure Zero Wing's town is nothing more than a pile of ruin once its protection period ends, Wind Hunter said, laughing. He then turned and left the evil god's branch temple. Elsewhere, After Shifeng had annihilated the evil demons at the checkpoint, he made his way toward the primordial divine ruin. Players crowded the ruin, and even though a massive battle had taken place right outside of it, these players chatted and laughed merrily. Some players even hawked their wares here. However, far more players wandered around outside of the town, which had recently been established near the ruin, than those within the primordial divine ruin itself. All of these players examined Zero Wing's new town with curiosity and anticipation. As everyone watched, Shifeng rode his demonic flame tiger towards the town that had the protection of level 100 NPC adventurers. Chapter 1728, Silverwing Town. As Shifeng set foot in the town, the patrolling NPCs didn't move to stop him. However, once he reached the town's guild residence, a middle-aged man in dark blue robes appeared before Shifeng. The logo of a silver sword had been embroidered on the chest of this man's robe. This middle-aged man was one of the senior administrators from White River City's Adventurers Association. Although the man was only Tier 2, he had reached level 150. Lord Protector, we have constructed your town according to your wishes. If there are no problems, please write its name on this town order, the NPC's senior administrator said after approaching Shifeng. System, please name your town. If you fail to do so within 5 minutes, a name will be automatically generated. A name, huh? After Shifeng accepted the town order and pondered for a short moment, he entered the name of his new town on the town order. Silverwing. Since there was already a Zero Wing city in Starmoon Kingdom, he couldn't name the town Zero Wing Town. Meanwhile, as this town developed as a neutral town, it would definitely become well known. Hence, to ensure that everyone knew that it belonged to Zero Wing, and to increase the guild's popularity, Shifeng decided to name the town based on Zero Wing's guild emblem, the silver, six-winged emblem. System, naming successful. Your town is now Silverwing Town. Once Shifeng named his new town, the nearby players watching received a system notification. System, you have discovered Silverwing Town. When the surrounding players tried to inspect the town, a window popped up, stating that the town belonged to Zero Wing and wasn't yet open to the public. Since the town wasn't open to the public, the town's NPC guards would kill any outsider that ventured too close. Sure enough, it really is Zero Wing's town. Zero Wing is set for life. With their town right next to the primordial divine ruin, any guild or player that wants to explore the ruin will likely have to gather in Silverwing Town. Zero Wing's development will definitely soar now. I know, right? Aside from Silverwing Town, there isn't anywhere to rest near the primordial divine ruin. Zero Wing will make a fortune on the repair fees alone. For a time, the various large guilds and adventurer teams were truly jealous of Zero Wing. Many guilds had already shifted the focus of their development to neutral maps, and as a result, neutral towns had become astronomically valuable. This was even more true for a neutral town beside a primordial divine ruin. Silverwing Town's value could likely rival that of 4 or more ordinary neutral towns. Meanwhile, the scouts the various large guilds and adventurer teams had stationed to watch the new town beside the ruin immediately reported the latest development to their superiors. Silverwing Town. Cuttlefish, one of Crimson Emperor's elders, caressed his white beard as he looked at Silverwing Town from a short distance away. Uncle Cuttlefish, many guilds are trying to partner with Zero Wing right now. Should we send someone to contact the guild as well? A level 51, Tier 2 Berserker beside Cuttlefish asked. The Berserker wore dark red armor and carried a double-edged battle axe. No, let's wait for a while, Cuttlefish said, shaking his head. Although Zero Wing has built a town beside the primordial divine ruin, Beast Emperor isn't someone to be taken lightly. Moreover, this is a neutral map. There is simply too much profit involved with Silverwing Town. Even if Beast Emperor doesn't make a move, I doubt that the other superpowers will sit still. Whether or not Zero Wing can keep its town after the protection period is uncertain. Hearing Cuttlefish's thoughts, realization dawned on the Tier 2 Berserker. At the same time, a hint of pity also surfaced in his gaze as he looked at Silverwing Town. God's domain was a cruel place. In God's domain, holding a treasure without the power to protect it was a sin. Although Zero Wing had shown the world its extraordinary strength, this kind of power was short-lived. Powerful tools couldn't be used indefinitely. Like Zero Wing, many such guilds had risen in the virtual gaming world in the past, and they had been incredibly successful, developing rapidly by using various means and resources. Unfortunately, due to their lack of a sturdy foundation, they had become a target for stronger forces, struck down before they could become a superpower. Whether or not Zero Wing protected Silverwing Town could be considered a test for the guild. Meanwhile, after Shifeng entered Silverwing Town's guild residence, he began to set up the guild residence teleportation magic array. Once he finished and made teleportation to Silverwing Town via guild transfer scrolls possible, he instructed Aqua Rose to bring all of the architects he had requested and a large number of elite members to the town. When the group emerged from the guild residence, seeing Silverwing Town for the first time, they could not help but grow excited, especially the elite members. With Silverwing Town, they'd have a much easier time getting into the primordial divine ruin. After all, the town was so close to the ruin. Their guild would have a massive advantage over the other powers when contesting over entry slots. Even elite members like them might get the chance to enter the ruin, not to mention the guild's expert players. If they were lucky, they might even get to visit Primordial City. Guild leader, everyone's here. We can begin constructing the hotels and smithies right away, Aqua Rose excitedly reported as she walked up to Shifeng. Although Zero Wing had earned quite a lot of coins through Zero Wing City, coins were only coins. A lot of coins didn't necessarily equate a lot of resources. Furthermore, Zero Wing's range of influence was much smaller than first-rate guilds and superpowers. This greatly limited the guild's ability to collect and purchase resources. However, Zero Wing now had Silverwing Town. With a treasure trove of resources like the primordial divine ruin right beside the town, Zero Wing would have a much easier time acquiring the resources it needed. Most importantly, players had long since passed the Stoneclaw Mountains level range. As a result, Stone Forest Town's popularity had started to wane. Nowadays, Stone Forest Town's development was entirely reliant on its battle arena and advanced auction house. Its ability to collect resources was growing weaker. The rise of Silverwing Town just so happens to make up for this flaw. Good. Shifeng nodded approvingly. Following which, Shifeng arranged the basic and intermediate architects to start constructing the town's hotels and smithies. As for the advanced architects, he had them stay behind. As the advanced architects wondered what special task Shifeng had in store for them, Shifeng revealed the magic tower design he had obtained from the lost town in the Boneless Land. Seeing the design, the eyes of the advanced architects glowed with excitement and surprise. Even Aqua Rose was dazed when she saw the design. She was very familiar with the magic tower's power. It was thanks to the magic tower that Stone Forest Town had developed to its current state. However, the magic tower design was a consumable, and each design only allowed players to build 5 magic towers. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had expended all 5 of its last design's uses. Although they had done their best to find another magic tower design, their search hadn't borne fruit thus far. Even the various super guilds struggled to find one for themselves, yet Shifeng had just revealed a new magic tower design. Your task this time is to complete the magic tower's foundations. I'll handle the core manufacturing personally, Shifeng said as he glanced at the dozens of advanced architects before him. Guild leader, may I know how many magic towers we'll be building in Silverwing Town? An advanced architect asked curiously. We're building all 5. Shifeng said. The players before Shifeng gasped, and even Aqua Rose stared at her guild leader with wide eyes. These were magic towers they were talking about. Even one magic tower was enough to forge a popular battle arena. They had only constructed 3 magic towers in Stone Forest Town to protect the town from invasion. Spending a full magic tower design on Silverwing Town was simply extravagant. Chapter 1729, Building Up Silverwing Town. Guild leader, both the battle arenas in Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City are crowded with players right now. If we split some of these magic towers to our other locations, we'll definitely increase our profit margins from both battle arenas. Silverwing Town is only basic rank right now. It can only accommodate so many players at a time. It wouldn't be wise to build all 5 magic towers here, Aqua Rose advised. Moreover, concentrating all of our resources in a single location won't be good for the guild's development. If we share some with the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, developing Snow's side will proceed far more smoothly. Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom, but that wasn't the case in the Black Dragon Empire. Not only did the Empire have plenty of large guilds, but it also had more than enough first-rate guilds. The competition between guilds in the Empire was intense. Although large-scale guild wars weren't frequent, small skirmishes involving teams of hundreds occurred almost daily. If Zero Wing wished to increase its influence in the Empire, it would have to get involved in even more skirmishes. Meanwhile, this would no doubt increase the guild's expenditure. After fighting in multiple and consecutive large-scale wars, Zero Wing had exhausted most of its savings. Unlike other kingdoms and empires' various large guilds, Zero Wing no longer had a reserve of funds and resources it could rely on to develop steadily. The situation in the Black Dragon Empire was much more stable than in Star Moon Kingdom. Aside from small skirmishes, the guilds in the Empire didn't really encounter a lot of problems in their development. As a result, guilds there developed much quicker than the guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. The Empire's guild players had much higher equipment level and quality than that of Star Moon Kingdom's guild players. Many of the Empire's guild experts had also begun challenging their Tier 2 promotion quests. In fact, the first-rate guilds there had even started raiding level 50 super large-scale team dungeons. There's no need for that right now. Silverwing Town takes precedence over everything. When we have enough resources, try to build as many defense turrets in the town as possible, Shifeng said, shaking his head. While Silverwing Town has already been established, it's still uncertain if Zero Wing can actually defend it. Although there were plenty of resources available in the Black Dragon Empire, the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin was much more important. It might be a different story if the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin was an ordinary one, but housing a passage to Primordial City increased its value by several times. Stone Forest Town couldn't compare to Silverwing Town's potential value. Previously, Stone Forest Town had only managed to attract so many players because the Stoneclaw Mountains turned into a regional dungeon. After players reached level 50, the Stoneclaw Mountains weren't accessible to them. However, a primordial divine ruin that was connected to Primordial City would never fall behind the times. Even superpowers had gone all out to monopolize primordial divine ruins with a pathway to Primordial City. This was because Primordial City offered quite a bit of help to players as they challenged their promotion quests. Although players received less help from Primordial City as they reached higher tiers, as long as the city was even the slightest bit helpful, it was still extremely valuable. The various superpowers had yet to realize the true value of Primordial City. They merely treated it as a source of combat techniques and some other valuable resources. Hence, they still held a wait-and-see attitude in regard to Silverwing Town. Once they discovered Primordial City's true value, however, they would do everything they could to obtain Silverwing Town. Beast Emperor would be the least of Zero Wing's worries. Zero Wing needed to strengthen Silverwing Town to the best of its abilities. Aqua Rose gawked at Shifeng's reply. She felt that Shifeng was simply insane. Not only did he want to build 5 magic towers in Silverwing Town, but he even planned on constructing a large number of defense turrets. Was he trying to turn Silverwing Town into a fortress? If the other guild upper echelons found out, they would definitely curse Shifeng's wasteful behavior. Seeing as Shifeng had no intention of changing his mind, Aqua Rose gave up on persuading him and started designating work for the basic and intermediate architects. As Silverwing Town had just recently been built, aside from some basic constructions and a few wandering NPCs, the town had practically nothing in it. Fortunately, Aqua Rose had brought over 600 basic and intermediate architects with her this time, and since they only had to build basic constructions, their building speed was extremely fast. The players observing Silverwing Town from afar quickly discovered the emergence of bars, hotels, smithies, restaurants, and shops in the town's empty spaces one after another. When they saw the smithies in the town, their eyes glowed with excitement. Although they could obtain a lot of resources and contribution points from fighting in the Orc Empire, fighting the Empire's monsters put an unprecedented burden on their weapons and equipment. At most, their weapons could last through one day of grinding. Despite the Orc Empire being such a large map, guilds had only captured 4 towns thus far. Moreover, all 4 of the guild towns were in the Empire's outer area. If they wanted a fruitful harvest, they needed to grind in the neutral map's inner area at the very least. A round trip between the Empire's inner and outer areas took over 10 hours even on a mount. During the trip, there was even a risk of encountering a mid-sized or large-sized orc patrol squad. If a team came across such a patrol squad, it would either get annihilated or suffer severe losses. On the other hand, not only was Silverwing Town located right beside the primordial divine ruin, but it was also close to the Empire's inner area. Even if they couldn't enter the primordial divine ruin, they could travel into the Orc Empire's inner area via Silverwing Town. Shifeng reached the guild hall's first underground floor. Standing inside the magic array carved in the center of the floor, Shifeng took out the Heroes chapter to summon Craig Midlands. Originally, Shifeng had intended to use this Heroes chapter on Zero Wing City. However, to increase Silverwing Town's security, he decided to use it on his newly acquired town instead. He placed the Heroes chapter on the magic array's core and started chanting the activation sequence. System, discovered specified Heroes chapter. Do you wish to pay 3,000 magic crystal to summon the specified hero? 3,000 crystals. How fraudulent. Shifeng was astonished by the price. Even during his previous life, the most expensive specified hero he summoned only cost 1,000 magic crystals. However, that wasn't the worst part. After all, to the current Zero Wing, 3,000 magic crystals was nothing at all. It was a different story if this was the cost of summoning a hero via a Heroes chapter. After players summoned a hero, they had to pay half the summoning cost every day to maintain the hero's mana body. In other words, after summoning Craig Midlands, he would have to pay 1,500 magic crystals every day to maintain the hero's existence. This price was the equivalent of 3 magic towers' operating cost. In the end, however, Shifeng gritted his teeth and chose to proceed with the summoning. Immediately, 3,000 magic crystals vanished from Shifeng's bag space. The mana inside the guild hall rapidly gathered in the magic array, visibly condensing into white mist. The mist further condensed into liquid mana, which gradually on a human form. Once the human form was complete, the liquid mana released a blinding glow. The Heroes chapter, which hovered above the magic array, transformed into lines of divine runes that merged with the liquid mana. Once the divine runes had fully merged with the liquid mana, the blinding glow dissipated. When Shifeng opened his eyes again, he saw a middle-aged man before him. The middle-aged man was clad in white robes and wore a golden crown. He also wielded a purple-gold, crystalline staff. Taking a closer look, Shifeng noticed white mist made of mana circulating the middle-aged man's body. It was as if the elemental mana within the floor had submitted to this middle-aged man and moved at the man's will. So, this is the Magic King Craig Midlands? Shifeng could feel that even if he had the attributes of a level 66, tier 3 player right now, he was still insignificant before the level 66, tier 3 Magic King. Before Shifeng could inspect Craig Midlands' attribute panel, he received a series of system announcements.